cerita, bersatu dalam tawa, berbagi mimpi. Komunitas kita takkan pernah mati. Di jalanan petualangan menanti, saling membantu tak pernah sendiri. Cerita kita penuh warna-warni, dalam hidup baru kita bahagia. Kisah tanah air kita bersama, berkeliling kota penuh cerita, bersatu dalam tawa, berbagi mimpi. Komunitas kita takkan pernah mati. Dari malam hingga pagi, bersama teman kita berlari, mengukir kenangan takkan terlupa. Kisah ini selamanya ada. Kisah tanah air kita bersama, berkeliling kota.
Cek sound. Selamat datang warga YouTube, sobat nobar dimanapun kalian berada, semoga sehat selalu dan jangan lupa makan dan minum ya. Selamat datang semuanya. Ini udah jam 6 lewat 3, kita lihat masih begini ya namanya. Iya, masih lempar tangkap, sepertinya ada equipment isu ya. Sap, itu dia. Halo Babang, Ibra, Leonard, Atok, Aditya, Vanero, Ruzit, Faris. Hari ini ada king kita nggak ya? Bentar ya, kita swap dulu nggak sih guys? Sabar. King Idris. Di malam hingga pagi. Lah, Idrisnya off nggak sih guys? Kayaknya tadi live stream dah. Ternyata guys, abang-abangannya udah off stream nih. Shit man.
Seseorang bagi-bagi 35.000 koin. Pesan, cek sound.
Lagi gua nerf dulu bang ya. Detikannya bang. Thank you seseorang. Itu pasti sialalala remix kan, jujur. Ada gue starnya nggak mas tuh? Aduh hari ini ya. Gue star ada nggak ya? Kayaknya sih susah ya jam segini nih. Harus pakai red card kayaknya kalau Idris tuh. Dia main di 200.000 nih. Kayaknya gue masih gara-gara ada utang ke dia 200.000 deh. Kayaknya untuk yang sebelumnya. Nonton sama siapa aja mas? Beson kita sih nggak ada bosan-bosannya buat didengar be. Thank you ya Bang B ya. Dari malam hingga pagi. Dia pengen masuk ke gamenya. Masuk PUBG dulu apa ya?
Once you're in here, breaking bad
100%
habits that you develop from playing nonstop. So like this is the way they play stuff
ada
that
dua
they can get
versi
away
emang
with
iya ya?
playing in the Americas.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up because they do get away
Mas
with it.
Okto, Abu mau di absen. Halo Liabert, selamat datang.
And getting here to the qualifying, but yeah, they just can't seem to put it together, or they at least need to be a little more cautious when it comes to scouting. I like that they're aggressive. I like that they're willing to take those fights, but when you're doing that with the lack of information, it gets in a lot of trouble. Now, another team to talk about that, I think we were all pretty skeptical. I mean, our entire talent team was, could day trade kind of find that consistency as well in grand finals because they've been so kind of back and forth. I agree with James 1000% that Thanadol has been a phenomenal addition
Nobar
to this
nggak
team,
Dris.
and they have really started to find their footing when it comes to not only getting the kills, because we knew they could always do that,
Oh, yeah.
but really finding the consistency and getting those kills every single game.
Biasanya kita
making
siapa?
better
Daki ya, tapi
decisions
Daki kayaknya
also, I
lagi
think is very
ada
important for them, putting themselves in the right positions to
ada
be able to facilitate
Brogi
those
ya,
kills.
sepertinya
I mean, we
tidak
talked
bisa
about impact group
kita
stage
racunin.
magic has been a thing for a couple of years
Tarik
now,
kakinya
and
ya kan.
It's rarely kind of transitioned over to the finals.
Malam
with the
mingguan Mas
notable
Octo,
exception,
monggo
obviously, being
abang-abangku.
PTS3 with Cerberus, and Cerberus constantly making the grand finals, and then
Backsound
also
lagi ada
having-
dugong
exactly. I mean,
remix.
I think they're one of
Allah.
the only teams that
Tenang,
made the
tenang.
grand final this year, along with TSM. But you know, who would have thought that
Lah,
the thing that
Bro
Day Trade
Kamsah.
and T5
Melempar-lempar dia. Bro Kamsah nggak mau nobar, Bro Kamsah.
have home field advantage, a little bit of home cooking
Yeah.
Godspeed. Maybe that goes a long way.
Yeah, and it's a night and day difference, right? When we come in from
Katanya ada night market, guys. Apa gua kelewat nih night market? Event. Ih. Double G coinnya real ini, guys. G coin after purchase katanya. Beuh. Lu tahu kan di mana, guys, kalau top up? Walaupun nggak boleh sebenarnya sama PUBG. Nggak boleh naruh overlay maksudnya. Lah black marketnya di mana, guys? Oh ini. Ah. Kisah ini selamanya ada. Kok ada lagi nih? Walah. Ada skinnya, guys. Ya. Loh. Panggarit slow mode this not sini tots. Aku lagi ngontek ini dulu. King of Fire White katanya. Mendingan lu ke Discord gua, Rit, biar gua bisa ngajak-ngajak orang nih. Oke. DC ya. Ada Bro Idris. Coba Bro Morbid nih. Ya. Sudah kisah tanah pancing susah ini. Aduh, sulit guys sekarang nyari teman nobar ya. Apa ya, sedih jadinya. Dari malam hingga pagi. Jadi pengen gacha bentar ya. Gacha dulu. Alah bau. Gacha di setengah aja nih. Red setengah. Alah. Alah. Clan loot. Wow. Ini apa ini isinya? Polimer kah? BP polimer. Oke. Ada clan loot segala sekarang ya? Oke. Probability. Oke. Jadi sekarang black market itu semacam Lambo atau apapun yang kemarin ya. Malam Mas Ramon, malam juga Bang GMC. Wow. kurang sih. Tapi sama aja sih. Shit, mahal banget ini. sorry guys.
We've seen it. So
Akhirnya.
here on air,
Akhirnya
to
mulai.
start off the day, 2 games, and we'll see if we will see
Akhirnya
the
mulai.
currents
Iya.
who've already found success just continue to build on their lead, or will another team rise to the occasion here
Bang,
on day
bingung
number
kenapa?
2? We find out
Enggak bingung
right now.
kenapa-napa,
Hey,
Bang.
Godspeed.
It's still early days.
sama Mas
Any
Garit.
team can snatch up a good day
Panggil
and
dulu
start
Garit
to
ya.
push themselves into the conversation of PGS6 champions, and that's ultimately what it's all about. I love the underdog story. I know you do as well. So
Oh,
we'll see if that happens. But
Love it.
I mean, you want to talk about underdogs right now? It's the top dogs that are
Ternyata
really
Bro
starting
Beat
to push
lagi
the pace,
mencari
especially with the
tambahan,
separation
guys, ya.
we have from first, second place all the way down, you know, to 10th.
Sedang
to the
meeting
11th,
dia.
12th. It's a 30-point disparity there.
Talking about underdogs, obviously 17 Gaming has been unbelievable. TSM having fantastic.
Sorry guys sambil
Talk about TSM.
ngeklaim.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even got a chance to, like,
Dari malam hingga
push them
pagi.
forward and ahead of everybody else. But I gotta give respect to Day Trade. I mean, this is their 4th PGS that they've been to this year. This is the first time they've made the grand final, and they're showing out. I mean,
They
they're
are
absolutely showing out here in the grand final. Now, how much of that is a little
Main
bit of home
DBD
cooking?
lagi,
Who
Bang,
cares?
tuh bareng
Doesn't matter.
Kapip.
If they
Anjing,
win this thing, though,
Kapip.
all of a sudden, who cares about what happened in 3, 4, and 5? They've now secured their spot in PGC based on PGS points. So if Day Trade could pull that off, that would be one of the most unbelievable turnarounds in a year.
Oke,
that
oke.
I've seen.
On top of the fact that it would just be a continual
Untuk
progression.
PUBG
of the
nanti kita
evolution
akan
of that
buka
team, right? You talked
setelah
about the addition of Danadol there.
match
That
ini ya.
just
Gue pengen
continues
ngeklaim
to
ini.
give them that confidence to stay as
Paket-paket
consistent
yang
as we'd
belum
like them to
terklaim,
see it. In case you
anjas.
wanna watch any of these teams,
Thank you
make sure
PUBG
visit
atas supportnya ya.
PUBGesports.com. Quite a few featured teams actually to check out. And the circle is posted. It's a
By the way,
north-south
kita
split.
sepertinya belum
Mojo and
ada
Sojo.
kode-kode juga guys.
I guess.
Belum ada kode-kode.
Sombong bet anjing disuruh kesini susah.
Tadi gue udah bilang, gue lagi ngajak Idris. Mendingan
Idris
lu kesini
masukin
dah.
sini aja. Masukin ke
Kan
Discordku
tadi.
aja.
Kan tadi saya lagi bilang.
Oh.
Iya, King of Fire ini lah Z bangsat, dia ngomong weto katanya. Tiba-tiba jet deh binatang.
Very well that they've got some neighbors just off to the north in T5.
Tapi
Oh
gimana
gimana
hari ini?
udah dapat ini toh apa namanya
tuh?
kode?
Want to commit to early.
Belum.
That's always kind of the issue.
Belum,
Even
tak.
Oke
Gua
berarti
tanya lagi.
kodenya masih di tempatku ya teman-teman
Ya,
ya.
masih digarit.
Late kind of comes into effect. There's going to be a shift where you have to make that decision whether you play.
Ntar Tok, titip bentar Tok.
Siap,
Ada
siap.
urusan alias
Aman,
kamar
aman.
mandi.
Cut off due to late in action.
Selamat
Elberak.
datang. Selamat datang Bang Elberak, penonton Elberak part 2. Saya part satunya kebetulan.
I just want to see a Zarky ending.
Oh yeah, I mean the Zarky ending would be great. Zarky ending would be great. We saw it go up there yesterday, and then we just got a nice little ridge finish there between
Kinda.
13 and New Happy, but it didn't go all the way up to Zarky, but we got a little taste. See if anybody's
Top
brave enough
5
to hold
kill,
the
Himas
2-2 split
35.
on both
Wow.
sides of the river.
Dia
Gen G
tumben guys yang
already
kedua
on
nih.
the move after looting up in Severny. They've got
Biasanya
nobody
main
really
di
ahead
yang
of them. They got
pertama-pertama aja dia
to
nih.
work with, although FaZe Gustav, after looting up in Zarky, FaZe has now sent Gustav to go try to find a spot more
Ya,
towards
nobar
center.
again guys.
We'll see if
We
he
are
is
nobar
safe for the time being.
again.
It looks like he'll be all right.
This is where we saw FaZe take
Match
it in that
pertama hari ini
aforementioned
kita
game we
bakal
were talking about.
nonton
They
dari
initially
match
had that
7
top side
sampai
hill. They were
match
playing from the north
12.
side, and they did find some success, but eventually they did get taken down. But yeah, that's a good set played area as well. You have a lot of information.
Selamat malam juga
As far
Bang
as what's in
Bintang.
front of you to
Selamat
the south
datang.
side, I mean, they know
Jangan lupa yang nonton
T5
saya dan
is also going
Garit.
to be there, so they'll stop down for here and
Dipukul dulu
probably just wait for the
like
circle to shift
buttonnya
as
ya.
we see
Siapa tahu
TDT now
FVP
making
nih.
their way towards Cratesbridge. This is actually a set rotation for them. We see them do this
Dukung
quite
tim
often.
mana? Gua Cerberus sama Detret
One
sekarang
up on top
megangnya.
of Everest, which is pretty standard, just to kind of scout out ahead of them.
Terlepas
Looks like
dari pengaruh mereka ya, akhirnya tim Blitz lolos ke PGC. Gua anaknya emang separate banget gitu ya. Kalau Garit itu Chase sama Navi, cuma Navinya lagi berserak di bawah. Di grup jadi L bottom L bottom
TSM actually, after finishing looting South George, sent it over to North George using that western bridge. So they are sharing North George, east and west with Theraton 5.
I mean, it's a good spot, especially because they can angle themselves towards the south if they do
Ya,
get
kita
a
nobar
shift, but I
PGS
mean they are
6
sharing space
besok
now. You
masih
can
ada.
see not TDT,
Dan untuk hari
T5.
ini
Marathon 5
kode
is
ada
just
kode
to
G
their
coin
east, so that
senilai
might cause
3000
issues.
G
We'll see
coin
if that does
satunya.
shift south. Meanwhile, we
Untuk
did have a
sementara
close
masih
rotation,
lewat
scuffle
channel
potential
Garit
between
Dewana.
Luna
Jadi
and
buat
4AM,
kalian
but
nanti
looks like those two teams have
kira-kira
broken off.
biasanya sih ya
Twisted Minds, meanwhile, will
setelah match ketiga dan match
be
ke-6
the yard, so
di hari
they
ini.
were the
Berarti
ones
match
taking those
berapa
shots,
ya?
KDF you mentioned earlier.
9 dan juga 12
so
ya. Di standby aja nanti.
status quo for
Login
Twisted, right? They're going to sit
PUBG
here
PC
until they
atau
saw we're talking about it yesterday.
lewat
I mean, they're just going to play
website.
from
Kalau
this
lewat
edge. There's no
website
reason for them to
gua agak
rush
lupa
into
sih
anything, especially when
gimana
they have
caranya.
a control of a choke point.
Tapi yang
that a lot of
gampang
teams
yang
would want to
pasti
use.
dan jelas sih lewat
Absolutely, and they know that
gamenya
Freaks is
langsung
right on the other
gitu.
side. They probably scouted out that they stopped down in a little bit of a 2-2 split. Just wait
Blit
to see if
bukannya orc
Twisted was
bermasalah.
gonna be brave
Orcnya
enough to push
bermasalah tapi
immediately across, but
orang-orangnya
Twisted
untuk PUBG nggak
already
bermasalah
ready
guys
for
menurut
that,
gua.
waiting for it, so they'll just pause
Jadi
down here. Check
let's
in
see lah,
with
semoga
Mr. Rello from the
tetap
Falcons,
masih bisa
way
main
off
di PGC,
on the eastern shore.
baik
You
itu
see
bawa
on
nama
your
Blade
minimap, he
atau
is
back
getting
to
a little bit
from
close
the
to
future.
the end from T1 as this is off in the middle of
Yeah.
nowhere.
TSM itu
there is
tim
no
Secret
reason for
Malay
these
apa
two teams
beda,
to be
Mas?
running into each other, but here we are.
Yeah, really will take some
Waduh,
shots.
waduh.
And he is
Bukan sih bang.
not even going to entertain that thought. He's just going for a rotation here, looking for what's clear to
Untuk
get
yang
his team.
ini
The Falcons around towards that northern side on the east, so they'll find that rotation. They should find that rotation
tadi
easily.
gua
But now,
pastiin
at this
dulu
point,
biar
because of
enak.
those shots, right, they're
TSM
going to know that
itu
T1 is going to be right
singkatannya.
behind them. Meanwhile, Cerberus is going to be rotating here
Aduh,
around
nggak tahu
farm,
lagi singkatannya
going
gua.
around the shelter area.
Tapi yang
Death
jelas dia
Road,
tim
again, another
US
late
ya.
rotation, and that's fine. A lot of these teams, especially
Dia
when they're so late to the
region
circle, I mean, that's probably your best
NA.
course of action, right? You're not going to get to any of the early points of interest fast. You're still going to have to come in off
Apa
the edge anyway,
singkatannya?
so take your time, loot up.
Solo
and then
main.
just kind of wait for
Ya
all
nggak sih?
that
Solo
early
mid.
game nonsense
Bukan
to
ya?
happen first. The only problem
Tim
is if you do
solo
run into a
mid,
team
bukan
or
ya?
happen to run into a team
Salah
unlucky timing, but
Bener ya tim
Cerberus
solo mid ya?
very
Iya,
clear
iya.
on the east right now. Even Twisted is actually opted
solo
to
main
get
sih?
out of Boatyard.
Ya, jadi beda guys sama
They've
tim Malay.
committed firmly to the north now. Day trade, meanwhile, just slowly making their way up north on that western road. Now they might run into FW. They've got Banana 1 that's looking off in that direction. Yep, you can see, he sees them making moves, but the shots are going to come through, and that'll just be a little bit of extra motivation for Day Trade. Well, I don't know. Day Trade looked like they might be avoiding it, but now that that shot came out, they stopped
Nggak ada
down, and now they're
drop reward
continuing down
kah
that
di
road. Maybe
Twitch
they want
Babaji?
that fight. Here we go. Twisted Minds,
gua
meanwhile,
cek ya.
after making their way across Freaks, they are looking like they spotted out where Freaks are playing, just kind of getting a grip on where everybody on this north side is.
Yeah, I think they were trying to find where exactly Freaks went. Just like you said, and they
Adanya
found at least
eligible to
this is
get
the dangerous
EWC
part for
PUBG
Freaks, though. If
spray
they
gua.
realize it's a 2-2 split,
3
with
bulan
2
lalu.
and the other two off into
Nggak ada
the,
guys, nggak ada.
it's not really a compound. It's like a 2-story red up there plus the hillside.
Belum ada
I mean,
Twitch drop
we've
sih
seen
sebenarnya.
Twisted punish splits before, so Lou will eat a
Mas
headshot.
satunya
but
lagi nggak ada, lagi jadi LB rak dulu guys, sebentar ya. Ditunggu aja buat
Heaven.
viewernya Garit,
Few
tenang,
shots there.
chill, kita nonton dulu santai dan kembali ya.
I'll get a
Cepet
little
juga
bit
dia,
in return.
kayaknya
So,
pakai
okay,
shotgun
yeah,
dia.
I mean, look, Freaks are fine. I mean, they're 2-2 split in
Yeah.
2 compounds. They're just
lega,
this
lega,
is
lega,
more
lega.
just
Malah
prodding and
kebuka
poking from
WhatsApp tadi,
everywhere. It looks like
anjing.
17 actually might be taking shots over towards Twisted Minds from the mountain. Yeah, you can see them all the way off in the distance. Now, do
Good.
they know
Kameranya
about
hilang.
New
Dah,
Happy?
kameraku mati,
And
Cok.
is New Happy interested in
Waduh.
pushing this? Doesn't look like it. Looks like they might just be
Mati
content
dalam
with sharing
artian
2 sides of Everest while that circle collapses.
Sabar,
Looked
sabar.
like
Wah,
Shazzy was kind
bermasalah
of
nih layar
interested.
gue
Like, hey, what's
Yeah,
going on over here?
Bentar,
There
gengs.
for a second.
But yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was looking
Baterainya
at as well on the
atau
map. Right as you were speaking about it was
Screen-nya.
kayaknya
kind of catch 17 gaming
se.
off guard.
Titip
but
lagi
it
tuh,
looks
tak
like
benerin dulu tuh.
really
Tak,
Oke,
have
oke,
to
aman,
start
aman,
to
Bang
finish
Garit,
this
tenang
point,
aja.
especially because
Sorry ya, guys, ya.
everyone is
Aman
in the
aja.
circle by
Habis
now,
berak
just kinda waiting for that
terbitlah.
shift, seeing if they need to actually commit to the north or south. I mean, this could also just shift straight center on a George pull, which makes even more of these rotations a difficult decision for the teams that need to make them.
So Cerberus coming in obviously very, very late. They have no idea what's been going around this bridge, this standoff between Freaks and Twisted Minds, and now they're going to run right into the middle of the open, and Lou is going to spot Haizaki,
Ini
and that's an
orang
instant
PUBG
knock and
sih
flush.
agak kurang ajar
Now
nih ya.
Cerberus, they are on foot, they are pushing.
Memang
everything. They
sih
actually wanna
kodenya
take
ada.
this fight, it looks
Gue
like.
dikasihnya
Had a
screenshot.
vehicle, and they got out
Kan gua
potentially going for a
harus
push, but this
ngetik ya.
early in the circle, I mean, if they do happen to get rid of Twisted or vice versa, that's going to be a lot of control on the east side, but is it worth it is the question that Cerberus needs to ask themselves, especially because they just lost one.
Screenshot
I think they might
anjing.
have been trying to get a read on if Lou
Masa
was just
gua
a
liatin
random
screenshotnya
solo,
langsung
and it looks
7.
like they weren't able to get the information, so they're back in vehicles. they're back
Manual
on the
ya
move.
mainnya. Itu
Check
dia,
in
Bang.
with 4AM, who have been camping that Yasnaya bridge for the entirety of the closing. So guys, there you go. You wanted the Zarky circle? Let's go, boys.
Oh, that makes me so excited. I love the, not just because Zarky is so far we never see it, but the terrain
Disuruh
around
kerja
Zarky
lebih.
is
Enggak sih,
actually
gua
so
minta
fun to watch and fight it. I mean,
perkodenya
there's that big hill at the top, kind of king the hill moment. There's multiple teams that can exist on that hill. You have angles, you have different trenches, as well as like stop points in the field itself with little defilades, mounts. The terrain is just, it's really great. Granted, there are also a lot of open areas.
Oh, absolutely. And this is actually looking like it's going to shape up to be a very interesting top side. Is 17 actually getting the E pickup, but getting it very, very late. So they're going to be arriving at the exact same time as all these other teams are arriving on the north side. You can see the mad dash going for the compound. Gen G's going to get there first. You've got Falcons right behind them. Luna off to the north. T1 coming in a little bit later. FaZe kind of wanting to look over in that direction, but they're getting shot in the back.
3.000 guys.
So then add into all that mix, you've got 17 now with the E pickup. Where are they going to decide to go? Can they spot this out?
I mean, if anything, if they can see that the majority of Zarky is clean, Adder with the Panzer Faust, and yeah, this is that fight you're talking about. Falcons trying to come to this compound at the same time, but it did not work for them. They'll lose Flood.
A bit overcooked there for Roth as he tries to get the grenade inside the
sobat.
window.
Wih, Bang Idris.
Welcome
Bang Idris.
Shots coming through the window. Keeping an eye on that map to see if anybody else decides to get involved in this, as you're going to see the smoke.
Bang Idris katanya ini
not really lighting up. Adder still with that Panzer Faust in hand, just wishing someone would peek that window. But nobody's going to do it just yet, as he will keep that out.
Ya, makasih Idris.
And gotta say, Falcons playing this really, really close to the vest. They're wanting Gen G to be the one that pushes into them.
Rednya berapa ini? Red nonton ini, Bang Idris.
But not going to get the, not going to go down.
Red Nobar berapa ini? Red Nobar.
Close to the vest, but this is the problem. They're also isolated, right?
Per
Gen G
menit.
have completely
Per menit.
in this two-story red cryo.
Makin mahal ya.
So for now, the nade will land. Rex will find just
Kemarin
two members left.
red per hari, terus ke per jam. Sekarang per menit saya lihat.
Position on the map, but right now,
Itu kalau boleh tahu per menitnya berapa, Bang Idris?
feeling it, Poro.
100.000 per menit, guys.
You got to kind of feel for Falcons here. Tosi's going to actually blow them up.
Terdengar murah tapi
One
per
left
menit
up
ya.
here for Falcons. They weren't able to play around the outside of this compound because of FaZe, because of TSM, because of Luna. All these teams kind of right around the same place. And there you go. Falcons go down in 16th place, all 4 kills.
Bagi-bagi.
Bisa nyala ya toh ya.
Bagi-bagi aktif. Nah itu dia makanya baterainya tuh apa?
Bagi-bagi ya.
Didn't have anyone on the east side of the compound. They've now taken
Asli tuh
over
nggak
and
bisa nyala
they'll
tuh.
sit in that barn building and that two-story double box. So
Ada kamera cadangan nggak yang kayak C922
in
gitu?
such a good position in this current circle, and there's still a lot of water, so you have to imagine it's going to shift towards them at some point.
Masa aku harus
Wonder if
restream?
Gen G Spidey senses are tingling.
kok
They
restream?
know that they've been
Ya apa restart PC dulu gitu loh.
Kabelnya ya.
Iya, takutnya. Ntar aku coba benerin lagi deh.
Boleh.
Aku harus apa nyabutin segala macam. Kaget aku kok tiba-tiba kamera aku mati. Bentar.
Lu pakai Elgato atau pakai video capture biasa?
Video capture biasa.
Oh iya, gue juga sama sih. Kadang emang suka bermasalah, suka nge-freeze gitu kalau gua.
Ini mati toh, jadi di layar tuh hilang pet gitu loh. Di OBS. Makanya bentar, aku coba ke belakang PC ku lagi bentar.
At this point, I mean, we saw one member, I think it was Vagi of TDT, with a bolt on the bridge, but that is not enough to stop 4-man driving into North George. So as you stated, yeah, it's going to be FW to find that window of opportunity to come in. And even just above that, Poro, we currently see Therathon 5 sitting in a position there just below FaZe. On the coast now, Day Trade, they're going to have to make a decision here. One of those is either to run into the western edge, which we see TSM currently set up in a 2-2 split, or do they try to wrap back south towards FW and North George? Because the southern part of North George, if you're trapped in there, especially when the circle starts to pull away from you,
kalau ada Garit ada Idris guys sekarang.
there's a lot of teams in that area, and there currently are at least 3 teams in that area.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's just no really good decision for Day Trade right now, and they have to
Kita
go the way
nyuap
they're going right now because
Idris
TSM
dulu
is
guys ya,
fully
pakai
aware of their
bagi-bagi.
presence. They've been taking shots at it for a while now, so they're keeping eyes. They know exactly where they are. T1 meanwhile are going to disengage from Freaks, try to send it into a little bit of a divot here, a little bowl, and this should be safe. Okay, this is playable for right now.
Gila ada red sih sekarang guys.
Guys there, and Posa will get at least one knock, but a good return from Type prevent Posa from just free firing farm. And Luna Galaxy actually has a lot of real estate in the northern part of this circle to move around with and get multiple different angles.
Yeah, and the other
Loh,
problem with that tip that T1
kok gua ke diri gua sendiri
Fandra
sih?
bagi-bagi 250.000 koin. Pesan
Salah guys.
temenin nobar PG Skin.
Salah guys. Salah guys. Tadi maksud gua ke goblok, gua login malah malah ngirim ke diri sendiri. Dongo. Salah. Tadi kesalahan teknis, sorry.
They might have been considering it, or they were just rearranging their vehicles in there into a little
Aduh jadi malu guys.
type formation. Anyway, they're for the time being.
Sorry guys tadi kepencet
Meanwhile, has
login.
spotted out day trade, as you mentioned.
Gue lagi di Idris, gue login, gue ngirim gue ke diri gue sendiri. Thank you.
The south part of North Georgia, the western part of North
Pantesan
Georgia.
kok
When there's
cangkring
already a
gitu.
team there, unfortunately for Day, that is exactly
Yang cuan bagi-bagi iya ya.
FW is looking. They've got nowhere else to
Nggak
look
apa-apa,
other than
keren
the
kita,
west. So
aman-aman.
Day trade has some decision making to do. 17 meanwhile wrapped up with
Lah
4
beneran.
At least
Thank you,
3 members
Pak.
of 4 AM. HSM has gone
Oke,
all the
temennya
way to
Idris ya.
Zarky, so and it's not all
Oke,
17 that's
aman.
here. It's just Lil
Anjing.
Ghost. The rest of the boys still off.
Bebas mau sambil live mau enggak juga
17
nggak
had
apa-apa,
sent one
aman
here
aja.
earlier to kind of scout, but he got taken down, and so the other three members of
Takkan
4AM, as you said, set up in that 3-1 to make sure
terlupa.
they have an anchor port in Zarky in case another team did try to backfill.
there's
Mortars also,
concern.
we didn't even talk about that. That's going to be an issue for T1.
Hitungannya top up ya
Yes,
tadi
they're
tuh.
fortunate to not die yet, but they actually just lost their vehicles, I think.
Hitungannya top up terus ada foto.
See where they might have been coming from. Must have been Luna.
Sialan.
Sorry
Sorry guys, kepencet tadi. Sorry gue mabok.
Already on the move, and yeah, they're going right for that spot where that arrow indicates. Good center circle position, but
Hitungannya
is
top
it going to
up.
be too early? They're taking some damage from James, and yep, Correxy will finish that also. New Happy
makasih
losing
ya.
T1.
Astaga.
Meanwhile, they've got to take what vehicles they've got left and get out
Shit, man.
of that position. They are just getting peppered by artillery
Bukan
right
cuci
now.
uang
Service
jatuhnya.
sending those, him
Ngasih
if I'm not
potongan aja
mistaken,
ke
but
bagi-bagi gitu
T1
anaknya.
does have a good ridge. That's not the only pocket for them to play. That entire road down the center of the circle does have a good ridge line to play, especially right at that
Enggak, itu
corner of that
250
compound where
termasuk
Cerberus and
PGS yang
Gen G are.
sebelumnya tuh,
But again,
Idris.
the problem is they're right
Murah
within
kok di
util
Idris,
range.
ya
So
nggak,
we'll
Idris?
see how they're able to play
Kontak
this.
aja.
Meanwhile, KDF on the east
Kontak
side
aja.
is moving in, and this fight now 4AM have opted to drive right in the backside of Luna, as Luna is now looking for a spot to play in for him.
You can see it in the distance. The mortar show is continuing as 4 angry men will lose one's a Kraken. Getting the nice shot, and that's going to slow down 4 AM immediately and might actually open up a window here for Luna Galaxy to find their way into this next zone. See Bobo knocked very low as well, as the Kraken would love to get that flush, get that point, but it's not going to happen. Oh, you can't get into that US. That's still danger town.
Tapi
The
at least
Kraken
4AM
the
lu
most
sekarang
right now for Luna, as
masuk ke final sih,
they've got a
Idris.
decision. They're still sticking around up there.
Yeah,
Nggak
so
jerok-jerok
now
amat gitu.
17 is coming in to backfill. They realize that 4AM is
Walaupun
got in the fight, but they
13
still
poin.
have Taker point.
Nggak apa-apa,
and
ini kan
Wings
bagi
so
dua.
he's going to be holding this up.
Paling
This is now the
bawah.
problem. He's been found and he is completely
Asal lu tahu
isolated from his
Navi
team.
di group stage paling
They've
bawah,
got
Dris.
so many different
Anjing.
angles they could play as well,
Akurat
'cause you got
banget sayangnya
Gen
udah
G
nggak ada
and
orang.
Cerberus in those compounds down to the south, and just
Itu
on the edge of
Navi
the
loh,
circle, they
Dris.
could look out here,
Sonic
find
peringkat 4 terbawah, bayangin.
Oh,
Wow!
that is new happy gonna lose
Tongke!
two to the mortar from Tongke.
Tongke!
You wondered if it might have been a little bit early
Ah,
for
Bang
New Happy
Miko,
to send it to that
makasih
spot.
udah
They're gonna
dikasih
take
biaya
two
admin
knots
nih.
right there. We'll see if they get the flushes. As yeah, you see Ming Ming
Bukan
just
cuci duit
dancing
merah,
around right now, trying to
guys.
survive.
Tadi gue mau
Tongke
ngasih
with
apa
the
mau
big
ngirim
old face is
Idris,
gonna
terus
eat
belum
that
login,
alive.
gua
Yeah,
login
trying to get
kan,
those kills.
gua kirim ternyata
They
ke
know
diri gua
who
sendiri.
they're fighting against for position right now in this leaderboard.
Yeah, but that's
Sorry,
the problem
man.
is as FW got the mortars, multiple teams sent in phase on their way. FW, not TSM, is going to be joining this fight as they only dip.
Ini
That's
the real
available in the
Berserk
center
apa
of this
gimana?
circle, but Sixax will fight back. He'll fight one of TSM. Alo will go down.
Absolute madness going on in the center of the circle right now.
Kematian,
As
bro.
utility is flying
Wah,
left
ya
and
Allah,
right.
ini
I
udah
don't
nggak.
even know
Wah,
how they're left for
babak
anybody.
belur kagak ada
TSM
bentuknya nih.
will be the eventual winners
Chaos,
in the
chaos,
end, but at what
chaos.
cost? Down to just
Chaos.
sparking in Luke 12.
considering the position that they came from, that was
Lah,
the
King
best
Idris siapa
time,
ini?
and
Bukan
probably
lu
one
kan
of the
Idris
best
ini mah?
plays they could make
And look at
because they
that.
were far off the West Portal. They had nothing to play, and
Nick,
they
lu
kept
Idris
one
Kurniawan
up
kan
phase,
kalau
by the way.
bagi-bagi?
James still alive
Yeah.
in those
Yeah.
dips,
Centang
but he still has a
biru.
member of 17
Oh yes, iya
contends
centang
with,
biru
but
guys.
also
Aduh,
T5 now
kalian
in a position
ini
where they can start to
udah tahu
assault
udah
and get
centang loh
angles
saudara.
on that center
Iya.
circle of TSM, and now Twisted starting to
Tapi
make
kalau lu
their
musuhan
advance.
sama gue bisa dicabut loh
T1
centangnya
is
Idris.
just getting battered by Luna Galaxy and
Gue bisa
Freaks.
request.
It feels like they might not
Misalkan
be
gue
around for
persona
much
sama lu
longer, but they
anjing
get a
Idris.
little bit of
Hapus
retreat
centangnya.
here. Type gonna
Potongannya
go
balikin ke
here
normal.
for T1, get the knock. Zenith gets raining back on his feet, so
Miko,
not flushed out
makasih
for
udah jadi
T1
member.
just yet. They still have a shot here. Vinny is the last player alive for Luna
Menit
Galaxy.
20 kematian.
Cerberus are going to
Alah,
want
bang,
to move to the
hitbox,
dip
bang.
just to their south, where we talked about T1 potentially going to before they got in
Sama
this
siapa itu?
entanglement here
Oh,
with Luna Galaxy. As we said,
beda-beda.
Type just an absolute beast for T1 when it comes to getting them out of difficult positions, but that dip in front of Cerberus and Gen G will be
Oh,
killed by
Bang
those two
Himas dan
teams,
Slozy.
as Luna will get erased by
Ini dia.
Cerberus.
Through the smoke
Abang-abangan
for him,
kita, men.
and that's 3 kills picked up for Cerberus. They stuck around in that compound long enough to try to finish them off, but that
Ntar gue
means
dikatain
that
Abu, mending langsung join
T1
aja.
is able to get all players back on their
Bercanda
feet.
tau,
They're
guys.
back up to 4 strong.
Kata-kata
Gen G
Abu itu kalau
trying to
misalkan
send it into
keluar
the
yang
west side.
ngatur-ngatur
James is
tuh.
fully on the clock here
Yang
for FaZe
rewel
on
tuh.
defense,
Yang rese
as
baru
he
kita.
will hide in the hills.
Rasis
See
membership
if he
kita
can
memang.
survive a little bit longer. Gen G, they'll spot him out. Rex, good shots, won't get the knock.
Dah,
There it is.
lemes bang.
James will get the knock on the adder, but that should be reasonable.
Tadi lu live dari jam
Oh,
berapa,
Bang
Dris?
Genji.
TSM and
Jam
Twisted actually were
3.
trying to help
Jam 3
James with
sore.
that capacity, just get
Terus
Ya.
tadi
some
off stream
knocks
gara-gara
onto Gen G,
badai
but they
kota apa
will
gimana?
recover. The problem is they still have 2
Capek
souls
aja.
behind them, Poro. It's going to be
capek
Xiao
aja.
Wu and Belmoth. As never mind,
Tadinya
they're
mau
just gonna
main
take
game
care of
sebelah.
for the team of Gen G as
bingung.
T5 also now starting to
Tadi
come
kamera
out,
sempet
trying to
nyala
get
terus mati
involved.
lagi
They
gitu
will
loh.
also have to contend with TDT in the south.
Menurutku sih fix
Oh, it's theirs
di
on
kabel
5.
sih
Looked
Rit,
like they
kalau
were
begitu
interested
mah.
in going up there and maybe
Tadi tuh udah
partying
sempet
on
nyala
that,
gitu
but
loh.
TDT not gonna let them
Tapi
get
kalau
away with
kameranya
that
kan nyala ya,
is-
Rit.
you see the kill
Jadi
feed
birunya
still
tuh nyala
popping off.
toh.
Twisted Minds now starting to come alive after hanging out
Cuman
at the
nggak connect
compound at
ke
the foot of the
OBS
hill.
gitu kan.
They have survived long enough to get to the
Di
late
aktif
game.
diaktif nggak ngaruh.
Utility range
Nggak,
of
tadi tuh
TSM,
sempet nyala,
of
tadi mati lagi gitu
Guangdong
loh.
Freaks. You can see the smokes being laid down as
Oke,
everybody
sementara nggak
just
pakai
tries to
facecam
find
boleh kali.
whatever small
Aku
hill they can
keringetan.
play around here.
Oke. Tenang, tenang. Viewernya Gary tenang, Gary tetap ada di sini, cuman kameranya aja yang di sana ya, yang bermasalah nih.
Gen G have a difficult rotation to make, especially if this one
Apa
starts to shift
hal?
off to them. As example is going to find a member of KDF. Salute will go down. A possible res there, but Lou stayed back. He anchored so well. He got a knock
Belum
with the
udah
grenade.
ini ya,
He
udah
opened
mau
this fight up
4
for
besar
them.
ya.
As
Aku
we
udah
were
tadi
talking
sibuk
about
sambil
Lou,
ngeliatin ngelirik
so
tipis-tipis
good
gitu
for
kan.
Twisted, specifically
Malah tadi
in
udah ada
PGS, but
chaos-chaosnya
always that
itu.
vehicle will fly
Makanya.
and actually hit Cuban.
The
Sorry lo,
laser
live chat aku
grenade strike
malah
again
sibuk
as
benerin, maaf
Lou
belum
is
bisa-bisa
Johnny
nih
on
lo.
the spot.
Kasih gambar
As he
biar
is in
kayak
the
VTuber.
perfect place at the perfect time to collect some more knocks for
Awik
Twisted
wok.
Minds, and yeah,
Awik
Perfectus,
wok,
they are going
awik
to send
wok.
this. They know that they've got these guys up against the wall.
Awok
These are
bok,
free
awok
points.
bok.
If they can get them,
Idris,
they
apa
will be careful
kabar,
to
Dris?
Tidak perlu ditambahin, Dris.
use the cover. They will get their knocks. They will get their
Lu
points.
ditanya lah, Dris.
And they get
Beda.
the final one in our new player for Freaks, Bean.
Apa kabar,
Best player
Dris?
alive. He's been asked to do a lot here in the first game.
Like, oh, you wanted a spot? Let's see what you can do. Play for it.
Jawab!
Fletcher kick.
is what's happening. But T1 will
Orang
have
ditanya.
a slot to play on the north. It is a tentative spot, I will say, as they still have 2 members up on the north.
Lu tuh
Raining and Type
ditanya,
are looking at
bukan
the
disuruh
Zero.
ketawa,
See if they can get a
bangsat.
knock. Lou will probably
Iya
rush.
lo.
Yeah, 5 kills. The only one with kills we did.
Example who?
Okay, let's calm down. As Gen G now trying to work the opposite,
Wah, ini
bridge, the
guys.
opposite side of
Kenapa
where we
ini
see
Idris ini? Aman nggak,
Cerberus.
Dris?
TSM have to be aware of that because that's going to be their biggest threat coming forward. Besides
Belum dijawab
T5
juga,
moving in on the west.
cuek.
He is just laying into TSM right now, but fortunately for them, they've got a lot of cover to hide behind based off of all those crashes that we saw earlier. So they are staying alive for the time
Masih
being. Looks
cacat,
like
masih
it's
goit.
a number of 4 squads making it into this late game.
Sap.
Adder will go down to Fluky though, so that might be the
Ka-
first one.
maksud
That's
gua
a
bukan
first
keadaan yang tidak bisa diubah dong. Ya kan?
Yang sekarang kayak lagi diare ya kan, diare atau apa.
Ya Allah itu. Genji lu Dris, sorry banget rata Idris itu megang Genji sama 4AM dia.
Kenapa timnya gua pilih help Bu?
Nah, mungkin kebetulan. Siapa tahu di next match-nya lebih parah dia tusun. Tapi Genji lumayan kok untuk Dris peringkat 6 sekarang.
Although they are down to a duo, they are so hard to dig out right here just because of how much cover they have to work around. And I gotta
karbitan anjing. Karbitan. Udah 3 ya. Gue liat lu megang nih. Tapi lihat tuh Himas gue men. Himas. Kasih tahu Bang Solozi. Enin. Alah. Sundut lagi.
As you see Theraton 5 now all the way down to just Ranger X. He does have Fluky right there, might be resable. We'll see if he gets lucky with that. TDT though still 4 up.
TSM now have to defend. I think it's just one member left.
Pindah ke yang paling atas itu pun mau berserak ngeliat nih.
Of the circle and with the rest of his team holding out T1, it's looking very good for Twisted here.
Apa bentar gitu twist nih si bangsat nih.
Their approach into the circle, they've been harassing all the teams from that hillside. Time to move in, but Cerberus just trying to, as you said, dig out the final member of TSM, and they're gonna find some shots onto Luke. Nothing connects yet. He's gonna go down on his belly, and Luke will go down.
Apa sekarang? Mau yang pengen menang nih, twist tiba-tiba nih. Apa gimana? Himasnya meledak.
Now Theraton 5 is getting pushed by TDT, but the spray not going to land for Van. And now the rest of the boys have to make their way across this wide open road. It is danger town here for TDT.
Nggak bisa bang, lawan Fluky bang, susah bang.
Ranger X so consistent for the team, but wait a second, Zenith. It's actually backstab Twisted here, and that's going to be Lou going down. So if they're spread too thin, they have to be worried about numbers, but still best position.
Jadi lu sekarang 4AM, Genji, TSM nih, gua lock ya.
But now the problem is for TDT.
Ya.
The rest of Twisted
Awas,
Minds is
nambah lagi
trained in on
lu.
their current position.
Yeah, TDT has kind of avoided the line of sight of Twisted Minds
Ini
for the
makin
most
kematian
part
anjing
so
yang
far.
dipilih mati
This
semua
late
guys.
game, Twisted just kind of focusing everything up to the north and just not being able to find those angles onto TDT. But now that they've made their way into this zone, they are right within utility range. You can see Zhu just hiding in the tall grass as long as he can. And Twisted not too terribly interested in pushing any further out there. They have no reason to. They can just sit here and wait. They've got center circle. Eventually, all these people will have to come to them.
3 tim dari pilihan lu itu, ini kan besok ya final D3-nya ya, juara nih ya. Gua top upin lu Steam OLED 250.000 gimana? Jadi double tuh, 250 tadi udah ya kan. Nah besok kalau misalkan 3 tim lu ini ada yang juara nih salah satunya, nggak mungkin dua-duanya kan juara kan, nggak mungkin. Salah satu aja juara. Gue top upin 250.000 Steam OLED gimana?
Tapi kayak mustahil pun bisa menang.
Sekarang kan top 2 tuh TSM.
Ya sih.
Ini bahkan dia nambah 1 aja jadi top 1. Itu tawaran muda loh.
Ya sih, tapi gue gak yakin bisa menang.
Ini nggak ada minusnya nggak buat lo kok, aman.
Boleh lah.
Menguntungkan loh, lumayan 250.000 buat renov ya kan, tambahan dikit-dikit. 250.000 buat game baru. Yang penting jangan game NSFW aja yang lu belanjain. NSFW itu yang 18+ itu.
Ya, yang dikirim sama Macleod.
Nah itu biasanya tuh Macleod tuh.
It's not empty for these boys yet. They just want to wait for the perfect time to use it.
And fortunately for Twisted, the other teams are kind of taking care of each other. It's now down to 1v1v1, and I will say Batulins has been navigating that ridge beautifully.
Secure that.
Playing around it.
Good job by Therton 5 making
Kalau
sure
nggak ada yang
not to give
juara
up
itu jadi sopir
that
pribadi
point.
dia.
We've
Aduh,
seen every point matters.
better
See how close
gua
that
nyetir
leaderboard
sendiri
is.
dah kalau di RP Magi sebenarnya.
Only one game in here. Zenith doing it, still
taksi
staying alive
bagus.
for T1. He's
Ya,
managed to
taksi
avoid
gua.
Twisted Minds.
Taksi
They haven't been able to
matian.
clean him out just yet. Twisted just playing it very, very carefully right now. I mean, again, and they have no reason to do anything.
Kalma po
about
itu.
that. They
nyerah
have
gua,
runners on.
nyerah
These
gua,
guys
nyerah,
are
nyerah.
going to have
Tanpa
to
facecam
push
dulu
through
aja,
that
Rit,
at some
berarti,
point.
Rit.
Nyerah.
This Ranger X actually
Nanti
getting
aja
revived,
kelar
so
ini
Therton
baru
5 get back
diurusin.
up to 2 strong.
Kalau nggak sekarang cari backup
I mean, as one of the
kamera
only smokes in
lain
that,
kalau ada
road, I was gonna say
922
it's a
gitu
big
yang
target for the
webcam
teams.
gitu.
And what nades they do have
Kayak
left,
budak
so
kasih
one
Ivan
will
itu.
land, and it's gonna be Zenith though. He'll backstab
Udah
Petulins.
dihibahin duluan
That's a
ya.
big knock.
Iya, udah tak hibahin ya.
Zenith causing so many problems for Twisted Minds. He was the one
Oh,
that got the
aku
kill
tahu,
on the
aku
blue
ini
earlier, and now he
ngambil
gets the knock
kabel,
on
kan aku ada
Petulins.
kabel cadangan
Oleh
yang ke
will go
ininya.
down to exit. So
Ah,
TDT
coba.
now
Itu
out.
las
Oke,
ya.
bentar.
That's 9
Last
kills.
chance
itu las
Picked
kalau
up
udah nggak bisa
Twisted.
nggak
Can
ngerti
they
aku.
go for the res? Example, Perfectix not
Paling
even
izin aja
looking
sama
over that
PUBG juga
direction.
santai kok harusnya.
As they
Ngerti lah.
Zenith, okay, there you go. Flush out
Ya
your
kan,
kill.
Bang,
Another
PUBG.
point picked up for T1, but Zenith doing so much for T1 here.
Sembari aku bacain live chat Garit dulu guys sebentar ya.
There's no way that we're gonna get Petulins up, so Perfectix now is trying to get the off angle. They know
Kalau
at
pakai
this point it's
kamera
probably just
HP,
down to 2v1v1, isolate one
bisa
of these players
dia
and then just finish
pakai
it
kamera
off.
Discord nanti.
Trade potential.
Login.
Bisa ya.
Login pakai yang lain.
Example,
Apa, akun lain bisa, nanti di crop. Ribet tapi memang.
That is a
Yeah.
terrifying push to
Tapi
make.
mendingan minta
especially
izin
Ribet
nggak
ya.
sih
consider the
ke
no
PUBG-nya.
no best.
Izin
Zenith,
bang, jadi manca dulu di bentar
push.
apa ya.
I would not have seen him. There's no shot I would have seen him.
Kode Rager suruh ngirimin produk lah.
Flashbangs are coming out too, and that's actually I think
Itu
that's
dia.
fluky flashbangs that are causing.
Razer
some
padahal ada loh
problems.
produk
So,
bagusnya tuh.
Twisted
Kyo Pro
Minds not out of the woods by
kamera
any means. Here, good shots from Perfectix will force
murah lagi, iya nggak Dris?
Chuki back, and good push from Example to make sure that they secure that. All right, 2v1.
Iya,
They have a
sejutaan.
general idea of where Zenith is, but don't count
Karena
out.
gua
Oh,
udah-
email.
He's been a thorn in the
email,
side for
makasih.
Twisted Minds this entire late game.
Iya,
And
iya,
you can
iya.
see how damaged the Twisted Minds players are.
Yeah, Example did find a new helmet, but still,
Oh, there it is.
it doesn't even matter. Twisted,
Winner chicken
despite
dinner.
losing some members to some snakes out in the
Bang
grass,
twist.
will find their first victory
Lagi
here in
kuat
the
banget
first game of
Twisted
day
Man.
2, and what a victory it was. What a
GG
circle it was.
twist.
Just a nerve-rattling ending there.
Ngeri,
I mean,
bro.
even though they knew that they were 3 strong and they had all their players there, you saw how close they came to losing so many players just to these snakes
Bang,
because
spill
you just can't
parfumnya
spot
dong,
them.
loh.
So I mean,
HP-nya
fantastic
spill
work by
parfum.
Twisted Minds. Once again, we see them turn a decent day 1 into a big win to start day number 2.
Day number 2. Oke, chill dulu kita. Kita masuk ke ini dia. Masuk ke in game dulu. Ini lu bisa ngeliat in game gua, Tris, berarti ya?
Bisa.
Custom utility. Yeah. Ini dia, guys. Crafter pas black market, secret stash. Apa hal nih? Oke, ada tokennya. Saatnya open. Srok. Makasih supportnya. Level up, boleh. Claim all. Srok. Skematiknya berubah bentuk. Oke, buka langsung gak sih, guys? Sembari menunggu. Wih, ada emasnya, guys. Lo. Emas ini biasanya apa ini? Apakah? Oh, ada 2.
Legendary
Dapat legendary gua.
2.
Oh, iya. Legendary tuh ini, Tris. Gua udah punya ini. Tapi ini kalau dibuka isinya, walah, masih ada. Ya Allah, dance pun ada ternyata, guys. Oke, tenang dulu, gue buka ini dulu. Wih, emas lagi. Open. Lah. Ternyata epic juga emas. Binatang. Lah, kok emas terus? Lah.
Ah.
Alah, kagak ada emasnya. Alah. Buka. Alah. Alah.
Bau.
Oh, ini tuh mirip yang Lambo ya, binatang.
Baca dalam baca.
Ini otomatis. Emot weapon. Lumayan oke nih buat yang nggak punya skin. Wih. Ini yang bisa dijual nih. Yang gini-gini bisa dijual nih, Tris. Ini namanya marketable, di Steam bisa. Karakter. Tetap kesel sama ini sih. Ini yang capsa. Udah, itu doang guys. Oh, Pak, wih.
Bismillah, kafir. Sorry, bisa. Iya, bisa.
Fix berarti kabel ya.
Aduh,
Kabel.
kaji akhirnya.
Congrats, man.
Males banget anjing. Hah,
Gila.
kok bisa lu?
30 menit berjibaku guys, garitnya sama.
Iya, sampai keringetan aku. Sorry lo, sorry banget guys, sorry banget. Sorry banget. Cing keringetan.
Soalnya yang deg-degan itu kalau kameranya bermasalah guys. Sumpah.
Apa?
Iya, gua kendala-kendala gitu tuh yang deg-degan kalau kameranya yang bermasalah.
Kamera sama mikrofon.
Ikutan kah?
Enggak, kalau misalnya kamera, kalau di dua itu loh, kamera sama mikrofon kok bermasalah tuh, aduh kita.
Oh, sebagai streamer maksudnya.
Iya, nah.
Iya, gue tadi sebagai ininya equipnya, Rit. Sayang banget soalnya kalau kameranya yang jerok.
Iya sih, kamera jerok ya Pak. Di antara peripheral tuh semua yang paling mahal tuh ini ya, kamera ya.
Kamera
Iya, mikrofon paling berapa sih ini ya range-nya? Under 5 juta banyak yang bagus-bagus kan. Lah kamera
ini kayak gua mikrofon
berapa juta tuh Tris kamera apa mikrofonnya?
1 juta.
Oh, 1 juta.
Pas.
Juta pas.
1 juta
ya.
pas.
Tapi cocok sama mulut lo ya ini ya.
Yeay.
Cocok berarti. Cocok.
Ya tuh.
Gila, Twisted Mind 72. Naik deh. Tuh TS-nya masih top 3, Dris. Bisa lah itu. Kalau juara.
Bisa.
Ya.
Bisa.
Ada tim yang didukung nggak Mas di PGS ini? Itu si Cerberus yang nomor 5 tuh. Cuma tadi malah nggak nikmatin nonton, aku malah gerusak-gerusuk sendiri. Bentar. Kalau ngos-ngosan biasanya kalian ngapain, guys?
Nggak ngomong, Rit.
Nggak ngomong.
Iya. Minum.
Jadi aku tak ngerokok
biasanya.
dulu berarti.
Nggak, kalau ngerokok itu namanya nambah dong.
Oh, nambah. Oke, sorry.
Iya.
Sekarang aku tadi juga sampai lari ke bawah itu loh buat nyari kabel. Tim Indo namanya apa? Itu T1. T-nya Indonesia.
Betul sekali.
Iya, betul. Oke, Okto dapat ini apa
Tahi
namanya?
lagi.
Jok ya. Okto dapat title L Bera, aku dapat title L Service ya. Pokoknya streamer tua penuh dengan masalah. Kalau nggak masalah kesehatan ya teknis tuh loh.
Dulu gua kayak gitu dibilangnya streamer setting anjing. Jadi nyetingnya tuh pas udah live streaming. Apalagi
Karena tadi
awal-awal pakai Elgato itu loh, Rit, kan bingung ya kita ya.
Iya.
Anjing nyeting mulu gua live streaming tuh.
Aku pastiin sebelum live stream udah siap semua karena aku orangnya paling bete kalau pas kerja tuh ada permasalahan gitu loh.
Ya,
Gitu.
awalnya memang bener. Update dikit, jerok waktu itu.
Lupa settingannya tuh. Waduh,
Iya,
gimana
kemarin ya udah streaming lagi. Ya, ngomong-ngomong streaming dan settingan ya, kita masuk ke match kedua hari ini. Gila Garit. Berarti 1 game plus jedanya sampai udah masuk ke match kedua lagi nih dia.
Sorry ya guys ya, sorry. Ini things happen kemarin aku nemenin kalian full tapi sekarang lagi memang ada masalah teknis ya. Things happen. Yes, nggak mau diapain lagi ya. Octo by the way udah dapat kode tadi aku dengar.
Dapat. Alhamdulillah udah dapat.
Berapa kode? 6.
6 bersihnya. 1 dikorup sama saya tadi.
Berarti 5.
Enggak, 7. 1 dikorup.
Oh ya, layer 6 kan berarti Octo hari ini bagi 4 kode berarti.
3, besok 3.
Oh enggak 4 sekalian. 4 besok 2.
Mendingan 3 aja saya.
Iya. Nah kalau aku seperti biasa kodenya nanti gini aja, kodenya sebelum match 9 berarti setelah match 8 sama sebelum match terakhir ya kodenya ya. Nah itu, jadi dibarengin sama Octo kan 3 tuh, Octo baginya pas kapan aja?
Kita barengin di yang match ketiga.
Oke.
Sama 6 nanti antara match keempat atau kelima lah aku bagiinnya yang satu lagi.
Oh siap. Ditanyain tuh Idris nggak live ya?
Udah.
Nggak, udah kaya katanya.
Amin.
Mas Octo delay banget ya? Iya.
Ya maaf ya bang. Delay bangetnya delay pas nonton atau delay streaming? Kalau streaming emang agak delay gua.
Ya streamingnya.
Oh,
Jadi
sekarang detik berapa? Aduh.
bukan maksudnya gini,
Hasil
kayak
streamingnya kan, outputnya kan.
iya hasil streamingmu.
Cuek.
Awik walk.
Well, circle 1 we were just controlling space and then
Apa?
circle 2
Kalau
we
gua
noticed
pakai
that we need
ultra
to
soalnya
get away from our
nganu,
edge,
Bang.
so we saw a good middle spot
Makin
was
pecah
fine,
sekarang
and
nih YouTube itu.
circle kept shifted away but
Ultra
we
low.
held our control and we
Iya,
killed
latensinya.
kill
Iya.
and
Gua pakainya yang
ended up
low
with a lot of
doang.
kills because
Yang
Circle ultra low sih.
and we just
7
killed everyone in
detik,
front of us,
5-7 detik.
Just kill everyone in front of you.
Sekarang detikan di gamenya aman gak Rit lo? Sama gak kayak gua? 13, 14, 15. Yang di atas ya?
17, 18, 19, 20.
Sekarang udah makin kenceng, Rit. Gokil.
Yoi.
Berarti gue yang gua refresh dulu bentar nih. Serok. Loh, kok in-track lagi?
Bang Gary jadwal live buat tahun depan kan sehari 2 kali, nggak capek kah Bang? Sebenarnya kalau capek di fisik nggak mungkin ya, tapi mungkin nanti agak khawatir di burnout-nya ya mungkin ya. Nah makanya nanti kita coba live stream jalan sehari 2 kali selama 3 bulan ya kan. Terus kita evaluasi bareng, kalian lebih menikmati bagaimana kembali ke format lama atau gimana. Tapi yang jelas dicoba dulu aja 3 bulan. Istilahnya kayak trial. Gitu. Santai aja, well-beingku itu tanggung jawabku, bukan tanggung jawabnya kalian. Kalian itu kalau istilahnya di live stream tuh tanggung jawab kalian cuma menikmati aja. Nah, gitu loh. Kalau tidak bisa menikmati berarti silahkan masukkan kritik dan saran, tapi belum tentu ditanggepin. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Useless juga. Itu sekarang udah 33, 34. Sama nggak deh? 35? Apa lebih cepat?
36, 37, 38.
Pas banget. Enak.
Benar, tanggung jawab viewers itu menjaga adab live chat. Ya. Tanggung jawab viewer itu cuma satu, bertanggung jawab live chatnya dijaga dengan sopan, dengan baik gitu aja.
Purdy with 2 as well. So mortars, we've
Enak.
actually seen mortars come
Ngomong-ngomong adab,
into effect
ini
much
adab
more.
PUBG turni itu
PGS6,
jarang
I mean,
TPP
we've seen them
betul
throughout
Bang
the
ya?
year, but PGS6, we've seen quite a few
Karena
maps,
rata-rata
and
turnamen
it's-
PUBG PC itu
It's very exciting
FVP
for
Bang.
us. It's probably
Turnamen
helpful if you're on
PUBG
the receiving
PC
end.
tidak pernah TPP semenjak FPP dimasukin. Berarti sudah berapa tahun itu?
Tapi nggak tahu tahun depan ya, gue punya kabar-kabar angin sih katanya mau coba TPP lagi dia.
What was that? Mark?
Aku nggak yakin bakal jadi TPP lagi.
Gue juga nggak
Oke.
yakin kalau
Aneh,
para playernya.
aneh kalau PPP.
Iya,
Benar.
jadi apa?
This gun's too old.
Kesan
I need the new
Kompetitif.
stuff.
apa ya kompetitifnya tuh hilang gitu loh.
Betul.
They actually opted to
Gitu.
come down to Millie base. They gave up that western bridge hold, but they're still going to be holding on that side of the bridge.
Kalau
that
TPP sih
is going to
bener
allow them
sih
to
ngurangin
rotate if
cheater
this
sih
does
Rit.
shift. You see it, some
Dikit.
teams still hesitate to
Waller
make that
waller
cross
nggak perlu
17,
soalnya
one of them TDP,
bisa
FW,
bisa waller manual
also
kan.
just kind of waiting for that
Nempel
Kalau di turnamen
tembok.
masih nge-cheat mati aja sih jujur aja.
want to commit.
Jujur aja ya. Kalau di turnamen masih nge-cheat. Digantung aja tuh di venue tuh, di depan venue digantung aja tuh.
Siapinnya
Jadi
tomat
apa?
ya kan.
Cheaternya yang CS dulu tuh 4 second itu.
Iya.
Yang ngurangin dia tuh. Kemarin pas mati listrik sampai pagi Pomas, aman kah PC-nya? Kan aku
Aduh Haisakinya. Down.
Oh,
Bang Haisaki.
ya UPS ku sudah aku benerin, jadi nggak langsung mati. Kalau mati lampu kan ada suara tit gitu. Santai, sudah ada UPS. Terus kemarin mati lampunya tuh sampai setengah 12. Kenapa?
Pakai UPS nggak Tris?
Nggak.
Apa pas mati listrik lu yang bunyi itu?
Orang bunyi sih.
Kayak sirine.
And they actually just might be content or just reserved to not necessarily swim across. But
Udah
they might
makan,
just
Riz,
wanna
tapi
send
by the
across
way.
West Bridge later. We don't know.
Sure.
If it
Makan makan ngemil.
Bang
Johan
Johan.
bagi-bagi 100.000 koin.
Ngemil
Pesan,
oh,
malam
tahu,
Bang
astaga,
Okto.
bahu.
Cara join di roleplay kita gimana Bang kalau buat
Kalau
pemula?
sampai
Terima
ngemil
kasih.
bahu berarti
Oke.
cemilan orang kaya bahu.
Saya tampung Bang ya untuk Bang Johan kalau mau main di luar konteks PUBG nih ya. Join dulu Discord kitanya, terus ngambil role warga dengan cara ngechecklist, bukan checklist sih, nge-react emote di sana ya, ada di deskripsi. Nah baru yang basicnya sih sebenarnya cari tutorial konekin GTA ke 5M-nya Bang. Kalau memang udah bisa konekin GTA ke 5M, udah nge-react role, nanti tinggal nyari aja di 5M-nya kisah tanah air. Kalau nggak bisa, tinggal F8, quit, masuk lagi ke 5M-nya. Itu kan suka disuruh nge-restart soalnya gitu.
Dari pagi belum makan. Nanti kamu kurus loh.
Makasih ya Bang Johan 100.000-nya ya. Berkah selalu.
Ya udah nanti
Bang.
kamu makin kurus loh.
Kamu
nggak mau gemuk kah, Idris?
Sah.
Gila ini Bang
Maksudnya
Johan ini
bukan gemuk,
abu-abu
tapi
ini ya,
ditambahin
loyal
gitu
ya
di
gue lihat ya.
agak digempalin dikit gitu nggak mau.
Ya, mau
Kalau misalkan Bang
tapi-
Johan mau
tapi
nontonin
susah.
aku terus,
naik
aku sarankan join member Bang ya.
Ya gimana ente?
Biar
seharian
replay
makannya
streaming
semata
juga masih
balik,
bisa nonton,
gimana ya?
Hijau. Tapi
Ya ini nggak mau coba minum protein gitu, Idris. Suplemen
Mahal.
gitu. Ada ya iya sih. Atau yang ini aja.
Nggak bisa di
Apa?
kalau udah mahal sih emang mahal.
Nggak gini, berarti pakai yang alternatif yang alami toh yang murah. Apa makan telur tapi nggak pakai kuningnya, ya kan? Terus apa
Itu
banyakin makan protein kan?
Kalau kuningnya apa?
Lemak.
Lemak.
that twisted
Kuningnya
box
lemah
is
tuh.
more in that Nova
Emang
range.
kalau nggak pakai
Makanya
kuning
If you
bisa
go to the top
makin
radio
gemuk.
tower, it looks like
Lebih sehat,
the
gak
Oh, lebih
apa-apa.
sehat.
Bulkingnya tuh loh.
Bulkingnya,
Jadi
iya,
bulking
iya,
lebih
iya.
sehat ya kan.
Walaupun
Sama
enak
kayak
sih.
kalau
Yeah, something we didn't
Body
even talk about is what if
bulking.
the circle just centers up on the
tempe
original?
tuh, tempe bagus
Oh,
buat
iya.
bulking.
Si
Tempe,
Chris
dada
itu.
ayam.
Indeed.
Tempe
So
mentah.
it's gonna commit. It's actually gonna commit
Itu
towards Prime
bro,
Rock on
kau
early base, and
mau
that means
bulking
Day
bukan
Trade
masuk
is
penjara
in a
makan tempe
great
mentah
position
kau.
off of their early rotation down to
Kok
the
masuk penjara, Dit?
base.
Emang tema mentah
I gotta
kenapa,
tell
Dit?
you this, you know,
Ya kalau di penjara
at
kan
least
menu
it's
makan.
committed
Aku
to
nggak
the
tahu ya kalau di
side.
Jogja itu
This is still
dari pengalamannya
terrible.
temanku
Yeah.
tempe yang cuma
This is
direbus
so
doang
bad.
tuh loh.
Not
Makanya.
great.
Western Bridge
Tapi emang
Jadi nasi
tempe
pakai
mentah sih
tempe.
si ini ada
Mentah
Mr.
padahal
Olimpianya
enak
Indo
loh.
itu.
Oh ya?
Enak.
Iya.
Emang
Emang
empuk.
bisa dimakan.
temannya.
Ya. Si Bay.
Ngomong-ngomong, aku mau ngambil granola bar di kamarku sebentar, lapar aku.
Oke, Bang.
The question though, Poros, do they know about FW?
Emang
I
kalau
don't think
habis
so.
ngeluarin
Raise with an
energi
angle
guys
up
ya,
onto one of the members there, up
perlu
17.
replace energi lagi
Little Ghost
begitu ya.
stated
Jadi,
they sent early, but yeah,
30 menit keluar
also
keringat
some
ya kan.
key pickups, right?
Ibaratnya dia
Will
tuh secara nggak
immediately
langsung
come
fitness
through
tadi tuh.
for some of the teams off in the
Nah,
distance,
lapar
not wanting to
jadinya.
deal with it at all. 4AM being one of those teams.
4AM, 4AM lawan Genji. Dris.
Makanya baru tadi pagi.
Oh,
Wih,
you're right.
dua kali makan dong lu.
Belum makan, baru pagi doang.
Ya maksudnya hari ini rencana 2 kali makan doang berarti.
Memang biasanya dua kali doang sehari.
Progres gimana, Rit? Ke berat badan. Selain kesehatan ya.
Aku lebih ke arah malas makan sih kalau nggak sama istriku.
Gue kira kayak mulai concern kesehatan gitu.
Concern cuma gimana ya? Kalau makan nggak sama istriku tuh sepi tuh loh.
Oh kalau sama istri lu bacot-bacotan atau gimana?
Punya tolol kayak gitu.
Wes gila Bang Johan Kurniawan, welcome to Fox Gold. Terima kasih sudah berlangganan Bang, semoga enjoy ya. Semoga.
Makan sop pakai tangan gitu kan, nggak pakai sendok, bacot-bacotan. Nah itu makanya aku sama istriku.
Wih,
Mak ya.
kena lagi lu.
Tapi tetap aja nggak jatuh.
Pickup bully. Pushing Genji off.
Hampir rata lagi damage-nya dah. Coba kalau fokus satu meninggal itu.
Nggak kayak kemarin kan, Tok?
Iya.
Falcons now have to make a decision where are you going to go in the
Di
circle.
PGS 5 ya waktu itu ya?
That's a rough cross.
Iya pakai 5.
That they're at. They saw Theraton 5. They're already dropping right now. You see the
Ini aja aku
shots
cuma
coming
makan granola nih.
from Luna Galaxy. Nothing in the kill
Jadi
feed on him
nggak
just yet. It looks like
ada
Anak
gulanya.
actually going to be the first one to go
Tinggi di
down.
fiber, makanya aku akhir-akhir ini beraku keras banget.
Where are they going to go as we see this fight continuing over
Fiber
on
terus yang
very
dimakan.
pure utility coming
Bukannya
out
kalau
from
serat itu
TSM.
Maksudnya padat gitu loh.
Nah, that was Genji just getting absolutely
Beranya tuh
megang
padat.
nggak padatannya gimana itu?
Nggak usah, orang dari pantatku sakit aja udah tahu aku kalau itu padat.
Dibahas berak dah sekarang.
Mas aku lagi ngunyah dan give a shit.
It's so late to come over on that E pickup and expect there to be some
Ngebayangin
free space,
gua.
especially from the
Kebayang
angle,
dia sama gua.
Beraknya
the,
dari
the
maksudnya.
angle that they were coming from. There was just nowhere. I mean, if the high ground is taken already.
Gak disuruh diet sama istriku. Istriku tuh nggak pernah nyuruh aku diet. Ya kemak dulu nyuruh, cuma nggak pernah maksa gitu loh. Ini dari aku sendiri aja.
4 AM, the E pickup bullies.
Karena kalau disuruh malah nggak mau. Aku tuh kayak anak kecil tau nggak. Kalau disuruh ngepel nggak pernah mau. Tapi kalau didiemin nanti tahu-tahu ngepel sendiri, motong rumput sendiri gitu loh.
Either way, 4 AM, we'll
Gengsi
see if they
anjing
can
disuruh ya.
actually survive this one.
Iya, disuruh tuh gengsi itu loh.
There you go. They're the E pickup villains now.
Yes.
So, well, either way, this fight's gonna have to come to an end.
Makan sendiri tuh kayak makan nggak ada yang nemenin ya mas. Gimana?
Everybody
Cing,
that
gimana?
you've been fighting with is gonna hear this, and the shots are coming through from
Thank you,
Luke 12, but he's got to land them through the water tower and nothing is gonna hit. Okay, Halo.
Disaster!
No, that's not where you. The
Serak
boats don't
dah.
like being on rock
Nyangkut.
speed.
How did that even get
Lucu
up
banget lagi.
there? I don't even understand. My
Lah,
favorite
jadi
part
pajangan
about
museum,
Cast is
Jing.
like you're leaning through, trying to navigate yourself
Tapi
in
panik
while
juga tadi.
shooting. That is a disaster for KDF.
Disaster, man.
Yeah. Boats definitely don't like being on rocks. Well, TSM, I mean, if you're TSM at this point, they've got an E pickup now in the air as well, but why not just stick around? You've got these guys dead to rights. This is free points. On the island is going to be nothing but instant death if you try to take that drop. It feels like, why not stick
Ucup
here,
geng
kill
lo.
everybody that's left and just take your kill points and hope
Ada
for the
angin
best.
apa nih, Bang
TSM,
Ucup?
what else do you got to fight for really here?
I mean,
Pancuk
maybe they think
mania.
that there's a position that they
Thank
can
you,
play in the
Acup.
circle, but as we
Maybe.
saw with the Falcons,
Padahal
there's
belum
really
gajian
not much
kota
available.
loh.
So it looks like
Kapan ya
they're actually
gajian?
not taking it, but KDF have recovered. Salute is going to
Nah,
find the knock on a Luke 12 down. Only 2 members left for TSM.
Oh, and FW actually shooting at him from the boat gets Alo very low.
Oh, Bang
It's a pause on that, and
TSM.
now Freaks back up to full strength.
Lo, pegang TSM lo, Dres.
And now they are just
Iya.
trying to find
Jadi dia tuh
there's
awalnya
spot out
kan
Sparky,
4
so they know
AM
where one is.
sama Genji.
Can they spot
Ngeliat
out
4 AM sama
Halo? It'll be
Genji.
the sneaky one. He's
Drop,
gonna get the shots
tiba-tiba
in, get
dukung
the
TSM
knock
tadi.
on to
Karena peringkat kedua.
Now, Freaks shooting.
Oke.
Terus
Everybody on
gua
TSM
challenge, ya udah. Kalau tes salah satu dari yang lu pilih juara, nih besok kan penentuan nih Rit, ya. Ada yang salah satu dipilih sama kita juara, gua kasih voucher Steam 250.000, gue bilang.
Oke.
And wouldn't you know
Kita
it,
lihat
after all of
dikutukan
this,
apa kagak nih
Troy,
pilihan dia nih.
takes that super late E pickup, and they get a free compound as you see Falcons just
Rapi yang nge-spraynya
I mean,
anjing.
it's, you come that
Kukira
late,
nonton
it's
DBL masih ya tadi
pretty
aku
much
nonton yang
guaranteed
Debrito
that spot's gonna
yang
take. You
stage
just hope
lawan
maybe
Olivan.
you can win that fight. To be fair,
5 member
that is a
gift dari
compound that sees a
Pancuk.
lot of 2-2
Iya
splits, right? So you hope that maybe the guys on the
Ucup
high ground
goreng
can't
Kohans
defend,
lagi
and you
sih
can get in
kemarin
there
parah
quickly and take
banget
the
ya.
42
Wow.
and get that compound.
Let's go Idris.
Sudah
Unfortunately,
mulai
it doesn't
nih
work
gue
out
lihat
that
nih
way for them this
panda-panda
time.
ini guys.
They got punished for that.
Go.
And they
Thank
dropped
you,
a
5
little
member
early,
giftnya
so they didn't
Pancups.
necessarily get to see that the entirety of the South was clear, right? So
Yeah.
that also something to go back and
Gimana
look
nih
at. But now
Cerberus
with
nih?
Cerberus, we saw them lose 1 member early as they did the last game, but still 3 members alive.
Masih
They're
ada
gonna
Himas,
have to
masih
test.
aman.
With multiple teams on the north side here, it's going to be
Tapi yang mati
who are
Haizaki
now on
ya?
the bottom side of
Gak
this
apa-apa,
hill,
masih ada
which
Solozium cut
is
lah.
going to cause issues for
Siapa?
them shortly. I can tell
Tandemnya
you.
Himas kan
And then
Haizaki.
New Happy just on the east in that kind of
Sebenarnya Taikon sih.
new compound
Cuman-
area.
Kan udah nggak ada.
It was new a long
Well,
time ago.
Bean, once again, the last player left alive for Freaks. So getting their money's worth out of him as far as time played. But I don't think he's going to be much longer for this.
Nyogok Ponder.
Berapa
Nah,
hari
ini
Om?
Ucup
Besok
karena
besok
SP3
last ini last
Finish
day.
off yourself and no points awarded towards either.
Lebih
as
ke
everyone just
takut
went
dikatain
back to
abu aja
London.
berarti.
So we can now fully turn our attention over towards
Gimana
Military
tadi, sorry?
Island, where the circle has centered up on poor little Rex. All
Tanya
by
ini berapa
himself.
hari ininya, besok terakhir gitu loh.
Little baby Rex.
Just hanging out and
Little shack.
at the west side. It's going to be Luna taking shots towards
Bang
FW.
TSM.
Right behind the position. that you see
Tusun,
Luke on.
tusun.
Cerberus still keeping tabs on TDT as well as
Nah, kalau ini
17.
menurut lo yang chicken siapa nih?
The better
Idris.
position for them is they are the ones to backfill, and
Who's
17 are
thinking?
about to be in a very
Apa?
uncomfortable sandwich.
Twisted.
Nice
Wis.
double nade to leave things
Wis.
off.
Oh.
We'll get Shawu down to
Barusan
about
habis
three.
chicken
Luke
sih,
goes
Dris.
spotting that tree, but Cerberus not over peeking, not
Yeah,
over committing.
see.
They're going to see if they can get what they can
Ya
get
gue cuma ngasih
with
tau
their
doang.
utility, and then immediately
Biasanya udah
back off,
chicken,
expecting
kadang
the return
nganu
come
lah.
through as somebody's dropping mortars on their forehead.
Abang
That might be
Tusun.
TDT. Yeah.
Aduh,
From the
Cerberusnya
compound, it would make
masih di
sense.
luar
So,
zone.
Cerberus just lay down the smoke.
Bang
Nick
Himas.
edges,
Iya,
take a few
iya.
shots, and then immediately just retreat. They know to expect that.
Johan
Lanjut
bagi-bagi
aktivitas lain dulu,
50.000 koin.
Okto. Ditunggu
Pesan,
Salah satu
sampai-
lanjut
senior juga
aktivitas
di
lain
Cerberus.
dulu Bang Okto. Ditunggu Pumel partinya lagi buat nemenin makan abis balik kantor. Semangat Bang.
Thank you Bang Johan, silakan beraktivitas lagi. Sehat-sehat selalu, berkah selalu juga. Lancar kerjaannya Bang Johan. Thank you Bang Johan.
Perfect is no okay. Duck bomb.
Lah,
We'll get
Johan.
started on
Satu
that
lagi.
but they almost get
Doku,
there
thank you 14 bulannya di
before
Platinum.
New Happy fully committed to leaving that compound, and so now they're
Platinum,
going to send it
Bang
towards
Doku,
Rex's shack.
ngerinya.
Rex, you have a small bit of land left
Yah,
for
masa.
yourself. Can you defend it?
Dicek
They're gonna
dong.
Check it first, but Hymas gonna get spotted immediately the flashbang will come
Ya
through.
Allah.
Solozzi still low, and
Ya.
he defends himself.
And what a
Gila.
play, immediately recognizing the vehicle went behind, finding the angle
Belos.
onto him. That was so heads up from Rex that he still is in the center of the
Shirk.
circles. Now FW will have to contend with the team of Day Trade.
Beautiful
Sekarang
work
hujan
from the
kagak tahu,
solo
guys,
from
ya.
Gen G to keep things
Bandung hujan
alive
nggak, Dris?
for his squad. Day Trade, meanwhile,
Siung hujan
still going back and forth with FW.
Ini
FW a lot more
sekarang
room to work around here
Enggak.
as they
Enggak.
play around the outside of the compound, but they
Anjing,
are down to
sama.
just Banana 1 and 6 sacks, and you can see it is,
Kagak
that
kedengeran,
circle
guys,
is
hujannya.
burning right now, and Banana 1 going to have to stop down just to go for the heal now. 6X picked up a shotgun, but nobody's really biting just
Emang
yet.
hujan badai guys, dari
Pushing
mana
into
itu
the
hujan badai?
building itself, well,
Iya,
it is.
nyangkut.
No, it's gonna hit the edge of the wall, but 6X will find Flash. Banana 1 will get traded back as well, and now it's all down to 6X with the shotty in hand.
And the problem here for
The
Day Trade is
gaming-
if they can just get
Sure.
rid of 6
Sure.
as quickly
Sure.
as possible, they can
Sure.
try to make it up
Yeah.
towards the north. But no, that fight concluded way too quickly. But the
Tapi
casualties
Day Trade
there,
ya,
we
beuh.
delayed 6X delayed
Lagi
Day
menyala
Trade.
juga
And
Day
now
Trade
17
walaupun
can
masih
wrap
di
on the
zone.
west would potentially
Paling
stop
berserak bentar lagi.
Day Trade from coming in.
All right,
Oh,
Day
Lah,
gitu loh.
Dris, TSM Dris.
There are 3 players alive. They've got that western side, but 17,
Tusun,
as you
men.
mentioned, just very
Anjing.
beaten right now.
Ya.
Two knocked, trying to go for those reses.
Cimahi
While
hujan badai
blue,
gede katanya
as
Cimahi.
T1 is taking
4M,
shots
Dris.
from their east, and Luna Galaxy taking shots from their north.
Paling
Luna
bawah
Galaxy
lagi.
in a beautiful position with high ground and low ground covered, but nothing really showing itself just yet. 4AM might just be committing to the blue, but now T1 has to worry about Twisted Minds wrapping around on the edge of the circle, but Lou
Tuh,
gonna go down.
Dris.
Perfectix
Twist,
gonna go
Dris, lihat,
down.
Dris.
T1
Dua-
so
dua
quick to
menit.
turn.
Dua berserak Dris, lihat Dris.
Just like that, T1 has flipped the script
Tiga,
on
Dris.
Twisted
Tiga,
Minds. Not only
Dris.
that, but they're burning in the blue pole.
Iya, 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 iya.
A dire situation.
Ya,
It's
ya,
just
ya,
down
ya,
to
ya, ya,
Blues,
nggak bisa,
and he's
Bang,
not
Bang.
gonna be able to get that res. Meanwhile, T1 now starting to make their way
Sisa
up
sendiri tuh,
towards
Dris, lihat,
Luna
Dris.
to take that
Mati
fight,
zona
take
nih, bentar lagi,
the
Dris.
high ground.
And Luna Galaxy saw that in the kill feed.
And
They
then
saw the
Luis.
fight going on. They tried to push out.
Semua
They
yang
tried to
disebut
get
dia tuh
everybody
mati.
together and send it. But unfortunately, Vinny takes a knock, so that's only a duo that's pushing
Dewa-
2-1
dewa
right now. They're
kematian.
trying to
Dewa
get
kematian.
into utility range. It looks like they've got a couple knocks in. 4 Angry Men still from the blue,
Bewok
causing
mapiam.
destruction and chaos
And
and
please.
third-party influence onto this fight.
Still though, Luna
Tenang,
Galaxy
tenang,
have
masih
done a
ada
great
sendiri
job
dia.
from this position. We
Di
saw them
sundut
get rid
John
of the
paling bentar
Falcons,
lagi
now
nih.
7 kills.
Sama kayak 4AM lu.
Opportunity to get some more. It's just down to EN, the last
Oh,
member.
FaZe.
But no, he's
Yeah.
getting shot in the backs, and as you said, it's going to be
What the
Correxy
hell?
to find him.
FaZe still 4 strong. They've been playing from the compound. We haven't gotten a chance to mention them too much, but they've been playing it safe. That's their first kill. That's their first point. Kraken gonna get spotted by Bobo.
Yeah.
Haven will
Ente
finish
YM.
the reign of terror. But Luna Galaxy 10
Tenang,
Ini
Mas.
Twisted ini batul ini.
gets Kraken back on his feet before Day
Lu kan
Trade
predik
arrives.
Twisted
far,
Man
one of the
bakal
best
chicken. Nah
performances
ini
we've
udah
seen.
jerok duluan.
One of the
Pilihan lu
American
sih
representative,
Genji
and they're
nih.
gonna have
Tim
to
favorit
deal
lu
with Day
gimana
Trade.
nih?
As you said, contending
Itu pun
now
satu
up the
tuh
hill,
dari
Bell
mana?
Norns being
Musa
that
ayo.
spearhead with
Sebut doang.
Belmoth actually sitting in the back as the anchor to make sure that they don't
Ini
get wrapped
dapat
around
satu nih.
from 17 or any other teams of the north.
Tuh
It is
dua-duanya nih.
just
Oh, ngeri
17
jauh
currently,
ya.
and then
Bang Twist.
Will.
Oh.
But Tulin's making it in, but
Kok bisa-bisanya? Selamat.
sitting in the
Okay.
center here with the P90 final break out. Norns will find Posa. That's a big knock to start it off. Posa being such
Channel
a great
Idris,
player
Idris.
and such an important impactful
Tutorial
player for Luna.
Idris
Huge
Kurniawan,
knock
Idris
because Posa was
Mancing,
in the
Idris apa
position
lagi?
Idris Mancing.
to keep an eye on Day
Ah.
Trade should they push, but unfortunately they were able to take him out before he was able to return him
Tapi
out
sumpah
there.
gara-gara
Now he'll pull over,
lagunya
he's gonna
Idris
get
sekarang
finished
kalau
off. Haven
apa
will
main
find
game
it off
gitu
in the
kalau
Vandal,
ngomong anjing
although
tuh
now it's
anjing
down to
kayak.
just Norns and Belmont, but Norns will find Kraken. Some
Serius.
trades coming through here from Day Trade, 2v2 to
Gua
finish this
iblis.
off, but Vinny and Haven, they've got the high
Kalian
ground.
orang
They've got
keren.
smokes to play around,
Double
but
artis.
Belmont using them to
Raja
perfection,
neraka.
coming in from the side.
I
They've
am
got
the
hard
king.
cover that they can retreat to, but you can see the
King
damage
of
coming
fire!
in. He's going to feed that information over, but he will get finished off by Norns.
But it's FaZe now starting to come in. They realize that both of these teams are limping in as they're going to try to take control. Fex will find
Batulin kelar.
Batulins just to get him out of there. Belmoth, meanwhile, will find and finish Haven as FaZe trying to clean this up as quickly as possible, but still they have so much
Bang,
time.
Twist, bang.
There's no other team to contend, and as you can see, Fex now starting to make his way to the
hilang.
south side with his team.
Vinny, the last player left alive for Luna Galaxy, and all he's got is a window. As Day Trade, they are back to shotguns. They are anticipating the push from FaZe, but FaZe, they know that that is a risk that they don't have to take. They've got 4 alive. There's only 15 left up in this lobby. Vinny will find the opening, not going to Belmoth. It's going to be down to Norris. He knows exactly what building he's in. Has FaZe heard this? Are they interested in coming over in third party in this fight now that they know it's just a 1v1?
So what they've done is they've actually ended up kind of splitting attention, right? They still have 2 members in the south to make sure they're keeping tabs of what's happening with Day Trade and Luna, but they also sent Jeems and Fex to hold that ridge line to make sure that New Happy then can't come in third party.
Kalau yang kayu-kayu gitu nggak bisa di wallbang ya.
Fantastic decision making coming out from FaZe.
Kalau bisa tuh merubah meta banget itu.
Beberapa
and at this point,
map sih
with the
ada
way the
memang
fight
ya.
has
Yang
turned
bisa
out between Day
ditembak.
Trade and Luna, it's just going to be a 1v1. I think they might just kind of leave
Kayak
even just
Karakin
one
tuh
anchor
ada
in
sebenarnya,
Rexy
cuman
and kind of focus
dia
on
map-map
New Happy as they are
normal
also
tuh
the
nggak
other team that's
bisa.
4 strong.
Nggak semua gitu loh. Bener-bener ganti meta bakal lebih seru loh tuh kalau misalnya yang tembok-tembok atau pintu kayu itu.
They're going to flashbang, wait and see if they can find him. Shot in hand, Belmoth will finish off Luna Galaxy, but that is a big game for Luna as they climb the leaderboard.
Like I said, one of their best
Not very
performances
far,
we've
but
seen. But I mean, hey, it's something. That's a game they needed. That's a confidence boost that they desperately needed. Is now it's going to be 17 Gaming taking shots over a New Happy. And look at this circle, as you said, Day Trade given a break. A great spot to work from.
Masih di Thailand ya?
Somewhat distracted, holding off New Happy, but still
masih di Thailand ya?
Turningnya.
Unfortunately for New Happy, they try to take the fight over to 17, but 17 just not going down.
Kayaknya masih di Thailand deh.
FaZe time to put themselves into a good position here to kind of take advantage of New Happy's outside of zone spot here. But again,
halo, sama teman-teman Luna Galaxy ini tim dari mana? Brazil ya kayaknya Luna Galaxy ya.
FaZe is going to send Gustav back down to the south to keep an eye on.
Kalau nggak salah Brazil guys.
Careful not to get knocked here.
The other scary thing that we kind of mentioned, but Rex is just sitting in a shack with a P90 of all guns. That is a terrifying shack to try to get in.
Lompat gendut.
Earlier, became a Cerberus, but you Belmoth can get on top of Grandma's here and get angles onto potentially FaZe. They also have to be careful, but as we stated, Gustav still kind of staying back to keep tabs on the duo of Day Trade.
8 kills for Day Trade, 650 damage for Nuren so far. You gotta imagine he's gonna add to that total. Corexy will finish off Zhao Z with the explosion. Jeems will get AZ, and now New Happy in big trouble, but Nuren's gonna go down as well as Xiaowu has found the angle. 17 has finally decided that they don't want to have anything to do with this fight to New Happy. Instead, let's push the high ground. They know that Day Trade is up there with only 2, so they get the initial knock. I love
this decision from 17. It's so smart. As you said, why deal with the 2 teams that are kind of hidden and covered from us? We can't really get a good angle onto it. Let's just go the duo on the south side. They get the knock and FaZe coming alive, 6 kills and still 4 members left alive. It's going to come down to FaZe as a 4-man, 17 is 3, and then just Day Trade
17 atau PUBG atau
solo.
tiba-tiba Belmoth mengamuk.
17 TSM, we're starting to pull away from all these the rest of the pack. We needed to have some big performances from these groups that were in the chase to try to turn it into a multi-team race. Day Trade delivering in a big way so far. FaZe could be the next one on the chopping block here as they've got 4 alive. They've got 17.
Maksudnya yang ini yang apa?
And Belmoth
top 4 ininya.
Genji, the solo player has gone down, so the P90 may be off the board.
Tetap di top 4 dulu.
Oh, ini poin placementnya ya, poin placement.
Kalau ini baru chicken dinner.
Ya, benar-benar. Day paling gede berarti ya masalah placement.
Quite a bit, at least on the east, right? They have that ridge line to work with. They have a lot of room, a lot of cover. More importantly, they don't have to take any unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, though, on that road, 17 also has a foothold in the circle to play. As you can see, it is sloping towards the north side, and it is quite barren. So we'll see how this one plays out. It's really going to be on to 17 to try to find a knock and catch FaZe making a mistake, catch them slipping. But so far, FaZe has looked so good in this game. I doubt that's going to be the case.
Both of these teams can really kind of hold on to their utility for the time being as well. Just wait. Just take as long as you like here. If Belmoth has to leave that compound, they would love to be able to pick that kill out, get at least 1 more point in the bag as the flashbangs coming through from
Checking terus bang.
Preventative, preventative maintenance just in case there was a sneaky snake hiding up there in the grass, and really disciplined play from the FaZe front man wait and see.
Tim Indo nggak masuk ya, nggak masuk final ya.
There's no reason for them to do anything high risk here. I mean, this win
Alah,
could be huge for
Belmont.
them.
Yep, and they're playing it exactly how they
Tidak.
should. Realistically, it's going to be 17 that I'm not worried about, but they would have most of the issue when it comes to Belmoth coming out if Suju isn't careful and he eats a knock. I mean, again, whichever one of these teams start to incur any sort of loss when it comes to knocks, that is the dinner bell ringing for the other team to get aggressive and go for that third party. So now Belmoth, I mean, might be reserved to just sit in that shack, maybe eat blue, not give a point away, and he's got a jammer
pasrah
pack, so it's
kayaknya.
going to take a little longer for him
Iya,
to go down.
biar
but
nggak ngasih poin.
Yeah, this feels like the play here for Belmoth.
Yeah.
I mean, you know you're in a lose-lose
fine.
situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead, go down. But big performance there from Day Trade as they now have cracked that 70-point barrier. They're up in the top 4 with the rest of the big hitters. And 17, while all this was going on, sent Lil Ghost down to that
Bang
roadside,
Faji,
that
ayo
low
Bang
ground.
Faji.
And he's
Nah, lu
got
megang
behind
Faji
the
kan,
tree,
Dris?
and I've gotta
Iya,
imagine
ini kan
FaZe has no idea
jatuhnya kan
he's
lu
down there. No shot to be
61% nih,
sent over in
Dris.
that direction just yet.
Harusnya ya.
What kind of utility do these guys have?
Kok turun
FaZe
terus?
have been in that compound for quite some time, so they
Ini
haven't
harusnya
really had to
61% nih,
get
guys.
involved
Ya, kita
in any
lihat ya.
open field fighting just yet, so they should be sitting pretty nice. First smokes will come through. Some
Harus
team
bisa
will
menang ya.
instantly start sending
Iya,
grenades over in that
logikanya
direction.
mah menang, Dris.
This
Masa
trap on the
kematian
south side
itu,
from
Dris,
FaZe.
pilihan lu.
What they do, take control of the center. Fex will find Shawu, the first to fall. Suju now.
Bener, Dris, 4
trying
lawan 2.
to go in with the response.
Congrats,
So
Dris.
strong, and look at the angle.
Boh.
The way-
Congrats, man.
Angle From 17, it's just
Congrats,
down to
man.
Lil Ghost. He'll find
Boh.
one, but realistically,
Congrats,
he
man.
can't get it done. FaZe will win the second game and get a healthy
Gila,
amount of
Bang
points here on a
Faji.
wrangle.
FaZe
Kalau kata
clear
orang-orang,
with
Idris cenayang
authority
banget kalau
there
sisa
at
2
the
tim
end.
doang.
Once
Dan
they
itu
made
juga
the
4 lawan 3 ya.
decision, all 4 members were fully into it.
Gila,
Push,
men.
and they dispatched
I am the
with
king.
King of Fire. I am baking. Ngeri banget sih itu.
Oke, berarti kita saatnya ngasih kode
Dia itu baru match 8 tuh.
dua. Hah? Kan aku ini apa sebelum match 9.
Oh, sebelum match 9 maunya. Oke.
Ayo, toh
Yuk.
kan lu 3 hari ini, ya kan?
Iya. Gue kira setelah match 9, setelah match 3 jatuhnya.
Apa mau gini aja, lu di 3 match terakhir langsung jadi match
4, 5, 6.
ah,
10, 11, 12 boleh.
ya udah berarti aku ngasih kode sekarang, terus nanti okto apa pas terakhir bareng segitu.
Boleh.
Ah, udahlah gitu aja lah, aku lagi malas nunggu dah nih, tak kasih nih fucking.
Yang mau kode ke Garit ya guys ya.
Oh, yang mau kode ke saya.
3000 Gcoin. Dris, lu kan Fasen, coba dah Dris ketik. I am baking. King of Fire.
King of Fire.
I am baking. Guna. Fucking headshot. Motherfucker.
Aku gue Idris. Kalian angkring. Dan ternyata tuh teman-teman di Discordku tuh fansnya Idris semua loh.
Iya lah bro.
Serius? Aku nggak bohong.
Itu reload Dris.
Fansmu semua.
Kemarin waktu kita ada acara makan-makan gitu, Rit. Pada minta foto semua ke Idris. Gila itu. Gue bangga
Gila.
banget punya temen dia nih.
Makanya, apa teman-temanku suka nonton filmnya Idris.
Bentar, kok film ini?
X-Men kan?
Belum.
Luar. Ini dia yang
Iya sih.
Dokter X apa gimana nih maksudnya?
Profesor Xavier. Enggak, tapi in all seriousness apa pada ngefans si Idris semua emang.
Tuh, bakat tuh di entertainment, Dris. Udah.
Iya.
Walaupun lu kemarin udah mulai meranjak ke e-sport ya. Dia dukung apa BA-nya siapa lu, Rit? Apa? Rit lagi, Dris. Kemarin tim mana? Yang
Kok BA sih anjing?
BA dia, bener. E-sport tuh kemarin apa, Dris? Expendable itu tim ini ya? EAFC ya?
Iya.
Yang PC-nya kan ya?
Betul.
Wah, gila. Dia BA tim e-sport bola ya.
Oh.
Ngeri, guys.
Gue salah nangkep, gue kira tadi gue nangkepnya Idris nonton ke e-sport gitu cuma mau ngeliatin BA-BA-nya tuh loh.
Oh enggak, dia jadi BA justru. Dia jadi BA salah satu e-sport, tim e-sport di bola. Tapi kalau lu ditarik misalkan tim gede lainnya itu boleh nggak, Dris?
Nggak boleh dong.
Apa?
Lihat nanti, lihat.
Oh, lihat nanti. Maksud gue yang eksklusivitasnya gimana gitu. Siapa tahu kan ada e-sport yang lebih general gitu loh, Rit. Ini kan dia timnya tim bola doang nih.
Oh, itu Sun, Pak.
Oh, Sun.
Amin. Aminin dong.
Ini dia.
Min.
Road to Prime Idris, bro. Ini dia bentar lagi udah nggak pernah join Discord nih. Sorry, gue lagi ada ini syuting. Sorry, gue lagi ada photoshoot anjing. Sorry, gue lagi ada podcast.
Orang-orang sibuk. Lo bagus dong, kan kita juga seneng kalau teman sibuk.
Iya.
Tapi yang kurang seneng kalau udah sibuk, udah naik terus lupa sama teman yang lama. Wah, itu anjing banget itu.
Siapa tuh?
Banyak Dres kayak gitu mah. Angring. Kalau modelan yang kayak gitu banyak Dres.
Putih banget lagi nih. Shit, man. Tapi udah ada tawaran dari tim-tim gede gitu, Dris.
Rahasia dah.
Wih, gila.
Nggak, tawaran aja, kalau tawaran aja, nggak usah tim mana kau terima atau enggak, cuma tawaran gitu.
Tawaran mah ada satu doang.
Oke, nggak, jangan pakai satu doang, udah bagus satu itu.
Ada sih ada.
Yang ini tawarannya BA atau maskot? Gue nanya beneran. Garit kesel Garit. BA apa maskot, Dris, atau lain? Saya nanya ini. Cekuk deh ini sigaret. Kena. Masih belum kejawab loh ini.
Ya Allah.
Dua-duanya apa umat. Kau nanya serius lo tadi? Cegukan masal. Masa cegukan masal? Dris, aman Dris.
Anjing lupa.
Gue nanya beneran ini.
Kan udah jelas-jelas BA ya.
Ya kan bisa jadi yang lain juga, Rit.
Oh ya udah dijawab dulu.
Maksudnya tawaran apa, podcast kah? Atau
BA mungkin.
Oke. Berarti bukan maskot ya, ini dipertegas ya. Aman ya. Oke. Ntar jadi nggak jadinya kabarin Dris ya, anjing. Ngeri nih. Vincent makasih udah rejoin member. Ya,
Orang-
talent kan bisa, talent doang gitu kan.
Mentang-mentang mau jadi nasabah nasabah prioritas BCA susah, mending nasabah prioritas neraka tuh. Ngentot.
Ini kan
Tolonglah.
kita cuman possibility aja tadi tuh nanya, kan kita
Oh,
nggak tahu
siap.
apa-apa.
Siap.
Gue langsung ngebayangin Idris pakai kostum tuh kan. Ini yang nggak baik itu kalau dibayangi.
Kalau kalian bayangin tuh nggak apa-apa, cuma diem-diem aja gitu loh, gak usah
Iya.
diketik gitu loh, anjing.
Nggak usah, ini udah diketik, disawer lagi kan, jadi gimana ya? Ini kebaca jadinya guys. Tapi makasih sobat-sobat ya. Weh enjoy guys, enjoy aja nggak sih kita nih bahasnya nih.
Anjing lu toh.
Tapi sayangnya solo ya game ini ya.
Ya kan The Sims. Orang yang bikin Inzoy aja dulu ternyata salah satu orang yang bikin The Sims kok. Ternyata.
Oh, tapi dia sekarang sama Krafton kan jatuhnya. Ini
Tai
udah
si
game
Okto
Krafton.
kemasukan sambal terasi hidung gua.
Sorry guys, tadi salah mungkin pertanyaan gue yang tadi. Jadi Bea atau talent doang gitu ya mungkin ya.
Astaga.
Iya kepo gue sebenarnya. Salah mungkin tadi gue. Terus Cerberus nggak bergerak gini ya. Naik sih dikit-dikit.
Tapi nggak kayak di biasanya gitu loh. Bang Gary, tim Indo selain Bleed apa? Jrok.
Jeruk itu tim dari mana banget?
Sukabumi.
Sukabumi.
Nggak ada. Aduh, hidung gatel tapi dikorek-korek upil nggak ada upil gitu loh. Kenapa ya? Oh, nggak ada loh.
Nice infonya abangku.
Apa karena aku nggak punya kuku ya, jadi susah banget cari upil. Coba yang ada kukunya mana? Oh, ini.
Apalah garit-garit ini guys?
Ya itulah ya teman-teman ya. Okto teman-teman.
Iya, Maprondo guys, Maprondo abis ini ya. FC-an dulu nggak sih? Aduh.
Tinggal 1 menit ya Pak, nanggung Pak.
Iya.
Nanggung asli Pak.
Nanti lah ya, nanti guys ya.
Hah? Panggung.
Nanggung, lu panggung mulu, lu mentang-mentang sekarang udah terkenal. Siapa diem aja si anjing.
Enggak, gue lagi sibuk nih.
Males banget.
Siap.
Maksud update terbaru PUBG di IG yang bisa lihat invent teman saat gugur tuh gimana mas?
Hah?
Gue kan ngupdate yang event double G coin guys, bukan yang fitur itu.
Makanya langsung sama gue tuh. Hah?
Maksudnya pas kenok, teman kenok. Kalau teman mati mah emang bisa di loot guys. Dari dulu itu.
Iya. Baru itu bisa.
Lihat event teman kalau kenok mungkin ya. Baru mungkin, gua nggak tahu juga, belum ngecek. Ya nanya aja yang fitur PUBG-nya, makanya nanya lah.
Hah?
Mungkin lebih ke ditata dulu kali ya bahasa ini biar enak kita juga nih nanggapinnya bang.
Guys, please lah.
Kita semua bingung ya, bahkan dia yang nanya bingung, ngajak bingung bareng ini namanya. Gue yang di IG jujur belum ngecek ya fitur barunya. Nyoba juga belum di in-game. Dibarengin sama pertanyaan lu yang mungkin SPOK-nya agak bingung kita nih.
Komanya nggak ada.
Hah?
Titik komanya
Oh.
nggak pakai titik koma.
Oh ya.
Pakai Masto koma. Maksud update terbaru PUBG di IG yang bisa lihat event teman saat gugur tuh gimana Mas? Gitu.
Coba gini aja kita lihat
Gugur
di
ini,
IG.
gugur nih coba.
Kita lihat di IG, kita lihat di IG
Mungkin kayak gitu. IG PUBG Indo berarti kan? Ya nggak sih? Apa PUBG global nih? Welcome back everyone. Patch report 32.22. Ketika teman gugur kita bisa lihat inventorinya. Ini nih ada nih. Ada yang postingan.
Ya ini postingan kan?
Postingan foto yang lu tonton kayaknya reels deh, tapi siapa tuh yang jelasin.
Iya.
Fitur bisa lihat item kawan sih paling membantu, tahu kan kawan yang bohong yang mana. Oh gitu.
The fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd.
Kalau di PC kagak bisa dicepetin
We've
kan?
also got a using good
Dia
nggak ada nih.
tulisannya gugur sih. Memang.
Nggak ada tuh.
Kan mati udah bisa di loot. Nah, gugur itu kenok doang. Dilihat invent ngapain? Nah, iya berarti kenok tadi kan. Itu yang gua pastiin loh Bang di awal-awal tadi.
Nggak ada tuh.
Kemungkinan besar pas kenok kita tuh bisa ngecek inventory teman kita buat kayak ngambil gitu loh, Rit, buat emergency mungkin. Nggak perlu di drop gitu.
loh.
Ya, kayak gitu. Bisa jadi. Wop. Rondo.
You know, you're kind of hoping that it's going to have a payoff, and so far not much.
Gara-gara bahasa gugurnya ini loh.
So we'll see what
Kalau
happens.
gue nulis
I
knock
know
gitu
that
malah
there's,
jelas
a
gitu
lot
loh.
of D+ fans
Soalnya di
that are a lot of soul
PUBG
fans
Indo
that are
itu
really
tulisannya
rooting
gugur,
for the
makanya dia
Freaks to
ngetik
kind of pull off
gugur
here
juga.
and finish
Gue cuma simpulin
third or
kalau
higher and guarantee
yang
them a
mati udah pasti bisa di
additional
loot.
spot
Gugur
at
kali,
PGC.
kenok kali gitu
But,
loh.
still got a lot of games
Dia juga
left to play,
bingung.
guys.
Kita
It's
pun
a
bingung.
lot of movement.
Lot of opportunities
PUBG
still.
Indo ya bingung itu.
Absolutely not over,
Gugur.
but looking
Apa
at
ya
the
gugur?
run, I've been fortunate
okay.
to cast some eastern circles on this map.
Yeah,
Right?
I got a good one.
The one yesterday when Toby and I were casting was real fun. It was in an area that I don't think we've ever seen an ending before. So I am
Yang
hoping
lucu
for
tuh
something
sebenarnya
similar. I would
item
love to go just
kapal
hardcore
baru sih.
where
Kapal
FaZe
baru itu
Iya,
yang
lucu.
inflatable boat itu.
because I don't think I've ever really experienced much of the terrain up there.
Well, not late game. You know, I feel like I've been
Yeah.
through there. You know, dropping.
Gugur kacang
Yeah,
hijau.
messing around
Wow.
or you're just avoiding early game hot drops. But yeah, I don't think I've seen.
Jadi bingung
anything.
guna fiturnya
There you
apa?
go.
Nggak bingung dong Bang kalau kenok mah. Biar nggak perlu dropin barang, intinya gitu. Kita ngeliat isi tas temen, kita ambil yang diperluin pada saat emergency kan.
Ya, terus kita kabur.
Iya. Kita bisa ini ngelihat temen yang jujur dan gak mana, dropin dong. Hilan, aduh gue cuma sisa 1. Ternyata pas dicek, pas dia kenok 5 ya kan.
Sampah betul.
For the teams that were coming in, rotating, even for some of the teams like Twisted Minds, like 17, who were coming into the late game trying to find some footing in that circle. So it's interesting to see if any of those teams, seeing the circle now pop, are starting to already think about some of the positions that they either got punished in or they found success in.
Worth noting yesterday, especially now,
Deketin
considering
temen
where
lalu
the
pencet
circle
tab
has
kelihatan
gone,
event yang kita
this was the game
tonton.
that 17
Itu bisa masuk akal
got
juga
victory,
tuh, Bang.
and you had TSM
Jadi kalau kitanya
FaZe
udah
and
mati,
Twisted Minds finishing
terus kita spekti teman kita bisa ngecek
You see FaZe
inventory
already
teman
up
kita
there,
gitu ya.
17 already on the move, Twisted
Buat ngasih
Minds,
tahu, ah lah ini lu
a little bit
ada
of
gitu
scrap
kali ya.
contested, but let's hear what Tosi
Itu masuk akal juga, masuk akal juga.
Mid-game interview time, and now we're having Toshi from GNG. So you're now ranking middle actually after our 8 games in the finals. And are you going to take any more aggressive approach or any other strategies to share?
Cakep banget.
지금 8개 매치를 끝났는데요. 그래서 지금은 팀이 전체 정위권에
Yang cowok itu,
있습니다.
Red.
혹시 앞으로 어떤 전략이
cewek
갖고
dong,
있는지
wah,
궁금하네요.
Lah kan
더
cakep
공격적으로
itu
나갈까요?
bisa
wah,
cowok,
wah,
bisa
wah.
cewek nggak sih?
중위권이지만 좀 기죽지 않고
Kecewa gue tuh sama kamu tuh.
더 과감하고 공격적으로 나가서
Ah, cuek,
경기에
gue punya
임할
anak.
것 같습니다.
Now when we are in the middle, so
Ah,
we will
gitu.
play more aggressively to get higher points in the
Gitu.
aftermatch.
Love that passion.
Mas, prediksi
And
juara
that's
timnya
certainly
siapa?
gonna see
Saya
in the
nggak suka
next one.
bisnis prediksi.
Thank you very much, Lisa.
Karena saya nggak tahu apa-apa, cuma aku dukung Cerberus gitu
right
aja.
Now, going into this game, Tosi, your damage leader in the lobby.
Tapi yang akurat sih prediksi dari King
So
Idris sih
good
guys.
work by him so far, and we'll see if Gen G can capitalize a little bit more off of that great
Oh,
performance.
lagi sih.
He's also their IGL, so I mean that's
Kita
impressive
lempar
in and
lah
of itself.
sebagai guest star
And
lo hari
I'm
ini.
glad he brought up that
Iya.
point because we've seen kind of Gen G
King
in
of Fire!
positions where they are in the center of the circle,
I
but
am
they're really
the
not doing
Prediksi
much
gua
damage.
sih hari
So,
ini
he recognized that interview, in the interview saying, you know what?
Lu
We're in the middle a lot.
TSM, oke.
We need to spread out.
Itu
We need
untuk
to
hari
get
ini.
more kills. We need
Kalau
to get
besok,
more kills. So
Ya.
to see if that's going to happen here because once again they're in the position where
Oh, besok.
they're in the
Lihat
middle of the
besok.
circle.
Genji.
Oh
I'd say it's one of
Genji,
those weird
eh.
situations where you feel like they're doing
Jadi
okay,
nyalip
they're
tuh
doing okay.
Genji
I mean, they're
besok.
seventh place right now, but that's almost, 40 points out of
Yeah.
first. I mean, that's just how good these guys at the top are doing right now.
250.000 stimolet guys, menunggu loh itu.
17, maybe they'll slow
Ya,
down. I don't know.
ya,
Like,
ya
you
udah,
can't count on it, can you? I mean, they
TSM
just
aja.
finished second place
Besok.
with 6 kills in the last game.
Tapi
So,
kan
you know, it
antara
feels
tiga
like
itu,
17's on
gua
a mission
anaknya
right
ini
now.
Ya.
If you're
fleksibel.
gonna overtake them,
4AM, Genji,
you gotta bring something special.
TSM. Siapa tahu megang semuanya dia.
This lobby has
Genji
been interesting
misalkan
in and of itself
TSM-nya
with,
top
again,
1,
the teams
Genji-nya
that
di
didn't
tengah,
qualify, the teams that
4AM
that's a
16 ya kan.
that's new to this patch.
Jadi 750 belum.
Gila. Gila duitnya kelihatan. Oke. Sekarang juaranya ya kan.
Next code kapan nanti habis apa pas kan satu hari kan apa 6 match berarti nanti aku bareng sama Octo di sebelum match terakhir aja. Sebelum match 12.
Oh bukan setelahnya Rit.
Enggak, sebelum aja biar nanti udah selesai aku bisa langsung off ngantuk aku.
Oke. Setelah match 11 berarti dong.
Iya, setelah match 11.
Oh, iya.
Gak tau ngantuk banget aku sehari ini. Padahal tadi bangunnya siang loh.
Berarti gua nanti ngasih sekarang nih setelah match 9, setelah match 10 sama setelah match 11 bareng sama lu gitu ya.
Ya, boleh.
Ini baru 5 menit pertama guys, jadi buat kalian yang mau dapetin dan berkesempatan ya 3000 G-coin nih, kodenya bakal gua sampein nanti. Sampein. Gua bakal keluarin setelah match ini berakhir. Stay tune aja kalau mau aman di PC atau di website kalau kalian tahu caranya. Gak usah tanya gua. Kalau kalian masih tanya caranya gimana bang di website, artinya ini pasarnya bukan buat lu bang.
Lagu ini lagi kontol. Cuma sampai ada yang nyetel APT di dekat di lewat depan rumah aku tak pukulin.
Berak.
Yeah, in the circle we kind of saw what happened
Ingat
to the
nadanya
teams
doang lagi.
yesterday.
Apa
They
ya?
came in late. They just got stuck on the
Terus
edge,
sebenarnya
bro. They really did not
Korea apa Jepang?
find any sort of foothold.
Apa?
They got caught between
Lagunya?
multiple teams, and so
Korea kan?
normally it's okay to come
Oh,
into the
yeah.
circle late, but you also have kind of that river cutting off the west side a little more than you would like. See Falcons
Enggak,
currently
ini
moving
bodo
into that
amat kayak
position.
apa
Cerberus,
kalau
though,
bilang lagu
see
Zionis,
similar
bukan
rotate
masalah
to
itu,
yesterday,
bukan itu yang
coming on the south
kupermasalahin.
side.
Nyebelin aja, earworm tuh loh.
They might hear a fight happening off between Luna and New Happy at some point, and probably be looking to third party.
Bagian apate-nya itu apa? Bagian awalnya, Rit?
Ya itu.
Shooting out the windows if nothing else. But looks like everybody's pretty content with the compounds that they are, but oh no, Falcons. After that bad game last time, they're running into a very split, twisted minds, but it doesn't matter. Example going to find that opening knock on a flood. Can Falcons recover here, fighting around all this mountainous terrain?
Tadi mirip Cimon,
This is
guys.
an awkward fight. For
Gara-gara
sure,
kacamata
as
doang
I'm not
lagi
even
jangan-jangan.
sure they're aware of Batulans now, looking to get an angle onto this one,
Ingat,
and
guys.
Roth will get the knock onto Luke,
Knowledge
but
is
it'll be
my
traded out
power.
immediately by
Apa ya?
Example.
Ooh, Example doing big work right now. That's a second knock, and now Batulans will find Snakers. It's all down to Rello. Rello does at least get the flush onto Lou. So that's 1 point, but I mean, Falcons again just
King of Fire yang lewat mau diapain Mas? Didoain cepet sembuh kah?
And unfortunately, they're going to lose pretty much everybody. Twisted is down Lou, and
Kalau
that's
sakit
not
ya.
ideal either. But Falcons in a spot
Gini,
where
kalau
they
aku
don't
mah
have more
orangnya,
help than Twisted
kalau
does.
soal
I
musik,
think the problem here
aku
for
memisahkan musik
Rello is just to get
sama
out.
politik,
Meanwhile,
ya kan?
Gen G
Jadi
is
apa
entangled here with
nggak peduli lah.
FaZe.
Aku bilang, oh lagu Zionis gini-gini
Had
segala
one
macam.
knocked out. Yeah, this
Kita
is
bisa debatin
not a
itu
good start.
sepanjang
Talk about
malam.
getting centered and
Pada
spreading
akhirnya,
out and getting kills.
aku nggak
The
suka
opposite
lagu
of
itu
that is
karena
happening
jelek.
for Gen G is just Adder now. Just gonna commit to the res onto
Gitu
Barco.
aja. Oh sorry, nggak jelek, nggak cocok sama aku. Kalau kalian mau bilang, ah itu lagu Zionis, aku jujur aja pendapatmu apa, aku nggak terlalu ini apa ya, kayak apaan sih gitu.
But they immediately push off of that. They realize that they're in an advantageous position.
Nggak masuk lah apa argumentasinya gitu loh.
And so far, it's working out in their favor. As Barpo will go down to the blue zone grenade, and all of a sudden it's just down to
Bang
See what FaZe can do when they have the confidence, when they start to string things together. Adder just a couple HP away from being knocked and finished to that blue zone grenade in the distance. We see Roth and Rilla go down. Falcons will fall in 16th, but looks like Gen G is going to follow them shortly here.
Yeah, just got to get back in the lobby, reset, get
Apakah
ready for Tego. Adder has
diintip?
flashbang in hand.
Diintip.
James though, not even going to waste any time. Beautiful look from the window.
Lehuga.
And that'll be it for
Nice
Gen
move,
G.
Bang Jim.
FaZe turning things up here in day number 2.
That is what you like to see.
Ora tau dolan ning ruko BBC udah gak pernah. Ning omah terus aku, males metu aku saiki.
Jadi lapar, guys.
And it is a pleasure to hear as
Mana
we now
nih
see
istriku nih?
an
Lah macam main RE4.
Banana 1 FW currently scouting towards the center. This is actually happening right in between FaZe and T5 as we get a shift, and this is looking eerily similar to yesterday's game.
Sure is. 4 a.m. and TDT right on top of each other.
Mana Tifamu
Open up with a knock
sempat.
onto one of the players from TDT.
Ada bom
Smoke
zona
ball's coming
udah
down. We'll see if they
lama,
can maybe
Bang.
go for the rest of TDT though, they're still arriving from that south side.
Kayaknya
So
udah
4 a.m.
dari
a little bit split right now.
tahun lalu
Looks
deh
like they
kayaknya.
might try to be
Nggak berasa soalnya.
pull everybody back together here, but will it be in time? Meanwhile, FW and Luna Galaxy also very close to each other towards the center of this circle, but I think Luna Galaxy should avoid this, and they're going to aim for a spot towards the center. Meanwhile, Banana 1, he's just got an overview of everything.
Yep, and he's
Yeah,
gonna take some
Lan.
shots to Luna. I'm kind of worried about Luna. This is the second time they've kind of been playing with fire, getting dangerously close to some of these teams, and then just having to reconsolidate. For the time being, they do at least have something to play for now. Banana 1, as we said, yeah, he's just going to hop out of that. Rejoin his team here, dead center. This is going to be a hard spot for them to hold, though. I mean, they're in a bowl.
It's not great.
Itu biru-biru di map apa anda kayak listrik-listrik itu EMP bang. Jadi kalau kita berkendara atau lagi di dalam situ, segala bentuk elektronik bakal mati. Terus RDS yang kayak gitu juga hilang titiknya gitu loh.
CHSM still taking shots at it from a range, but yeah, he's going to be on solo dolo duty right now. But there's a lot of teams still left on that south side, so he's He's gonna have to find a spot to play pretty quickly. And look at this.
Mungkin lebih keren lagi kalau alat kayak Discord kayak gitu dibikin nggak berfungsi, itu lebih keren ya.
Itu namanya virus, Pak.
Masuk situ
malware. Itu namanya malware, Pak.
Kok RTC terus nih Discordnya? Reconnect terus ya kan.
That could be a third-party opportunity for day trading.
Udah kelas kakap kalau sampai ganggu koneksi internet.
Making sure the last team in and then working
yang live stream jadi RTO ya kan.
Controlling their edge. This has been such a joy to watch them kind of make this evolution and make the consistency happen for themselves. But yeah, TSM have to be careful, especially if they engage in a fight. Would be happy with day trade on their backside.
Kalau lu bilang kayak gitu. Di rondo itu harusnya ada namanya flare untuk jatuhin coveran. Segitiga 3 biji lah kalau nggak salah tuh. Jadi kalau lagi di zona-zona terbuka gitu, lemparin flare, nanti turun dia jebluk kayak gitu. Kayak supply tapi yang ini cepet turunnya. Dan bisa mati ya, nimpa temen.
Continues and right off the bat the trade comes through. Posa gonna go down and now
ada folded shield juga. Jadi kalau di tempat terbuka tuh bisa naro tuh folded shield selama permukaannya lumayan rata ya. Apalagi mortar. Ngomong-ngomong tiap penjelasan gue harganya 3.000 ya guys ya, jadi gue tunggu.
Cuan tuh.
The last member of this team, ZYU, can he survive? Nope, they'll finally get rid of him. And 4AM again continuing the aggression, finding some success this game.
Well, 4AM, they were throwing all the utility that they could find in over there, and they didn't even care if it was their own utility that was hurting them.
Lu mah gitu, lu dukung tapi mustahil mulu.
Once again on Luna Galaxy, so
realistis nggak sih berarti?
Iya.
Tapi sulit sih kalau bangkit tuh, sulit tuh masih agak diterima lah ketimbang mustahil. Mustahil itu udah paling nggak bisa mentok gitu.
Lah ini kan selisihnya aja berapa poin Pak, jauh ini Pak.
Nggak jauh banget.
Lah siapa tahu besok 120 poin liganya.
Still also happening outside of the server. You do have a few members of T1
kalau misalnya mati lampu.
You have Ian now entering for them. That current position. Meanwhile, in the center of the circle is still Luna Galaxy holding strong with that 3-man. Now Twisted and 17 as well starting to make their approach into that edge.
Oh, TSM pulling up on the 2-2 split of New Happy, and yeah, those guys they heard it coming, immediately hop in the vehicle, and they're going to try to regroup with the rest of the squad.
Ya, tim Indo ada tim Indo di sini, T1, T-nya tuh Telkomsel guys.
As they will just go ahead and take the compound for themselves. Now there are still some places to play here towards the center. You see Freaks, after avoiding T1, they've sent Human in Heaven. They're starting to creep over in this direction towards TSM. Haven't spotted out just yet. FaZe, meanwhile, they're getting wrapped up with 17 on this northwest side. James kind of been left behind.
Dihitung 1 poin, yes. Kalau kill itu poinnya 1. Terus sama placement pun banyak hitungannya. Silakan jelasin toh.
Nah, gitu guys. Harus jelasin poin-poinnya nih. Chicken 10 bang. Rank 2, 6. Terus seterusnya ya, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. Nah, itu yang terakhir 1-1 itu rank 7 sama 8. Selebihnya beda 1 semua kecuali 2 ke 1.
Really wanting to overcommit to pushing in, but Xiaobei going for that low flanking angle to see if he can spot somebody. When they're not looking, you see Lilgos keeping eyes on this from far as we get a little bit of a replay here of how FaZe dispatched of Gen.G. Yeah, you can see the frustration. And are not too happy about that one. Well, Zipian did some damage over here onto TDT as well. So 4 angry men, they got some points for their trouble, and they still have 3 alive, even though they have lost 1 shot.
Dari tadi. Baru semenit lalu.
Belum ada 1 menit.
Ada tim Indo Chess. S-nya Indonesia.
You know Twisted Minds is going to want to get involved in this as FaZe is now starting to push the pace.
Untung bukan abu.
Untungnya apa? Gue kira mau nyanyi. Gimana Dris?
Untungnya bukan
But it's all going to come down to Xiaowu as he is going to be eating some blues on
Untungnya bukan abu.
Untungnya bukan
nice shot for
abu.
Xiaowu. We'll find
Iya
Rexy, but there you go. He's
benar.
going to get taken down by Perfectix as once again Twisted Minds just
Gue
in the
kira
perfect
mau
place
nyanyi
at the perfect
juga.
time.
But more importantly, looking up to the north side, FaZe has 2 knocked,
Go,
and
cek
T5 have realized that this is their opportunity,
Tapi coba
if
nyanyi
any,
untungnya, Dris.
to get control of this side and then
Untungnya.
start to make their way in towards FW and towards that circle.
Untungnya.
Gustav trying to do the most, trying to see if they can get their boys back up.
Udah.
It looks like he's going to go down
Bumi
to the zone.
masih
Yeah.
berputar.
Fex should get
Bumi
back
masih
on his feet,
berputar.
but just in
Gila.
perfect position
Cocok
to
single
push
kedua
over
nggak
the
sih
top
Dris
of this,
langsung?
but the smoke wall slowing things down.
Kurang
They
ajar itu
figured out
ngasih
teams. I
lirik-lirik
don't think they know about
sekata-sekata
Gustav
itu.
and Fex, though, as,
Tantangin, Dris,
actually,
coba.
no, Gustav's down,
Rap
so
God.
both of them are down. It's all down to just James, as he's just going to hide in that smoke as long
God,
as he can.
berat.
Talking to Patapong.
Kalau nggak ini deh.
Can he
Liriknya yang kayak sekoji gitulah.
Nggak bisa gua.
Oh
Yeah,
iya.
and ultimately this is just slowing down T5's rotation. They
Kalau
need to
nggak kayak
get rid of
Bondan
FaZe quickly so that they can
Prakojrok
start
juga
to
bisa nggak?
focus on getting in the circle. This is all still happening outside on the edge. You can see the
Yang
blue
mana?
starting to push them in. And
misalkan
so
itu lagu jadul.
again, it's either get rid of James now or just leave him behind, keep
Oh,
someone on the anchor
bobo.
position,
Oh, nggak
keep
tahu
track
ya,
of him,
belum
and just
lahir mungkin.
find your way into this circle as Luna now and Cerber is currently holding out FW. Actually, fortunately, even for T5 have opted
Atau
to
lagu
go
hip-hop
into the
lu
town
nggak ada
that
yang suka
Cerber
Dris
is
atau nggak ada
currently
yang tahu?
occupies.
Nggak ada yang suka.
Best to waste their time
Oh
as we
hip hop mah.
a little bit of a replay of that
Nah,
fight with a
ngomong-ngomong
little bit of
hip-hop,
guest
waktu
appearance
kemarin
there
tuh
from Twisted Minds, who
keluarin
now
single itu termasuk
disengaged off of this and headed back
lagu
down
hip-hop
towards the south. They still
apa
have a
pop
nice little
atau
edge spot
apa
to
itu
play.
Dris? Atau rap?
Now checking with Day Trade, playing along that
Rap
road
sih.
side. They've got
Oh,
4
itu rap.
just ahead of them.
Tipenya.
See if Nurins can
Iya,
hear
tipe
them
rap.
coming or get a read on where they are.
Rap
But you
god.
see what the terrain is
Rap God ya
working
berarti.
with
itu.
around here. A lot of hills, a lot of stuff to hide around here. So
King of Rapper berarti
see
ini
how
udah
it plays
naik
out.
nih.
Meanwhile, Quandon Freaks, TSM look like they want a piece of this as they're going to come in with that
Ui.
hard, the utility sparking the grenade going to land right on top of Heaven.
Walah ada gila-gilanya nih.
Knocked now for Freaks. And TSM, look, they smell blood in the water. They are not going to let these guys off of this one easy.
No, not at all. And it's just a duo of TSM. They're actually split. Kurt will go down, though. That is a little
Pintu
dangerous.
semen.
As we see 4AM will realize with the mortars, yep, they're sending it to. They're actually going to get the knock and the
Bang
finish.
Bobo.
Oh,
meledak.
You have 2 members of TSM still on that eastern edge. And now they're currently being held out by New Happy. This is starting to be dangerous. It's starting to maybe fall apart for
Main
TSM.
bapang lagi.
Being once again the last guy
Gila,
alive, and he is
Bobo sih.
taking
Wah.
some damage there, but the last portal
4AM
will
lu
do it,
Dris,
and that'll be
gila bro.
Freaks out in 12th place.
Terfinish
As
bro.
4AM, They started heading over in this direction, but Cerberus
Meledak.
flexing out from the compound, from the city, get a little bit of a flank angle onto them. Twisted Mind's going to lose Perfected, going to lose Example. It's all down to Matulans, who is heading right into 4AM territory.
Yeah, and as is T5, they're just rotating in between all of this, so Batulans will find a moment of
Halo,
respite.
selamat malam,
No, I
teman-teman.
lied. It's going to be 4AM
Habis
driving
berak
right
lagi.
around him, and then Bobo is going to find him.
Kagak.
Batulans will go
Oh.
down. T5 now will have to contest with TSM, who have pulled themselves back together.
Nah.
It looked a little sketchy,
Apa
but
tadi dengerin
they
aja.
managed to consolidate without too many issues from New Happy.
He had Alo on mortar there for a second, and it looked like T5
Wait,
might
SM
be
lu
in a bit
Dris.
of trouble, but they come over the
That's
hill and they
how he
find
bang.
a beautiful little car fort and deployable cover just waiting for them. Never mind thinking about how those guys died there.
Nah, deket tuh.
But
Pay no
Alo-
attention.
yeah, I feel like Captain Kurt's giving Alo the directions on where to send this one, and T5 might be in a little bit of a spot here if they're not careful.
Ui.
Mr. X
Kena
gets
tuh.
almost taken down. Do they have any more in the tank though?
Not sure how many mortars they have, but that is about spot
Nah,
on as you
nah,
walk
nah,
in.
nah.
It was about 150, I think, so he's going a little
Yang
shorter there
tebal.
on the distance.
Kameranya kenapa
As you
nggak
can
madep
see,
kanan
Sparky
sih?
now trying to set up on
Nyebelin
the
banget
hill
tuh.
to give him or feed him as much information as
Siapa
possible.
kah yang kena
The second mortar now
guys?
is going to fall with
God.
deployable cover, and it lands right in between T5.
Gar.
Oh my goodness, everything's falling from the sky right now. Mortars,
di pohon.
deployable covers,
Wah,
the trees are
habis
even
sama
dying here. James
ini.
is going to get taken out by Haizaki, so FaZe will go down in 10th place.
Nah,
And
gini kan enak
how
bang
many
liatnya.
Mortars does Alo have left in the bag? They are
Wah,
still
kocar kacir
landing
sih
here,
gua
though.
kalau
Goodness
jadi
gracious,
T5 ya.
T5, they are dancing and staying alive through this
Dancing
onslaught.
in the
You saw 4AM
dark.
start to peek over to see what was going on. What's all the commotion about? You have so many mortars landing on the side, deployable cover. Yeah, but this is good for T5 as long as they can survive the mortar onslaught, which I think at this point TSM is almost out of. They have so much more cover to work with that new utility grenade, which is just, I think, one of the I wish it was on all the maps. I love that utility.
Fingers crossed we get it soon, but T1 now with their backs up against the blue. Type still eating a little bit of blue damage here. Luna Galaxy just giving them all they can handle, and now Cerberus actually having an angle on the back of Haven, so he's going to have to move once again. You see Type how much damage he's taken, but he is trying to do as much as he can.
Kira-kira mereka tahu nggak ya kalau PUBG pernah haram sejak kapan sih? Orang Indo aja sejak kapan peduli sama label haram?
Of consolidating in some of these fights, when they lose members, they do tend to get back on.
Orang Indo kan takutnya cuma sama babi.
They're gonna lose Type all the way in the blue. I'm not sure.
Tapi sama alkohol nggak takut, bohong nggak takut, korupsi nggak takut, zina nggak takut. Pokoknya tuh cuma babi aja yang ditakutin.
Kayak makanan beracun ya jatuhnya.
Ya kan, cuma babi aja kan ditakutin. Tapi bohong enggak, ngutang nggak mau bayar nggak takut, ya kan? Slot nggak takut, ya kan?
TSM meanwhile lose Kurt, they lose Alo, it's all down to Sparking, and T5 they still have all 4 players left alive in their deployable fortress.
Oke juga ini
at this point. Cerberus, they've been hanging out inside this city. They're 4 strong, but they've got to leave here soon.
Cerberus have done a lot of damage to the teams that have rotated on the west side. They pretty much dispatched of half of FW.
Lihat aja lu.
Before they
nggak jadi, Bang.
trying to find something to play, but it's going to be Day Trade on the opposite side, sandwiching. It's an SEA sandwich right there onto FW. You also have 4AM currently sitting in the southwestern edge of that circle, trying to find angles on this, and then New Happy on the south also looking for some sort of opening to just get rid of the teams on their southwestern edge so they can start to focus on the teams in front of them.
Look at this, Tonke going for the hero play, gonna pick up Raze, get him out of there. Try to rejoin the rest of the team, maybe get the revive off.
Tapi
for them,
meninggal.
for him to go. I mean, they're going to go for the same rock, but Cerberus has already sent one there, so Highmass in perfect position. As you see, 6X comes around the side as 4AM is
TSM dengan satu lagi.
the last one. Luna Galaxy still in it as well. They've got long-range vision, and Vinny going to find him. 5 kills now for Luna. You talk about a team rolling a good performance into the next game. Luna's delivering.
This is exactly what they need, and so far so good. They're going to have to rotate now towards the east side. On the south, you still have T5 there, and don't forget about Sparky, the solo player. Meanwhile, though, Day Trade have found their opportunity, but it's going to be New Happy to ruin it for them as they are just using this road ridge to
menit 24 guys, prepare login PUBG-nya ya. Ntar lagi kita bakalan bagiin kode.
And he's doing some damage as he gets a knock on HSM. New Happy, meanwhile, all 4 players left alive under 0 pressure. They have a beautiful ridge line to work with. Nobody looking in their direction. They have all day long to take shots at whoever they spot out here. Finally, Highmass will find an angle onto him, but ZP-Yon will go down to Sololzi. So that is 4AM out. Belmont still alive for Day Trade. There you go. He's going to get spotted out by Ming Ming. Sparking the last solo player alive for TSM as Cerberus have turned their attention off to the north to deal with Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, good decision. Just take the fight in the north first, and then once you clear that, then you can focus on the teams in the south. There's no reason to split your members between 2 different fights on opposite sides of this circle. And so Luna Galaxy still fighting back, though. Did have damage and a potential knock, but no, just like that, it's going to be Haisaki and Himas to just delete Luna and send him back to the lobby.
This has been a problem for Cerberus all day, keeping Haisaki alive to the late game. He has just been going down so early, and you can see what a difference it makes when he is there. And he can be a shotgun rider here for Highmass. They are 4 up on complete control of the
Terus
north
aman
here.
meninggal lah
T5
paling
gonna
ini.
try to clear out what's left
Oh,
of
buta dah.
Sparking and
Kemarin
Zarky,
itu.
and they will do so.
Meledak nih.
Kong will be the one to do it. 2 kills now
Duar.
for T5. They have control over the east, so it's a 4v4 before end here in the craziest part of this map.
Yeah, this central position, Poro, on this hill is quite smooth, quite open, so to speak. Still, though, T5 has that ridge. They have so much cover. We talked about the deployable fortress, as you called it, on this area, so they don't necessarily need to take too many risks here. It's really going to be up to New Happy, but you know, as soon as New Happy starts to incur knocks, they start to take the fight. That's going to be Cerberus coming to the third
Berani.
point.
Ya Allah.
The cover to actually
Bisa
knock
gitu.
down Fluky.
They get
Papinya
Fluky, but
juga
they take the
trauma,
knock on
Ki.
the Xiaozi in the
Ketabrak
meantime,
ininya,
so
bro.
T5,
Batunya.
They have a little bit of an opening here to try to push it. Look at
Lucu
Cerberus.
juga ya.
They hear all this. They see this going in the kill feed, and they're starting to take position here. See if they can maybe get advantage and catch T5 by
Langsung
surprise
ngasih bang.
from that high ground. Meanwhile, New Happy, they've got everybody back on their feet, but they're still outside of zone. They're still playing around on that ridge line. The smoke wall
Oh,
is
ini sih
coming
kematian
down.
banget ya dari tadi, tapi T5
Cerberus,
bertahan loh di
they're still
tengah-tengah.
starting to head over in this direction,
Yes.
but maybe not as aggressively
Banyak
as
banget ya.
we were expecting.
Keluarin.
No, but they have taken complete control of the circle. This is a fantastic play coming from Cerberus because they don't want to peek over too early. They still need to see a couple more knocks before they completely commit, but now you see Duckma, you see Solozzi starting to make their way over here. New Happy has managed to found a corner in the circle, but T5 is still fighting back. AZ will fall first.
Patapong landed big shots once again. As Ranger X, we saw him pull off some magic in the group stage, and look at that, New Happy is down to just 1, and Cerberus coming over at the perfect time as well. Ranger X, the last player alive for T5, 1 up for New Happy as well,
udah,
as
Cerberus
he's
ini.
going to spot out Non, so Theraton 5 will secure second place. Will he say, well, do you go down to blue here, Cerberus? He's going to spot him, gets him low, he's going to go down to blue, and Cerberus get the victory.
Taking that early game compound, funneling all the teams away from them, and then when the teams did crash like FW, they took care of them and then just played the north side. I love the decision not
Tapi
to
ini ya,
split between New
anti
Happy and
klimaks
Luna,
banget
just
ya dari
go
kemarin
straight
ya.
up towards Luna. Everything at that point played out perfectly to their hands. That was a phenomenal
Benar-benar anti
game
klimaks tuh
from
loh.
Cerberus, and they still managed
tadi yang
to pick
chicken
up a
siapa?
healthy amount of kills.
No, it's a
Cerberus.
beautiful
Cerberus,
play,
ya.
and
Cerberus.
actually, as you mentioned, a great call to focus everybody onto Luna and to not take a single knock in the process as well. If they take a knock there, they might open up the door for New Happy. But either way, Cerberus gets a big victory here on day 2 of the grand final.
GG Bang Cen.
Iji. Nah itu yang mau apa namanya, yang mau kode bisa ke tempatnya si Okto sekarang.
Oh udah dilurit. Oke.
Karena aku udah tadi.
Oh iya, in 3, 2, 1, serop. Itu ya guys ya kodenya.
Habis game ini nanti Okto ngasih lagi.
Ya. Game habis game 9, game 10, game 11. Tumpah. Siapa yang dapat? Jangan lupa di DM saya Bang ya, atau chat umum kalau mau.
Kenapa?
Enggak yang dapat.
Oh.
Itu kode 3000 ini loh guys.
Gcoin.
Gcoin. Tapi dengar-dengar Idris juga main PUBG lagi sekarang. Apa buat Idris ya satunya guys ya?
Apa?
Gcoinnya. Kodenya. 3000 Gcoin itu setara kayak $30
$30
gitu.
Hampir 400.000 kan?
Ya, cuman gak ada bonusnya aja.
Jogja udah hujan tadi sore sudah hujan.
Oh, jackpot yang dapat. Ini pro player yang dapat, guys. Congrats ya, Prot. Lumayan itu 3000 kayak 5 tahun apa berapa tahun ya? Bukan G-Coin yang 30 hari gitu loh.
Dia yang permanen ya?
Iya.
Oh.
Nggak permanen, maksudnya yang bertahun-tahun gitu.
Gas.
Udah ya, berarti ini dapat Deprot Rock. Alah, double klik. Untungnya bumi masih berputar. Busetnya makan gue kayak kuli nih.
Mending makan kayak kuli atau makan kuli?
Makan kuli gue sus dong.
Sumanto.
Belah. Makanya guys.
Enggak. Mana ini istriku, suaminya lapar. Istriku lagi nonton basket, lagi ini apa? Hari ini final DBL. Sekolahnya dia kan main. Menang mana ya yang aneh.
Nontonnya di rumah atau
di stadion langsung? DBL Jogja. Ini yang Aceh.
Perasaan baru kemarin nonton abang menikahan di vlognya Apip katanya. Itu 2020 bapak.
Ya kan kemarin tetepan.
Ya kemarin 4 tahun yang lalu berarti ya.
Ya. Suamimu lapar dan
Kiara udah 3 tahun guys dan dia besar, bongsor.
Oh, gemuk kah sekarang?
Bongsor bukan gemuk deh. Tinggi gitu.
Oh. Dedikasi sekali ya di luar jam kerja, iya. Makanya.
Kalau
suaminya juga
kan ya.
Suaminya juga dedikasi nih.
Oh berarti lu mau nemenin gue di luar jam kerja, Rit?
Sama ada bayarannya boleh.
itu bukan dedikasi namanya.
Jadi apa?
Ada dikasih namanya.
Tim Korea kok melempem ya? Ya nggak tahu nih. Dari PGS 5 juga udah kayak kok.
Dris makan Dris?
Boleh Pak.
Enggak, gue nyuruh lo.
Gue kan mau dikirim.
Enggak, cuman kayak Dris makan Dris. Kayak Dris live stream Dris gitu.
Bisa kodenya berarti udah di redeem sama orang lain.
Lu live streaming nggak Dris?
Enggak, kayaknya.
Halo.
Malam ini nggak live lagi?
Enggak.
Tapi ke kota nggak?
Enggak, kayaknya.
Oke.
Lihat Fanpage tuh. Awal mager.
Siap Bang Mager.
Mas banget hari ini lemas.
Aku lemes banget hari ini. Ngantuk ya.
Jangan demam lah, Dris. Kalau Garit kan jelas gara-gara dia ini tadi
Apa?
benerin kamera.
Oh bukan, emang
Gue nyari alasan dong.
bangun siang aku tadi. Kalau sekarang kalau bangun siang malah lemes dulu toh.
Ketimbang bangun pagi.
Iya.
Artego circles have been
Atau mungkin ini vibes-nya aja ya, karena ini hari Sabtu aku kebiasaan kan di kepalaku, wah Sabtu santai gitu loh. Nggak live stream, tiduran doang, nemenin istri.
Hujan
ya
Garit di sana, gue di sini
Hujan
hujan ya.
Hujan sore, tadi sore hujan.
Ngaruh tahu
dari
cuaca
siang
juga,
sampai
Rit.
sore. Oh ngaruh ya?
Ngaruh.
Oh.
Perasaan tuh pengen rebahan aja rasanya.
So TSM had a 19 game or kill game, but we also Eternal Fire in the last PGS with a 20 kill game, and we've seen
Pernah kena GERD? Enggak pernah sih gua.
there's been a lot of
Alhamdulillah, hampir mungkin
Untungnya
ya.
belum pernah juga aku.
coming out of both PGS 5 and 6.
It sure does. Seems like Tego might be the one
Yang
where
jelas obat lambung sih, guys.
will decide to really pop off.
Gerd apaan tuh?
Historically,
Mah tapi
last tournament. Maybe this
yang
time we'll
lebih
get lucky,
parah
as,
kalau nggak salah
see
ya.
that circle center up, favoring mostly south. I doubt we'll see too many teams opting to stay north.
Korea ngerinya kalau di PNC, apakah benar Okto?
Over in Palace,
Benar,
a little
itu
bit
kan
north.
negara, Bang.
T1, they're a little bit close on that.
All-Star-
to the river on that
All-Star ya kan?
western edge, but they are just kind of taking it.
All-Star ya.
It'll be interesting to see
Timnas lah
where
ya.
these guys decide
Iya,
to go. Day
timnasnya.
trade really close to that center circle here is header.
Make me sweat,
Who got you?
make me
Who
hotter,
hurt you?
make me lose my breath.
Day trade. Once again, make sure to visit PUBG Esports to check out the teams' separate perspectives, especially if you have a team that you love. Many of the top teams are currently being followed, but yeah, looking at the circle, most of the teams are actually already in. A lot of the circles we've seen yesterday, today, in the grand finals, you've seen maybe one or two teams starting in the center and then everyone else having to kind of manage their way in. Not so much the case this time around. It's only about, I'd say, 5 teams that aren't actually in the phase 1.
And you know, what we saw TSM have such great success with yesterday was just kind of playing around that
Kira-kira
edge.
toh.
And we've got
Ya,
an ideal
Menang
circle
mana
really
ini?
for playing that edge. But we
Vegas
got a
6.
chance to talk to Lil Ghost.
Enggak, di match ini. Prediksi.
oh chicken.
Ya, chickennya.
Zonanya belum lihat lagi gua.
Ya dah, yang juara PGS 6 deh.
Entah kenapa Twisted Man bisa jadi back to back ini.
Twisted Mind ya teman-teman ya. Nanti kalau tebakannya Okto salah, dia bakal giveaway Steam Wallet seharga 1 juta kali 10.
There you go, respect
Oke,
where it's due
sebuah
there from Lil Ghost on to
fraud
Ming,
dilakukan oleh Garit ya
again,
di
we said it
tengah-tengah
already,
streaming.
earlier today, 17, it just feels like they have been due for so long.
Makasih ya, Rit,
Especially
lempar
considering
tai.
how much success they have,
Sama-sama.
what good positions they put themselves in going into the final days of these tournaments. You just got to see them clutch it out.
I also think it speaks to their mentality when he says, we made a lot of mistakes and got second. He didn't say, we played well, we got second, we were so close. He's like, no, we made a lot of mistakes. We should have won that event, right? And that's the mentality he said, that they went into VOD review for PGS 6. They're working on their shot calling. And I mean, again, they find themselves in the top 3. First place currently by 2 points, but still the consistency, as you're stating, from 17 is...
Puas banget prosesnya. Beh, makasih Bang Rijal ya.
But I mean, that's just the thing this year, especially in 2024. You just can't
Rekomendasi
seem
pot
to
mod
gain
murah, pot mod.
separation the way
Ayo.
they used to. Even if you're having just a
Aku nggak pakai Ayo ya, Pak.
there's always 2 or 3 or 4 teams.
Jadi nggak tahu
that
saya
are
nggak bisa
balling
jawab
out
karena
just
saya
as
nggak
much
pakai
as you
Ayo.
are, and that are right
Tanya Idris
behind you,
coba.
So you can't get that separation.
Gua
You got to
pakai
play through all
Okto.
18 games.
Okto.
It takes all 18 to win this thing. So
Lu pakai gua.
Kan lu
now we'll see if
merokok toh.
Shabe can maybe start off a little something here on Tego as he has spotted out Zakraken, and Zakraken,
Lu pakai gua, Dris.
well, he's got a Panzer
I was
Faust.
gonna
Lu
say,
lagi bispak toh.
a hell of
Good
a
thing to
weapon.
have.
Anjing gua udah pakai Idris, guys.
Push, but speaking of Panzerfaust's raise, now coming into day
Lu
trade's
mau
gonna
banget
found-
dipakai
Oh, he
Idris
just
lu.
switched. He's gonna turn around, he's gonna find Belmoth. Okay,
Kalau harga
so
cocok.
the-
Okpa.
so far. They've been so good at keeping
Kakak
four
gua
members
dong.
alive.
I mean, it almost feels like
Wah,
it's
wah,
the
parah.
curse of being
Wah,
in the center
Kakak
of the
gua
zone.
Okta anjing.
Good compound these days.
Oh sama Oktober ya, kakak lu sama lu ya toh?
Sama. Octavian sih namanya.
Selisih berapa tahun sih toh?
4.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Nyebelinya sama kayak lu nggak toh?
Dia lebih bocil. Rese.
Oh rese. Rese ke lu ke kue doang kali kan kue adik.
Bisa jadi.
Ya gue juga rese ke adik gue tapi ke orang lain enggak.
Belum diresein kan?
Adik tiri gue resein setengah mati kan. Adik tiri gue kan cewek kan yang ini, yang kemarin kan bokap gue kan nikah lagi kemarin. Kan masih SMA, sekarang tinggalnya bareng sama kami. Masuk kamarnya gue berantakin barang-barang di meja, gue kentut terus gue keluar tuh.
Nyampah, drill nyampah namanya.
Kerjaan tiap hari berantakin barang-barang yang di meja belajarnya dia, rambutnya gue acak-acak, gue kentut terus gue keluar. Dia cuma
That victory,
gak bisa apa-apa.
Performance last game, although going out in 10th place, they did manage to get 6 kills, and now they've got Lunar Galaxy dead to rights. As James will find another one. Vinny gonna go down,
nggak? Aku ngoreksinya amba tukam.
So they have found consistency in the first couple games. Luna looked like they were starting to pick it up, but FaZe is gonna put a big stomp on that as they're gonna run with their tails tucked in between their legs now, and I just hope this doesn't become a situation where Luna just
naluri kakak selalu jadi pembuli adik ya. Secara nggak langsung ya. Kayak harus imbang gitu. Merotek iya, tapi kudu ada bulinya gitu loh.
Ya biar dia nggak lupa siapa yang lebih tua di rumah ini.
Iya, biasanya gitu.
It's almost like a tale of two teams, really, with Luna Galaxy and FaZe.
Lo nggak boleh lupa lu yang kecil di sini.
Nah, kalau kakak gue udah lupa gitu. Dia manggil gue jadinya kayak nempatin diri gue jadi kakaknya dia, kan anjing ya.
Kok bisa?
Ya itu kan kayak bocil gue bilang. Pas udah tua dia kayak bocil. Terus kalau di Sunda kan kalau kakak perempuan tuh dipanggil anak gua tuh uwa ya, atau ya kalau di Jawa mungkin bude ya. Dia tetap pengennya dipanggilnya tante. Jadi kesannya kayak adek gue kan. Kalau tante itu. Binatang tetap.
Binatang. Mantap abang. Binatang nggak lo?
Menolak tua masalahnya dia tuh. Makanya udah gitu deh.
Agak lain nonton. Binatang wah, binatang.
Hold the line for the time being. Looks like pretty much everybody has made their way into zone with the exception of Theraton 5 still all the way off to the north. Blue zone tickling at their heels. And Falcons hanging out in Palace, still north of the river. Have not made the cross just yet. Now, how much that has to do with Freaks over by Fishing Camp or Cerberus over in the compound just to the south of that bridge? No. See how Falcons decides to approach this later on.
Anjing.
Don't worry about Falcons coming in late, as you said, with Cerberus in a 2-2 split.
Please lah.
Also, KDF currently at that bridge. I mean,
please lah.
through, but even then, they have to
Oh,
T1
mau lagi. Oke.
Nih kalau disuruh dia nggak mau nih, kalau nggak, kalau kita suruh susah, Rit. Sama persis kayak lu lah. Bisa dalam kasus rumah tangga ya.
Yes, King.
Problems with that Palace Bridge.
Oh.
Wow.
Go.
Hey, he's fine. Calculated. Easy. Rest of T5 just a little bit behind, off to the west there, but they've got just all types of space to work with. Nobody on that North Island, as we mentioned, with the exception of Falcons, although the Falcons have hopped in vehicles, so it looks like they are waiting for this circle to pop. Where will it go?
Kayak suara ayam ditangkap maling. Lu pernah jadi maling, Bang? Kok tahu?
Salah ngomong dia. Ya,
Apa sih? Apa sih?
But KDF also starting to make their way towards that spot as well. FW now are driving close to the compound where that duo that is left of Luna Galaxy are, and it looks like they're actually just going straight in for a crash.
Oh my!
But it's gonna be a Panzer 6X. No, he blew himself up.
Bang!
That's not what you want to do with a Panzer 6X.
Emang.
Okay. He is not allowed to carry.
Kok males ya aku nontonnya kalau udah kayak gini tuh.
For FW.
Kayak ngeliat Cimoy.
Nggak, kayak ngeliat kalau kita main tuh loh, kesalahan-kesalahan yang harusnya tidak dibuat sama pro player tuh loh, toh, ngerti kan?
Fortunately, 6X did it to himself, but the grenade's still coming out here. Is Luna Galaxy gonna hold off
Artinya pro player
the
juga
charge
manusia.
as long as they
Oh,
can?
shut up.
You see 17 just on the hillside off to the north, 4 AM also making that rotation nearby. Luna Galaxy just holding strong as long as they can. More utility coming out of FW.
Idris kemarin udah mau ini, kemarin tuh udah ada niatan udah masukin aja Idris ke Asylum ya kan.
Long range help here.
Rick, Oktonya nggak boleh katanya, jangan.
Kapan tuh bang? Kapan tuh?
Gigit dia.
Immediately opens the door, and it's now just to the last member. And so Luna at least being the anchor, the rock for the team of Luna Galaxy.
FW never want to see another Panzer as long as they live. That was just brutal stuff.
Idris perlu ke Asylum nanti collab sama Manca kali ya. Gue pengen tahu cara ngeditnya dia gimana ya.
Gak usah, aku lebih kayak mikir kira-kira interaksi macam apa yang akan dimiliki sama dua orang ini.
Iya ya. Kolaborasi apa yang akan terbentuk?
Dan sakit kepala macam apa yang bakal ku alami. Nyut gitu dengerin mereka berdua ngomong.
Tapi Manca biasanya gimana kalau kondisinya begini?
Ya biasa aja sih sebenarnya.
Lepas atau nahan?
Setengah-setengah. Hybrid.
Getting into a fight with 17. That seems to be a recurring theme here for BGS6. These two teams just cannot stay away from each other. As Zhaozi now feeds the information to New Happy that 17 has crashed.
Just magnets pulling each of these guys into each other as Non will take a lot of damage but won't go down. So both sides bending but not breaking just yet. What's going to be the catalyst that sets this whole thing off? So far the utility not really finding a home here as Xiaobei just going to send everything in his pockets over in that direction. But no luck just yet.
Sasaran untuk Manca. Manca tuh bukan yang pembuli gitu loh guys. Tapi dia mengobjekkan memang.
Lebih malah kayak mikir sebenarnya yang ada di kepala kalian Manca tuh orangnya seperti apa sih? Kok kayaknya brutal banget.
Iya loh. Dia nggak sebrutal itu loh guys. Jujur.
Kadang
belak-belakan garis anjing.
Netizen itu yang ada di harapannya ke streamer atau konten kreator tuh terlalu liar sampai kalau nggak dapet tuh malah mereka kecewa tuh loh. Padahal kami tuh orangnya biasa-biasa aja loh.
Ekspektasi mereka ya.
Iya ekspektasi kalian, makanya aku tuh sampai heran streamer atau konten kreator mana sih yang kalian tonton sampai kalian punya standar kayak gitu. Gitu. Kalau cewek punya standar TikTok, kalian juga punya. Standar kalau viewer YouTube tuh standar Windah.
Kenapa standar Windah?
Karena ini Windah kan people pleaser banget ya, walaupun sekarang udah berhenti ya. Dia kan sekarang lebih suka main game ya. Aku lagi pengen main game ini ya udah gitu loh, ngerti kan?
Ya.
Nah tapi kan dulu kan dia people pleaser banget. Netizen minta ini dituruti gitu loh segala macem. Ya kan? Gak semua orang punya gak semua orang bisa kayak dia gitu loh, atau mau kayak dia lebih tepatnya. Janganlah. Kalau kalian gak suka banding-bandingin sama anak tetangga juga tolong jangan bandingin streamer gitu loh. Kok mulutmu kasar banget sih, nggak kayak miau out. Lah kok gue nggak nyawer kayak ini nggak kan bisa juga kan kayak gitu. Jadi nggak selesai itu loh. Makanya udahlah.
Kok nggak nyalon presiden?
Bapak gue cuma buru tambang.
Buru tambang mahasiswa rakyat miskin kota.
Never-ending battle.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about this. I mean, how much utility do they got left in the bag at this point?
Well, how much ammo? Look at Little Ghost. He only has 56 reserve in that barrel, so... I mean, the longer this fight drags on, I'm sure they can pick up some of these buildings.
Under life MLA itu standar paling sampah itu.
Converted into that single one-story building. And so the advantage
ML
may be on
making
17's
open.
side, but still New Happy is holding those angles, cutting off weird ones as well, right? Kind of side peeking these windows, making sure that they're not giving
ML
anything
making
up.
off.
Finally, the
Making
first
wolf.
knock will come out.
Enak
It's going to
dong.
be Xiao Bei on the Ming Ming.
Bikin
Flush,
serigala.
though, as the smoke wall is going. Oh, and a
Au.
trade coming through onto Little Ghost.
Udah pasti banget itu.
Chuki going into a
Ketebak.
fight as well. That's happening just off to the west, and Falcons have now made their way across the river. And there's the shots from Roth into Zhao Zi. Almost gets him down, but won't be enough. As you can see, the
Bapakku bukan
Falcons
tukang
slowly
kayu
starting to
loh.
flood in on the north side. Meanwhile, the kill feed is popping off.
Bapakmu bukan
as the
tukang
Quantum
kayu.
Freaks
Apa
take
maksud?
out
Aduh.
Theraton 5. I believe Pong might be the last player left.
Bapaknya Yesus tukang kayu si
Looks
Yosef
like a
itu.
full reset, but this is a huge opportunity
apakah?
for the Falcons for
Apa?
coming in so late on the north side on the other island to now with the opportunity to get one of the better positions now going into this next phase shift.
Oke. Menit
It's gonna
16
be
guys.
still a better position for them to move forward. But
Aku nonton
Luna
PMGC
Galaxy now
seru
dead
juga
center
nih, Mas.
of the
PMGC itu
circle
apaan?
as the duo posts are really
Mobile
saving
nih.
their game.
It's going to be a
PGC
question of
tapi
how
mobile. PGC
well
tapi mobile.
these teams surrounding Luna have scouted out that compound. Do they know
Turnio.
what is waiting in there? It's only a duo.
Asyik, asyik, asyik.
See what happens. Cerberus, meanwhile, on that western edge, they're engaged in a fight with TDT, but Gen G now
Ya baguslah kalau kamu
from
bisa
the south
menikmati,
side, the
baguslah.
third party onto this.
Saya sih
And
pribadi
you've
nggak
also
bisa.
got, Patapon
Salut
is
sih bisa
actually
nikmatin
just
dua
sent it
sisi ya.
towards the center of the circle, so he's managed to stay alive for
Tapi gue nikmatin juga sih,
Theraton
by the way.
5 as the utility will come out from
Ya, ya
behind
bagus, good for you.
finish off what's left here of TDT.
Yeah, this
Good
is
for
gonna
you.
be, I mean, this is such
Cuman,
a crazy
ya
fight.
itu.
You have these
Coba
three
kalau
teams
FVP.
so close to each other, but now we are
Tetap batu.
moving back over here. It does
Apa?
look like there was a knock.
Coba kalau
Xiao
FVP.
Bei will go
Pikiran.
Nah,
down
ya.
yet again.
Nggak
as
salah,
Little
nggak
Ghost
salah.
holding the angle. He has to be huge. He
Bang,
doesn't even find. No, he does find one, but he gets traded.
Oh, New Happy
Mantap
just playing
bos.
around that wall so
Bapakku
well.
nggak
But
ada.
Xiao Zed
Terus, Bang.
and Non, the
Terus
last
aja,
two
nggak apa-apa.
players alive, they are waiting
Gelapkan
for the inevitable.
cahaya-cahaya
Suju,
ini, Bang.
though, is just dipping out. He's trying to
Idris.
escape, but look at T1 in the background. They heard this
Apa?
going on. Raining is
Ada yang
coming
minta
over.
digelapin tuh,
He's
Dres.
gonna see if he can find something. Zenith has an angle on it. Suju just playing around that wall.
Dan
Will
hari.
find Zhao Z. What a
Aduh,
shot from
bahaya.
Suju to keep 17
Hah?
in this.
And T1, they got kind of
Bahaya,
on the
bahaya,
east side by
bahaya.
Twisted Minds, but now
Bahaya.
this is
Saya
the
lu
opportunity for. This is
maunya
their chance
ini
to get
apa
some points
GB
as a duo
pahala
and then
doang,
start to
tapi
come
kalau
down that
giliran
hill,
kayak
but
gini
that
nggak mau,
Fandra
parah lu anjing.
will pour over from the south side.
Human will find the
dia
angle on
joki
the rating
GB
as
kan
Zenith was pushing
sebelum
into the
sebelumnya.
Enak
compound.
banget
It's a
dia.
1v3. New Happy managed to get 3 players back on their feet and reset. But Quandong Freaks, they have the high ground. They have different angles. T1 will go down to Non. And now Cerberus,
Mas.
we were in a fight with TDT. They had him dead to rights. They were 4 alive. All of a sudden, it's down to
Hamas.
time ass.
Hah?
And ZYU,
Hai
it's a
Mas,
1v1,
hai Mas.
and I love the
Oh.
rotation from Gen
Hamas.
G. They actually opted not to get entangled too much in this fight, and now they've taken a position
Tapi di
just
gua
to
ada
the
Hamas
south
tau,
of where
by the
we
way.
currently see KDF. And so
Cuman
it's gonna be
organisasi
ZYU.
eksternal
You said it at the
kampus.
beginning of the broadcast, has been a superstar for TDT, at least as far as this tournament is concerned.
He had
Gua nggak tahu dah setelah kejadian apakah tetap singkatannya itu.
Maybe this will be the
Himpunan Mahasiswa Serang tuh. Ingat gua.
Alah, Uniga aja masih nggak ganti nama kampus.
Their reward is to push right into 4 a.m.
Universitas.
Have a little spot
Apa
to
itu
play
singkatan?
inside zone. That is all you can
Pokoknya
really
Malang
ask for
itu.
here at the moment if you're New Happy. Meanwhile,
Wow.
remember,
Di Malang.
Falcons were
Ya
on
kan,
that
Uniga
north
aja
side.
tetap nggak ganti nama kok.
They managed to send it in and get a little position here more towards the center. I believe they lost one in the process.
Agak ya.
Gajayana.
So they've got everybody up. This
Universitas
could be a good
Gajayana
tournament
Malang.
for them. Gen G, meanwhile, they
Oh,
have
karena
the
UGM
high
udah
ground. They are
ada,
right
jadi
on
dia
the
di
doorstep of the Freaks, and it looks like
singkatannya
they've now
lebih
figured
ini
it
ya.
out as they get the initial
Yeah.
knock.
Lebih
And you have to
ditambah
imagine
cuma.
here, all the teams of the Northwest are about to be
Liga.
into a bloodbath. You see Luna Galaxy still taking shots up on this hill as well. Heaven
Unisec,
will
Mas, tuh.
find
Ya,
Tosi.
udah
KDF
Unisec.
will get the res onto Bean.
Emang
And so,
ada bang?
for all intents and purposes, KDF
Sumpah
still
gua-
Di Jabar juga ada
New Happy
Uniga,
now starting to come
Universitas
in on their
Garut ya.
backside.
So you're going to take a little
Betul
shots
sih.
from Day Trade.
Ada
It looks
siapa
like.
ya?
I love this from Luna Galaxy. Although they are down to a duo, still being very active, still shooting from that compound and making everybody afraid to try to push into theirs. Nam will get the nice spray into Human, gets the next guy low, but Heaven going to find two onto Gen G with a well-placed grenade as New Happy comes to third party and Kwandong Freaks is down. And now Gen G is next on the menu for New Happy.
And they finished that fight so fast that there really wasn't any time for Gen G
Saya-
to
saya
recover and
bisa-
really make the
saya-
push up. As you see Mortars
Saya-
now coming
saya
in,
SM.
Bobo is going to find the grenade
SM
onto
guys.
Snakers. And Twisted Minds now about to get involved, and I'll tell you
Senin,
right now, the
saya
record between
betul
Twisted and
Senin.
Falcons
Siap-siap
this
yuk,
event has
join
not been in Falcons'
PUBG
favor
guys.
at all.
Join PUBG.
Pretty
Join
one-sided
PUBG
so far
guys.
here as Flood will just tank the
Karena
blue zone
kode
grenade
kedua
for the
kan
time being. See if he can
saya
maybe
drop
get
bentar
Snagger.
lagi
Now
ya.
Snagger's just going to go down to it, so Bobo will secure that point. 4 a.m. Twisted Minds, as you said, came over the top, but they are not going to extend overly. They want to make sure that they can just kind of third-party everything here. Rello with a nice spray on the ZPon, though, as Falcons, they might be in a bad spot, but they have a beautiful spread as Roth and Flood and Rello
Bang,
will all
Roth.
combine to contribute to get some more points here.
Ahia,
As the
Genji.
Falcons fight for their life,
Drop.
and Twisted Minds will now go down to Roth as well.
And so this is what we were worried about, Twisted Minds getting involved, but a nice knock. Roth does slow things down. Still 3 members up, though, as Twisted starting to make this push forward. And now New Happy Esports, why not? They're going to get involved as Rello and Roth will take out both HSMM
This,
and
what I am.
Perfectix.
I mentioned the Twisted Minds. They had that hilltop
biasa
angle
tuh.
onto Falcons, and they weren't
Juga drop
overextending,
ini.
but then they sent Perfectix in and end up paying the price for it as FaZe will finish off Day Trade Gaming on the south side. FaZe down to 3, but they've got a lot of real estate to work with. TSM, though, now sending it into this direction of Falcons. Gen G has arrived in the Luna Galaxy compound. TSM now arriving in the Luna Galaxy compound. It's a 3-way fight for the compound, and Falcons
sih
still
bahaya ya.
fighting for their lives.
And
Bahaya,
meanwhile,
bahaya.
FaZe have taken
Artinya.
complete control of the south side of the
Bisa-
circle.
bisa-
They've
bisa
realized what's
menang.
happening. All these teams being condensed, all these teams
Bisa
being
chicken
forced to
maksudnya
fight.
ya.
Example will take care
Ya,
of Ming Ming
bisa
as
chicken.
they start to try to make their rotation in from the north. Now
Lah,
Falcons
Nan.
just down to 2. There is no way that they will get up Roth. At least currently it looks like. And then you still have the solo of ZYU all the way on the west side. But that
Dia
compound
kena
is going to be
timpuk
insane
mobilnya
now
sendiri, ya
that
kena
TSM
bom ya.
has arrived. And now they are the ones to gatekeep the other 2 teams of Luna and Gen G.
Twisted Minds tunneling down onto Falcons and New Happy for good reason, but that means that they don't see their backsides. They don't see that Fex has made his way over. Corexi is about to join
Dari
him as well,
belakang.
and he's going to get the knock
Kaget
on the
dikit,
Batulans.
Bang.
Lou will get the knock on Arello.
Mas
Flood, now
Gede.
the last player left alive for Falcons. Can he survive and get a few more points as FaZe is coming streaming over the top to take down Twisted Minds?
Ya, jadi
FaZe can't
mengasapi
overcommit
Mas
to this.
tuh,
Look
belum,
at
Bang.
their split.
Belum
They
beli.
are so wide, so they will do damage, and they'll make sure that Twisted at least incur some damage here. But like you said, it's just going to be down to Flood, currently trying to hold off the 2 members of Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, that fight's still happening in the compound. Kraken will fall to Barpo.
And he's going to get flushed as well, so it's down to just Posa for Luna Galaxy, although Gen G and TSM still inside that compound, so that fight could
Spray,
pop up
Bang.
at any moment here.
Ah.
Lou, Flood will
Kurang
find the
banget split ini.
spray. Rello still has not been flushed out, so it's a possibility that Falcons can get back up to 2 strong here. As example, the rest of Twisted Minds, like I think it's an example, Batulans, they're going for a res onto one of the knock player. Batulans will get back on his feet, so that's Twisted Minds
Pak
back into 3
Pinjen,
strong.
Pak Pinjen.
AZ from New Happy will
Tidur
send
Pak
it into the
besok
compound
ngedodo
as
sawit
well.
lagi.
TSM has taken the fight over to Gen G, toasting the last one alive. with only
Kalian tuh saling
14
kenal deh
HP.
berarti apa gimana
And
sih
I
guys?
just want to say I love what FaZe did there. They
Yeah.
didn't overcommit. That was a nade from Purdy. Of course it's a
Bang
nade from
Purdy.
Purdy. It's going to take out the last member. Flood will fall to Lou. Again, a heat seeker coming in from him. And Batulans will finish him out.
Sekilas ketot deh.
FaZe just recognizing
Yeah.
that they didn't need to
Padahal
over-aggress. They have
TDT.
so much control. If they lost one there,
Tot.
that could have been a
Tot.
disaster. And now Relo, the last member alive, Lou will find him.
Anjing,
What a
congrats
tournament this has
TSM,
been so
top
far
4.
for Lou, man.
Showing out in a big way for his squad as they manage to keep 3 alive. They finish off the Falcons before the blue zone has arrived. And Corexi now, the only FaZe player still
Bang
really over in their
Mapa.
direction. He is hiding amongst the care package drops as
Yo.
TSM trying to flush out
Wah.
the last player from New
Kena nih.
Bupa.
just hiding in the corner.
Bupa
But they've got all
permanen.
types of utility. They're gonna find him. Oh,
Bupa.
Smart
Ulah.
in the right direction.
Kagak
Let's see, will
dicek,
get the flush.
Bang.
Can he get the flushes?
Gimana menang
Ya
mana?
Oh, that's
ampun.
disaster for
Gampang.
TSM.
Gampang
But they managed to keep
banget.
everybody, at least 2 players alive
Yeah.
Sini
here.
peluk dulu sini.
Culik.
Kind of saw Kurt's reaction. He's like, ah.
HJ
lost one
menang
player. It wasn't
fix.
necessary, but still, as you said, 2 members alive. TSM and with room to
HJ
work with, so
chicken.
it's not over yet. But again,
Apa iya
FaZe
fix
just
ini?
an ungodly amount of control in the circle. As you stated, Corexy in that
Kan lu
forward position. Now
dukungnya
Batrone's gonna go
TS
down to
gimana sih?
and you have to imagine this
Oh,
one's
yeah,
all in
Dris.
the back of FaZe.
Apa?
Dris,
I mean, what can you
Wah.
say about FaZe
Gunung
right now?
Sumbing
What a
kalau meletus
performance
gimana?
from them so far here today, with 2 maps remaining, they are in a beautiful position to win this
Gimana
one.
tuh?
They want to make
Nuar.
sure they don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Corexy has been hiding up there in those care packages, feeding information over to them. They know where Twisted Minds is. They know where TSM is. The entire game is laid out right in front of FaZe. All they have to do is reach out and take it.
This off angle
Lebih
from
bagus dulu.
Corexy is going to be huge if he finds
Ya gimana ya, Tok, ya?
one even more. This is going to be exactly
Padahal
what
nggak
he
sumbing,
needs.
Dris.
MG3 in hand. Why not? Just go. Oh, no. But
Kan,
will find him.
kan gua nyontohin.
Scenario for
nyontohin.
FaZe there. Corexy spotted him, but just a half second too late. And Batulins takes advantage, but TSM still taking shots over the top. James will be the one that gets the knock into Purdy Curdy, though. Will flush out the kill as well, collect their 9th kill, their 9th point. 6 in the bag for James.
Ay,
Trying to
babi.
get some more.
What a performance from
Tapi
FaZe. Even though
emosi
Corexy's
orang
fault
nonton kita
again,
ini.
their plays up to this point are
Udah
so
kayak
good.
Face
taruhan
lagi
aja
sih
deh.
kayaknya
What he went to do there, but like you said, he just
Face lagi
barely
di face up.
saw Batulins late. So they still have complete control of this circle.
Tapi janganlah
It's just
face,
gonna be
nanti
easy now.
Cerberus
TSM,
makin
yeah.
turun.
On that side, Gustav gonna find Lou again.
Those
Ini
care package
PUBG
crates
lagi
aren't
step
that
up mulu
big,
nih.
and unfortunately for
Yeah.
Lou,
Lihat-lihat
little feetsies get
pengen muncul
spotted
ke
out by
permukaan lagi nih
James.
kayaknya.
Batulins now just surviving in the
Bang
bush as
James
long
nih
as he can.
abang-abangannya
He is
memang dari
outside of the
kemarin-kemarin.
circle, though, so he is going to have to move once again. TSM down to just Luke. He is inside of zone, but you can see he's got a little bit more room to work around here.
And smart from Luke. He doesn't even care about FaZe. He's
this is
just
second.
worried about Twisted. Yep, and wants to make sure that he gets 2nd place. And then I wouldn't be surprised if he even went for the deny. And it's going to be Gustav that picks that one off anyways. 11 kills.
Kongres TSM ya, esek 2 habis ini mati.
Crazy task ahead of him if he wants to
3,
try to win this. Otherwise,
2.
securing
1.
2nd place was good enough.
One.
They got to be careful
Go.
about how they
Belum
approach
nyampe.
this, because if
Nggak
they
jadi.
give him a bunch of
push.
1v1s, Luke can easily win. Fex
In
going to try
3,
to be the
push.
hero. He's going to
2.
go close. He's got support from range.
Ketahuan lagi.
And he's got a flashbang.
3,
Yet
2,
lead in
1,
with the
buta.
flashbangs. Try not to flash
Buta
yourself
dah.
if you can,
Buta
but he
permanen
is
dah.
just spamming these things right now. He does spot
Buta
out
dah
Luke,
permanen nih.
moving in the high grass.
Terus
As
bang.
How many look at him, he's laughing. You can see the smile on his face as Fex will finish him off.
Next time.
FaZe gets their second
Oke.
win of the day.
Kode.
So we get to see it. He
langsung
said
aja
flip
mainnya
the
nih.
coin, and it seems like this one has landed exactly where it
Apa?
needed to be. Heads, tails, doesn't matter. FaZe is
Apa?
playing lights out today in the 2nd day of Grand Finals.
They keep
Kode.
adding points, and they keep adding teams into the
Mas,
contention.
hewan,
as we
hewan,
were
hewan
down
apa
to
yang bisa
5. I
ngomong?
believe FaZe
Nuang.
might make it 6 here as they collect their 2nd win of the day
Ah,
and
nuang.
set us up for our final 2 games on Miramar.
Dibeliin bakso sama istriku, akhirnya makan juga.
Neraka. Jing.
Bakso guys, bakso dulu.
Oke men.
Lumayan nih baksonya.
Siapa nih yang dapat guys kodenya? Kutunggu ya.
Wah, nggak ada cuka ya. Malesnya kalau bungkus bakso tuh itu ya nggak ada cuka. Mas, kalau turni gini peripheral bawa sendiri atau disediain? Pasti disediain, tapi rata-rata bawa sendiri karena peripheral itu cocok-cocokan. Disediain itu pasti. Gampangnya gini aja lah, kalian pakai mouse baru yang seriesnya sama yang kalian biasa pakai, tetap rasanya beda kok. Karena belum ada daki dan dangkal dari tangan-tangan kalian tuh loh. Ya nggak?
Betul, Dris, ya kan?
Iya sih.
Cuci tangan dulu.
Sorry guys, sambil in game tadi. Wih, El Nino, kongres El Nino ya. Jangan lupa DM kalau enggak di chat umum. Bedeprot nih, dapet di Shirk.
Badai El Nino.
Apa?
Luar.
Faraday El Nino. Itu siapa, Dris? Pemeran apa?
Badai
El Nino. Oh, badai. Gue kira Faraday. Sorry ya.
Pakai jeruk nipis bisa buat gantiin cuka, rasanya tetap beda. Gue lebih suka cuka, guys. Kalau jeruk nipis, jeruk limau itu buat soto. Kalau bakso itu harus cuka.
Di mulut lu, Turit.
Ya. Karena kalau sebaliknya nggak bisa. Kalau soto pakai cuka nggak enak.
Idris mau ngomong loh. Apa tadi?
Cukanya dikemulutin kan?
Dikemulutin cukanya katanya. Awik wok.
Ya.
Nggak ada cuka, Pak. Itu loh.
Hana cuka hamida. Hana cuka hamida.
Nih Dris, tak tanyain Dris. Kamu tahu coto Makassar nggak?
Enggak sih. Apa?
Nah, jadi kalau di Makassar, soto itu dipanggilnya tuh coto. Nah, kamu tahu nggak bedanya coto sama soto apa?
Bedanya?
Bedanya di mana tahu nggak? Salah. Kalau makan
Gimana? Red?
Halo?
Ya.
Kalau makan soto,
Ya.
kamu minumnya es jeruk. Kalau makan coto, minumnya es jeyuk.
Awik wok. Ini jokes kemarin nih masih ke bawah terus dah. Gue takutnya di besok juga masih. Enak jeruk nipis.
Bapak, anjing.
Nah, sama satu lagi. Kalau soto pakai daging sapi. Kalau coto dari daging sapi.
Ngejek. Hi. Ang. Semua aja.
Ang yang paling sebel anjing. Kapan air ngantuk? Nah tuh.
Gimana bang?
Kapan air itu bisa mengantuk?
Ini harus dijawab nggak itu ya? Mungkin Idris tahu ya. Kalau gue nggak tahu ya.
Pas direbus. Soalnya nguap.
Wah. Nguap dia guys. Jokesnya masuk.
Berapa match lagi? Dua match lagi. Tak sambil ngebakso ya guys, karena ini sambil nunggu agak lama kita nyetel YouTube yang masak-masak kira-kira apa enaknya guys. Yang ngomong Pong's Kitchen aku Ben. Apa ya?
I will say you came into day one of this final saying that one of the teams that you think could contest with them, maybe even shut them down in some of the scenarios, is TSM. They are in second place right now. I don't think we've quite seen many true engagements between
2024 masih ada yang nyaranin how to basic tuh loh, ya ampun, ya ampun. It's 2024, bro.
Guys, sudah kelihatan duluan ya ininya. Ah, iya. Kodenya kelihatan duluan, guys. Maaf, guys.
Kelihatan tipis nggak apa-apa.
Nggak apa-apa. Pura-pura aja tadi. Sorry guys, kelihatan.
Sorry guys, kelihatan memek.
Iya, biasalah. Anak Chuki Hamida, aku lihat aku.
Makan guys.
Oke. Aman ya?
Yo.
Oh, bakso tetelan.
Main dibocor halus aja tadi, guys.
Bakso tete.
Tuh kan tetenya doang yang diingat. Double klik ini anjing lah.
Enak nih baksonya nih. Pak. Oh, bakso Pajero. Pak Jero.
Pak Jero. Yang nggak komen lagi redeem mas katanya. Ya udah deh. Rezeki lah itu mah. Rezeki double klik namanya guys. 4 menit menuju match ke 11 dari yang kemarin ya. Ini match kelima.
Ya, ini orang yang bikin nasi goreng Italia.
Double klik gara-gara mancing enggak guys, kan 2 mouse gua. Mau gue ganti tapi nggak pernah gue pakai ya kan, jarang banget. Nah ini guys, nanti pola di PGC tuh pakai sirkuit ini. Jadi kayak upper lower bracket gitu loh jatuhnya.
Based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next
nah kalau yang ini gue masih nggak ngerti nih. Yang threshold ini kayak harus capai poin berapa buat jadi juara. Pertama, kedua, ketiga dan seterusnya itu guys.
So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome, Smash them all!
Smash rule. Gue cuma ngerti bagian yang sirkuitnya itu sih.
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode.
Kalau yang di finalnya justru gue agak bingung. Kayak point threshold itu maksudnya gimana dan berapa dan gimana teknisnya gitu. Indo ada nggak bang? Kalau di PGS nggak ada bang. Kalau di PGC yang tadi kita lihat tuh itu ada nanti di Desember. Jadi nanti tuh tim Indo yang jelas bakal main 3 kali minimal, karena sirkuit itu ada 3 sirkuit dia, D1, 2, 3 dan itu total 9 hari tuh guys. sistemnya kayak upper lower bracket gitu. Kalau misalkan sekarang tim Indo pasti main di yang D1. Nanti di D2-nya itu ditunggu sama yang top berapa gitu. Top berapa dari apa, dan dari ketiganya ditunggu lagi sama 4 tim dari top sekian sampai sekian. Jadi di PGC itu nanti di hari pertama ada 16 tim. Ibaratnya ini lowernya ya, ada lowernya 16 tim. Nanti 4 tim terbawah terelim, 12-nya lanjut, udah ditungguin sama 4 besar gitu guys. Nanti di D2 16 tim main lagi tuh, 4 tim yang nunggu plus 12 tim yang lolos dari D1. Dicari lagi 12 lagi, 4 timnya nanti gugur lagi, 12 timnya masuk lagi ke D3 yang udah ditungguin sama top 4 lagi guys gitu sistemnya.
Lapar nggak kalian ngelihat video itu barusan?
Nah, video makan berarti.
Masak, video masak. Masaknya steak lagi. Oh enggak ya?
Video masaknya yang Idris dong, Rut. Video masak yang Idris ada. Last Hope Kitchen.
Masak apa tuh?
Last Hope Kitchen.
Last Hope Kitchen.
Iya, masak apa tadi waktu itu?
Makanan
Pempemanya itu.
Apa? Enggak, menunya apa? Menunya apa?
Makanan mutan. Menunya tuh apa sih? Paling gue tuh.
Nggak tahu, makanan enak lah pokoknya, coba di.
Iya, enak loh.
Emangnya entot tretannya emang.
Last Hope Kitchen.
Emangnya entot tretannya.
Berapa kali di Last Hope? Sekali apa 2 kali?
2 kali doang.
Sekali ya. Ebel yang 2 kali ya.
Bentar,
udah sering.
Istriku.
Jadi lama banget berarti ya mas. Ya sistemnya upper lower gitu lah intinya. Kita bakal nontonin yang ada tim Indonya guys nanti pas PGC itu. Jadi kalau D1 Indonya lolos, kita nonton ke D2, D2-nya lolos, kita nonton ke D3.
Tok, titip dulu ya Tok, mau bikin Milo Tok.
Oke, Bang Garit, aman aja. Tenang aja Bang. Apakah twist back to back? Itu dia. Prediksi gue sih kemungkinan besar iya. Ikan Ebi Arafah hilang semua mas dok. Maksudnya hilang di mana tuh bang? Lu mancing udah level berapa Dris?
8 mungkin.
Oh masih tipis-tipis.
Lumayan lah. Tapi gua takutnya double click musuh gua.
Benar. Rawan sih. Lo.
Udah mah tadi sore. Korban itu lupa gua.
Apa?
Korban Toyota Supra.
Korban Toyota Supra.
Iya.
Kenapa emang Toyota Supranya, Dris?
Terbang anjir.
Terbang. Lu korban apa terbang sih di awal?
Korban gua.
Oh, lu korban.
Gua kepental.
Lu kepental. Yang bawa siapa?
Temen gua.
Oh, temen lu. Kalau lu sendiri berarti lu tersangka.
Round number 5 and it was a win for it was a win for New Happy in round number 1 and a win for Day Trade in round number 2.
Iya, masih ade-adean biasa.
New Happy, despite the success, despite the late game.
Gua aja ngedengar anak Lapamos ada yang level 16 apa 18 kemarin, anjing ade-adean kata gua. Ade-adean, bro. Wih, gila. Bang Hio makasih udah join di Fox Platinum. Terima kasih, Min. Gimana?
Ada yang level 30. Mancing.
Lah gua level 30, Dris.
Look at that. Okay, I'll take it away.
Itu pun kagak full time gue ya, nyantai gitu ya.
Dapatnya apa sih level 30? Ikannya?
Tergantung equipment. Kalau yang sebenarnya mentok tuh level 18 atau berapa gitu udah mentok sebenarnya. Yang sekarang ya. Tapi nanti di season kedua ditunggu aja ya. Grinding akan lebih berasa.
Got some decisions to make about how they want to rotate into this thing. As T1 we check in with, they're heading down on that southeastern side, knowing very
Kira-kira
well.
Kosin kalau ditawarin jadi sponsor turnamen SCC mau nggak ya?
Yeah, and 45, I mean, there's a great hill to play to the east side of Octoramonth. That's generally where we see a lot of teams start when they do get that center position. And a contrast.
Masa promosiin pom bensin kan nggak mungkin, guys.
Well, at least in this circle. You know, every single team seems to be in this at phase 1. Again, opposite here. You only had initially about 4 or 5 teams, and the rest of the teams now have to make that trek into the phase 1 circle. And this one is very northern. There's actually a lot of room for these teams to get in on that northern rotation. And because of the plane path, I imagine that we'll probably see some of that, as that's a flipped RB.
That is indeed a flipped RB. Check in with Twisted Minds. Currently in first place, 94 points. As you mentioned, 67 kills. No one even really in that.
Rencana bikin turni PUBG sih kemungkinan besar tahun depan, guys. Doakan aja deh. Doakan ada sponsor dan siapa tahu dari PUBG-nya juga ada ya.
Well, we're going to go to an interview with Gustav from FaZe Clan.
Welcome to the Make It interview, and now we're having Gustav from FaZe. GG, the second chicken dinner of today. You bounced so back fast, and like, how are you holding up?
So holding up pretty good. We always, some guys looking at me laughing. We always start pretty slow usually, and so like I always.
Kenapa mic-nya begitu yang cewek ya? Udah kayak di pilot anjing, apa di pesawat.
So ready to keep going strong. Thank you very much, and we're back to the casters.
Yeah, I mean,
kenapa ya?
Imagine if FaZe could just do what they're doing today all the time.
Masa mic-nya nggak sadar sih kayak, bang kok kecil gitu mic-nya?
I'd rather not.
Kok nggak ngebas?
How brutal that was and how just.
Yang tato jadi nggak mas tuh? Aduh, ini masih gua belum berani jawab.
What was arguably one of the worst group stage days I think we've ever seen from this squad, but to have the mental fortitude. And to have the trust in each other to be able to turn things around after what could have easily been a tournament ruining day speaks volumes to just where this team is and how far they've grown, not only as individuals but as a collective. And
dulu sebenarnya 100 25 tim kalau nggak salah ya. Oh enggak, dulu aja udah 84 maksimal tuh, 21 tim, mentok 22 tim deh kalau nggak salah. Standarnya dijadiin 16 itu karena ranked di 16. Nah ranked dibikin 16 karena pembagian daerahnya jadi lebih leluasa gitu loh. Kalau 100 itu terlalu banyak yang early perang jadinya. Tapi gue pernah sih bikin yang 100 turnamen. Dan itu chaos dari awal.
FaZe Sunday is a thing for a reason in PUBG.
Indeed it is. And, you know, it's one thing to say, oh yeah, you know, just shake it off. Move from one day to the next.
You got a chief. Yeah, there's sport.
Yeah, you got a big guy. Like, just don't be tilted. It's easy, right? Well, it's not, and especially not when you're away from home, you're in a hotel, you're outside of your element, you
For a month,
can't really,
back to back at majors. Yeah.
So being able to pull that off, it's not just FaZe, it goes for all of these guys, right?
Yeah.
To just be able to keep playing at this insanely high level of competition.
Dris,
for
makan,
this
Dris.
long is really an
Oke
impressive thing.
toh.
And just for all the teams, right? You just brought it up.
Nanti aja gua mah.
Insanely high level is absolutely
Sorry guys,
correct.
bikin Milo dulu guys.
Aman,
He should be
guys.
fine. He's just cruising down. But yeah, it's
Milo dari
also
JJ.
just being able to adapt,
Udah umur
right?
32 masih
One
suka
event
minum
to
Milo.
another, back-to-back.
Milo dari
You not
JJ
only
tuh
have to make your own adjustments,
nitip
but then
kan
you have to
maksudnya kan?
factor in
Iya, nitip.
adjustments that other teams are
Sama,
making and
gua
adapt
juga.
on the fly. It is
Nitip dong,
promise you,
Tok.
it is incredibly
Iya,
mentally taxing
nitip.
to have to go through that in back-to-back events with only a week.
Tapi kayaknya
break.
Milonya
So
JJ
kudos to
enak
these
sih ya.
guys for
Loh,
just troopering through it, man.
Tawa lu, Dre.
17 taking some shots there as Lou off in the background.
Keselak.
They're kind of split off here. Now Suzu
Kenceng
has
dia tawanya.
a more centralized level. See, just making their way across this line, but they're cutting right through this twisted
kok mati?
lines split. And you can
Sabar.
see Perfecting's taking some shots over in their directions, but Tulin
Oh.
doesn't really have the angle, it doesn't seem. But either way, I guess Suju, good enough spot to.
Sabar, kok
I'm
suaraku
not even
mati?
sure if he got an opportunity to scout out this compound.
Volumenya,
Maybe 17 just
voice
sent it. Oh,
meternya
that's not the
tutup
tree you
dulu,
wanted
nyalain
into.
lagi.
Oh, getting in a little bit of trouble there, but either way, 17. They get a nice little spot here towards the center.
Yeah, it is in a basin, but it's still a central
Nah,
position. A mark
baru
14 there
keluar.
for T5. I do hope someone finds that and picks it up. But
Gimana tadi, Dok?
the thing about currently the way the teams are set up
Apa?
in the circle,
Milonya JJ apa
they're
sih?
so condensed, as we've been seeing again a lot in PGS 6 into the group stages, but that just leaves so
Tapi
much
beneran
guys.
pas
to play
Opo,
with.
guys.
Ngeliat
And you have to imagine if this
pas ngeliat
shift
storynya
to the
JJ ke
north
Malaysia
is
langsung
going to
WhatsApp
cause
J titip Milo Malaysia.
competition hell for
Itu aja Kak,
everyone
iya
currently sitting
beli
in
6
the position of where we see T5 currently.
That'll be
6 pack.
real rough, and Luda
6 pack yang
Galaxy
gede tuh loh.
feeling that pressure.
Tahu kan
early.
yang
They're taking an E-pack
yang kayak yang di Indo, yang kayak di Indo juga yang bungkusnya gede tuh loh.
It's kind of early,
Yeah,
right?
tahu.
I feel like it's
Aman itu
unnecessary to
bawanya.
take this early. Hold on to
Bawa.
it, see what the next circle
Aman,
does,
aman.
but I mean at the same time because of the way
Titip
everyone's
J,
set up,
6.
right, maybe this could be their
Oke,
way.
Kak. Nggak mau yang lain, nggak? Milo aja.
Lockberry is completely open. Sorry to cut you off, but that just seems
Enggak, kenapa lu ketawa nggak mau yang lain?
It's a little early, but also not sure if they're
Itu
even
maksudnya nggak nitip yang lain ya,
to be
Dris ya?
honest. So this, it looks like one of them maybe is a Kraken.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you got Cerberus up here on the north.
Kalau Milo mending Indo, Malay atau Thailand? Ini Malay, tetap Malay.
Love that.
Soalnya Milo Malay itu mirip sama Milo Australia. Milo kan asalnya dari Australia.
So maybe they were just using it to scout out the hills just off to the northeast of El Pozo to make sure that there was nobody there camping them if they decided.
Idris kalau gitu soal gituan langsung connect ya, neuron activation.
We see new Happy starting to arrive into the
Koneknya
zone on the
cepet ya.
south side by
Nggak tahu kalau
Iya.
koneknya.
Hope they have a second one though, because still
Konak juga nggak,
they
Dris?
have such a clear rotation to the north side.
Apa?
New Happy
Konak juga nggak?
coming in late,
Sinar
not-
terang
apaan?
bijiku,
Oh, masa
percaya
tahu?
diri.
late to a circle. You might as
Belum
well come
aku
in
ganti
as
sayang,
one as
galonnya
Shirk,
ntar
and
aku
that way
pasang
you
dulu.
can make a much more informed decision. Usually rotate on
Tak
the outside of the
kusangka,
majority of the clump of teams in the center.
wahai
So it's
engkau.
pretty much exactly what New Happy is doing right now, but they have T1 right behind them.
Iya.
I'd say this
Enak
is
tapi ini baksonya sayang.
almost an aggressive rotation from New Happy to come into the
Pulang dong.
direct south
Pombanya.
on
Idris
this
nggak tahu
circle,
konak, Idris.
considering that plane path
Polos banget
and
ya Bang
their
Idris.
very far south looting spot, and knowing the Twisted loots around Power Grid, I kind of feel
Aku
like
emang gua polos tuh.
that's who they might be
Percaya
pushing
gua.
into, but we'll see. Plays out. T1 also kind of just off to their west, so they're coming from the south side as well. Maybe they might run into
bapaknya
each other
apa?
as well. Guangdong Freaks have water treatment kind of to themselves, a little 2-2 split with a magnet compound just off to the southwest water treatment. Yeah, I mean, magnet almost feels like
Belum, kurang ini, kurang kenceng gitu. Atau lepas, ntar.
No, well, I mean, still kind of, right? But still somewhat in. But now the position of T5 and 17, we saw them take that kind of shanty town in the basin. They're going to be happy about that, as well as Twisted. But look at now, New Happy starting to rotate into the south side of Twisted Split. It's going to be Example mainly that had to deal with that, but he's actually going to consolidate immediately into the other three members as Batulins does what Batulins does best on Miramar, and he is the goat, the mountain goat.
Really just hold on to that high ground, keep that information coming.
Dimitri.
As we see New
Dimitri.
Happy They will stop down at least in this
Siapa yang kemarin naik meja buat ngambil ayam KFC?
Stretching off just a little bit to the east.
Siapa yang ngambil sampah tadi? Yang berantakin sampah?
When they come in super late and they end up getting this really strong compound on the south side, you could ask for a lot worse.
Nah, sana ikut mama masuk kamar sana.
They could do a lot worse too. So yeah, this will work
Sana,
out
Dim,
well.
sana.
They do have
Keluar.
one split there. They take the top side of San Martin.
Mau nemenin bapak ada kerja apa? Nunggu makanan dia.
T1 though starting to come in, scouting forward as well. They have it. They
Sana
spotted
masuk kamar.
one member of New Happy. That could be
Tudris mau nggak jadi anaknya
quick
Gary?
kill and knock if they decide to push on. It looks like Ian is
Hah?
actually driving
Gimana?
straight into that
Jadi
position.
saudaranya Dimitri.
Kurang ajar.
Care package. Wouldn't you know it? Another one's gonna pop right on top of them. So
Jadi deril anggeng nanti
double
Dris.
crates. Let's give it a twist. Why not? T1.
Tapi sumpah kemarin main CS juga setiap mati anjing.
They've got Raven still off to the south side. Just kind of keeping eyes on things as I think that might have been shots from Batulins actually. So only one guy taking pot shots down onto him. That's not the end of the world here. And I gotta mention, we saw during the map when the circle popped, they had the arrows for Falcons.
11 menit, 12 menit masih utuh guys. Belum ada yang tumbang guys.
And they've now sent it back on that eastern side, so heading back down towards the south, heading back down towards water treatment and Hacienda, which is a lot more populated side of this.
Yeah. That was the proper rotation, right, for them to have taken on the west side. But again, they don't have the information that we do, so I don't blame them for this. But you're absolutely right. This is going to be a much more contested edge than they would have had if they went to the west. And I also want to point out I love the way that T1 is playing this, making sure they have an anchor remaining all the way on the south side because
Malam Mas, by the way, Jakarta mati lampu. Wow.
But there is still one team on that southwest side.
Jakarta mati listrik.
It's going to be
guys, kayaknya aku tuh tadi salah kasih kode deh. Yang aku kasih kode itu kode hari pertama yang udah diredeem nih, yang kode yang coba nih aku kasih nih yang hari kedua. Nanti habis match ini ada lagi.
Kalau gua malah kayaknya bocor duluan tadi. Gara-gara double click.
Wah.
Iya salah. Tapi tetap buat tampilan tadi nanti ya guys ya, formalitas. Daripada siapa tahu kan orang-orang baik gitu.
Di sana suhunya gimana Mas? Di Surabaya gila panas banget, 38 derajat. Emang Surabaya sama Sidoarjo tuh kerak neraka kok.
It's just hard for them to tell exactly how many people are in that building, right? So I don't at all blame them for not committing, and that's just going to send
kalau gua ke Surabaya bakal mati dah gua.
Kok bisa mati mendatang ke sebuah kota?
Nggak kuat panas gua.
Nggak ada MGS, lihat adanya PGS guys. Nggak boleh lagi sini. Tapi tadi gue udah coba nanya sih sebenarnya. Nge-try sih sebenarnya. Boleh nggak bang? Oh kalau ini nggak boleh, oke. Sorry man.
Mas udah main PUBG lagi nggak? Jarang lihat Twitch soalnya nggak punya Twitch. Download lah. Tapi nggak pernah.
Bentar, King of Fire tapi nggak kuat panas. Itu dia. I am back King.
King of Fire.
I am back King. King of Fire. Tapi aku tidak kuat panas sama sekali. Nanti bisa mati.
Apa titik paling panas di Bandung berapa derajat, Riz?
Paling di Bandung maksimal 30.
30 itu udah paling panas.
Itu kayak udara sehari-hari kalau sejuk mungkin di Serang.
Jogja paling parah itu 34 apa 36 paling parah. Luar biasa. Bandung mana tuh kok 30, daerah mana tuh? Dres?
Ya Condong.
Kiara Condong.
Kiara Condong.
Bang tembak bang. Lah.
what Falcons has been going through this tournament, I don't know what is.
Disiplin Pak tuh.
Actually gonna keep it close to the vest and
banget
stay
ini.
alive. Okay, so
Ya dia sendirian Pak.
they don't know how close they came to death right there.
Temen-temennya kemana? Apa dianya yang kemana ya lebih tepatnya?
Alive while the rest of the three boys are already inside the zone. And they're now taking shots at Falcons as they make their way in, and they're gonna find Roth.
Perang nih Luna Galaxy.
Trade out Posa.
And all that information being traded back and forth, but New Happy as well there to take the kills.
Katanya pernah
Actually
nyentuh
putting even more damage and
37.
even
Oh,
more
Bekasi
pressure onto the
pernah
Falcons here
37.
as Luna
Serang
now within
berapa
grenade
ya?
range from TDT.
Tahu guys kalau Serang.
That was a good, I mean overall good play I guess from Luna, right? They kind of trapped him.
Tapi waktu itu pernah sih mobil kepanggang jadinya 40 derajat dalamnya. Oh, 40 derajat lebih sumpah, 42 apa 41 gitu. Tapi mobil parkir. Itu masuk oven jadinya, Dris. Drill oven.
Paling parah tuh aku pernah ngerasain pas kemarin ke Vietnam. 40 sampai 41 itu di Vietnam.
Berarti gua kebayang rasanya tuh. Sama kayak dalam mobil soal itu.
Tapi masalahnya ini di luar.
Iya,
jadi
pengapnya udah nggak ditolong berarti ya. Di mana-mana pengap nih.
Di Vietnam itu 40, 41, sempat 42 tapi bentar.
Lah, mati ini.
Cerberus is eliminated in 16th. Vex as well.
Panasnya nggak panas dan terik tuh loh.
And Party Curdy just eating blue zone damage right now. You can see he's still got 7 first aid, so he might be able to.
Itu aku sama itu kan pas bulan madu aku sama istriku. Jadi apa keluar niatnya cari makan, begitu ngerasain keluar panasnya kayak gimana tuh malah jadi nggak lapar tuh loh malahan.
Yah.
Oh no.
Ya.
Loh aman dong.
He didn't take that much damage. He's fine. ZP on. Still in this.
Lah momen.
Ente.
Just gonna give long range support.
Patampong.
Frontman here, but you can see the grenades coming out from T5.
Tapi blessing in disguise. Aku setelah ngerasain kopi Vietnam di Indo, apa aku ngerti kenapa di Indo Vietnam drip itu terkenal. Enak banget.
Third on 5, even if they win this fight, or conversely, I mean, even if 4AM win this fight, they're just headed straight into danger. I mean, realistically, I don't think they even make it down the hill once this fight's concluded. But look at this, Luna Galaxy now is going to take the fight full on into TDT.
Yeah, TDT doing exactly what we said that they should, is start playing a little bit more aggressive, knowing that their backs are clear, and they will find one off of Luna Galaxy. Posa will still stay alive, though. And look at this, Falcons now actually pushing back into TDT, but meanwhile, you can see FW still.
Sama kalau di Padang kan ada ini teh telur kan. Di Padang Vietnam punya kopi telur.
Finished off by day trade, now 4 kills for day.
Kopi
They've had a decent day.
Kopi telur emang enak.
Jadi kopi, telur apa namanya, telur ayam kampung gitu, sama apa namanya susu kental manis gitu loh.
Mentah kan?
Iya, ya di Padang juga ada. Di Padang kalau di Padang pakai teh malah, Dris. Kamu kalau coba makan ke apa nasi kapau gitu, coba tanya teh telur. Tapi kalau apa Padang biasanya pakai telur bebek. Iya.
Emang enak.
Ya selera orang lah, Dris.
Jadi gini, Dris, telur apa teh, telur bebek kuningnya doang. Terus apa namanya susu kental manis diaduk, terus dikasih jeruk nipis di atasnya, diaduk dikit gitu. Wah. Dikasih jeruk nipis kalau tehnya itu. Enak banget, Dris. Jadi apa amis aftertaste dari telur asinnya tuh hilang gitu loh.
Walaupun kita ngebayanginnya pasti enak, Dris, cuman yang udah minum dan udah nikmatin mungkin enak. Alah bang, kematian bang. Cosplay Bleed ya bang ya itu.
Point delivery. I mean, I don't really know what else T1 could have done, right? So I get it, I understand, but
coba kalau di PUBG itu bisa kayak di Warzone yang terjun sambil nembak tuh loh.
or two
Update,
down
next
to the
update ini.
knocks. We'll see.
Tapi kalau di Warzone
Just
kan
can't
kalau
do anything from it
terjun
either.
gitu cuma bisa
We'll
nembak pakai
see.
pistol.
It just clips the wings there of Snakers from the Falcons.
Man, that was a hell of a read by Falcons, and you can see they were sending it down to the Bronco. That
Sama
looked like they might be
STMJ enakan
interested in
mana?
just going ahead and pushing and going for the
STMJ itu
win
cuma
on that
enak
one,
kalau
but
hujan.
Gen G gonna punt the brakes on that real quick as Adder will
G-nya
finish off
hujan
Gustav
berarti
as
ya,
well. So
sesuatu
phase
belum ada
down.
hujan.
Jahe ngentot.
11th place. Elsa still alive here for Luna Galaxy. We've seen him
Lo,
do
Ari.
some solo heroics, but
Gimana, Ari?
this is a
Rasanya, Ari?
full four-man squad of TDT
Melihat
just
T1
above
itu kayak,
TDT,
pernah nih gue di
I mean,
posisi ini.
Realistically, could start to wrap more towards the south side of the circle. They do have a foothold.
Ada info nggak,
into
Ari? Masalah
position
PGC,
right
kan
below
udah
where
fix
Flood
nih.
and the rest
Fix
of
goal.
Falcons are, but yeah, let's see
Nah,
if he's gonna actually
bakalan
Orkmu
membawa nama
gimana?
siapa?
Orkmu
Lah, meledak dong
gimana?
ini.
where Posa might be.
Ya Allah, Bang. Aneh
He
banget.
didn't know. Oh, that sucks. Well, he goes down.
He didn't know,
Oh,
dong.
that
June
sucks.
will be enough. And Falcons
Lah, dia
trying
kagak
to
tahu
send it
katanya,
in.
Bang.
Rello will find example, get the knock and the kill, but he's all by himself now.
Bawa nama
As
siapa
Twisted
nanti,
Minds,
Ri?
they've still got
Di
utility left to
PGC.
send
Oh,
in the
nama
right
orang
direction.
tua.
He's gonna have to keep his happy feet on as long as possible.
Dia jek-jekin
You
tuh
can
kayak
see the
zaman
utility
SD,
just being sent over
bam
from
gitu.
Twisted. TDT starting to look over this direction as well. Freaks on that high ground, looking over here. But they have been stopped down by Gen G. So Twisted getting a little bit protected here by Gen G, as you can see how they dispatched of T1 fairly quickly.
Deril nggak ada yang
That's just
perang
what
itu,
happens
guys.
when you're in this position,
Mati
especially
di
when
udara
it's
3,
when
1
you're in
sekarat.
that bowl, you just have so many other teams with angles onto the hillsides around you, but Relo now is just trying to defend from the two members of Twisted, trying to push him and just get rid
Apa abis kelar
of that last
PGS
member
paling
of
tuh
Falcons
maksudnya?
currently in their compound.
Kelar
Oh,
PGS
habis
baru
kelar
diputus.
PGS baru ganti
Rello will
FTF.
find Lou, but Fractix
Nggak
will
tahu
flush him
maksudnya.
out.
Kelar PGS ini
Amadal is coming
atau
alive
PGC
here, and
maksudnya,
now
Ri?
it's 2 knocked for Twisted Minds, but Tulin's the last player left alive.
Berarti pas
But that
PGC
is
udah
that
FTF
is
dong.
suicidal to try to make that cross across the road to go for those reses,
Logikanya kalau dia
especially
bener
now
ngetiknya
that
nih.
TDT have crashed the
Iya,
compound.
Rit.
So all of a sudden a game that
PGC-nya
seems
udah
to be so
FTF
in
harusnya.
favor of
Atau
Twisted. Because
bahasnya
they went to
setelah
clear
PGS.
out Rillo, it will just be the solo of Batulans, but
Bisa jadi kan
still the
meeting
circle well
internal
within,
atau
and now
apa.
17 on the north side starting to make their push towards Gen G, which would open up an opportunity
Kelar
for
PGS
day
untuk
trade.
itu bahasnya.
TDT starting to feel themselves a little bit
Berarti
here.
emang ada
4
pembahasan
alive and
lanjutan,
7
Rit.
kills, and they've got the compound dead
Setelah
center. If they can clear out Batulans,
PGS.
that would be
Sedikit.
lovely, but they don't have to do it just yet. There's no pressure on them. As New Happy, you can see them just off in the distance. They
Semoga
are
yang
going to
terbaik
send
aja
it
lah,
over
ya.
towards day
Dan harus
trade.
main dia di
Trying to go
PGC.
for the
Jangan
high
sampai
ground
nih
here. Meanwhile,
perkara
utility
orknya
battle between
bermasalah.
17 and Gen
Lu nya yang
G.
kagak bisa
Through
main
the
nih di
smoke
PGC
clouds,
kan.
Gen G,
Nggak
so
lucu.
far, everybody's still alive and nobody down for 17 either.
This could be a big nade here for Tosi to start things off. Cook just a little too much there as Gen G still
netnya
4 members up and got
kebanyakan.
up. But on the opposite side of this, it's going to be New Happy
Tuh, dikasih
fighting
contoh
against
tuh.
day trade. It's just down the flash. The Anadol fell earlier. We saw the timing for New Happy was on point, but they also have taken some knocks. But it looks like they're going to recover much better. Actually, I don't know. This is going to
Aku
be
pakai
really
ingat
tough
aku.
both the reses. Meanwhile, Adder, Barpo, both taking down members of 17.
Ooh, Gen G coming alive at the perfect time. They got them low and they immediately pushed out and got those 2 initial knocks here. And you got Freaks that have made their way across the street as
Tako
well.
partner
So
itu,
17 pinched at the
Yeah.
worst possible
Okay.
time. Quandong Freaks, see if they can get the
Tapi,
angle. Gen G's going to spot him out
apa,
as well, though. As Barpo will finish off
masih
his
nyoba 3 bulan
knocks.
gitu.
17 just staying alive as long as the smokes will allow.
And look at this, a full send. Okay.
That didn't work.
That
Day
did not
trade
work
berserah.
at all, but now it's going to be TDT making it into the compound, the other side of the compound here where they see Batulans and he should
Matang, guys,
be
Batulan,
cooking.
guys.
No, not quite. Very low though. This needs to be an easy, lossless. Yeah, and there it is.
Ya Allah, Bang. Wih,
Oh, he kind of took 2
hampir aja.
in the cake,
Wait a minute.
and he survived.
Yeah, Batulin's got that. He got a little thick in the pants there. He survived 2 pumps from the shotgun, and it still does go down in the end. So TDT once again still has 4 alive in the compound. They're feeling great. New Happy somehow survives the crash from day trade in the wide open smoke on the side of the mountain.
Shocker.
I know. I didn't think it was going to work out that way, but Rex coming over. He's going to spot out Xiaobei. Heaven will finish off Lil Ghost, and that'll be 17 down in 5th, and we have reached our top 4. It's Gen G, TDT, Quandong Freaks, and New Happy.
TDT with an opportunity here to start to climb on that leaderboard.
Gila Genji-nya.
4 members alive on the bottom
Bang
side of the
Idris
hill. They
nih
should have some
meninggal
angles to
langsung.
push up with, but still IDF fighting with Rex.
Langsung
And
aja,
Gen
Bang.
G
This is Quandong Freaks that we wanted to see in the final game yesterday.
Kok aku males ya nontonnya ini, apa Cerberus underperform banget ya.
Bean leading the charge here as they get the opening knock.
Mungkin mau
Aku sedih.
harus gue yang turun tangan.
Gila, Idris turun tangan.
Iya, lo turun tangan sih turun gunung gitu Cerberus dah.
That is going to be a hell of a backstab, and so they're now starting to keep tabs onto the team of TDT while still maintaining control of what's happening on the north side, just to make sure
di
that
PGS 5
these
udah nggak ada Tycoon pun fine-fine aja.
Big Bro has the arm as we see Xiaozi
Fine-fine aja sebenarnya. Cuma belum terlalu nyetel aja.
Dar.
Aku sedih.
Right on
time
time as Tosi gets taken down to about half HP. Barpo back on the move. Rex is going to stay low. Barpo going to be
Gua yang tai atau Agus yang tai?
Gets him low, gets him knocked.
Garit sedih.
Now Rex is there as well, but Ming, he's too good. He's going to find the double knock as Barpo and Rex get flushed out by Human.
And KDF with an opportunity here to backstab the last members of Gen G, but they are taking this a little slower, making sure that they don't overextend. They do not want to incur any knocks because TDT then will be able to push up. But look at this, Xiaozi actually watching the anchor for New Happy is maintaining control. But now it's going to be two members of TDT on the southwest side.
Xiaozi's got his work cut out for him, and he's actually going to call from support from Ming. So
Nonton Sleeping with Siren nggak, Mas? Nggak.
From Gen G and KDF at bay for now. As Xiaozi, he's got him right on his doorstep.
Telat nggak, Mas? Lumayan. 3,5 jam.
June gets down to about half HP. AZ, a nice grenade, will get a knock onto them in return, but Xiaozi will go down to a nice Molotov from Zhu, and Ming goes down as well. And that's 10 kills now for TDT. Can they stop down long enough to get the rest of the van? As AZ is now the last player up for New Happy. He gets sprayed down, but he's still alive.
Very good timing there coming out from
Setengah
TDT.
abad lagi
That's
lah
exactly what they needed to do. They waited, they were patient, they didn't do anything right. A lot of teams potentially would have gone just too early. That would have caused them some problems because New Happy had not yet pushed up. So now it's just down to the adder solo of Gen G. You have KDF now starting to realize that there is a full four-man team on their south side that they need to start to pay attention to.
Masih proses deh.
We saw them pull off some
Masih
miracles
pribadi
in the group stage. It has been
Nah,
a slow
artinya
burn for them
apa?
here so far in these finals. Lined up this leaderboard, they are right on the doorstep of 10th place.
Oh, nanti pas udah jadi lu kayak langsung kepompong jadi kupu-kupu gitu ya.
Can they make it more? 3 alive still for KDF.
Gila.
They have not been able to spot out Adder, who is doing his best to just stay alive and hope that maybe TDT and
evolusinya jadi
ada orang Indo nggak di turun ini? Ada nih yang nonton. Idris sedih. Kenapa tiba-tiba jadi Velociraptor gitu, Idris?
I also like the fact that for TDT, it's a team effort. We talk about ZYU a lot as we should, but that whole team, when they are firing on all cylinders. Everyone is contributing. It's not just ZYU getting all the kills, and so their decision making overall in the group stages, even now, even though as you said, it's been a slow burn, Poro. It's been impressive to watch. And this is, this is a young team, right? The future is very bright for TDT, especially if they can close this out, start to punch their way up towards the top 8 slot.
Aduh,
it's in reach if they can just get rid of KDF, and more importantly, Adder, who is just sneaky snake crawling his way right into the arms of KDF, who are just waiting for him. But they have, quickly spins on him. Bean's gonna get the
Idris
anjing.
And yes, they are sending it. You can see June already rushing.
Udah ada terus lagi fiturnya.
They got grenades in hand. Just wide here as the res does come off. Guin back on his feet, but he's got to get that heal off as well.
Right now, Heaven has to be huge, holding that side anchor position. Bean is going to go down once again. TDT are on the doorstep of a 15-kill win, and sure enough, they're going to get it. What a game from TDT.
Oke, ini dia kode terakhir hari ini, guys.
coming into
Baik di Garit
today,
dan di
they
gua.
had such a rough
3,
day one,
2,
but what a way to
1,
turn
let's
things around
go.
here on Miramar. Huge
Wow,
Ini
kodenya
kode
seperti
terakhir
kan.
untuk hari ini ya teman-teman ya.
Finally showing us signs of life and what we knew that they were capable of and what they should have done yesterday.
Idris Park barusan.
This is really starting to come down as we get ready.
Enggak, Jurassic Driss namanya.
Jurassic Driss. God damn.
Itu gara-gara itu kita main di Palworld tuh semua ada Drissnya anjing.
Kok bisa?
Jortmund Driss, Anu Driss, nama ininya palnya.
Ngaco kalian anjing. Hey, Zarky, what the fuck?
Kenapa Dargunov jangan dipakai kok tadi? Yang pakai pelor-pelor AK tapi ya. Kayak Beryl pasti sama Dragunov rata-rata tuh.
Udah apa tuh Bang? Bokep?
Gimana? Oke, ini siapa yang dapat nih, guys? Ini udah dapetin kodenya sih, ya oke lah. Thanks Jikoinnya Bang Okto. Wih. Andikia ya. Coba gimana? Aduh, Moji telat kok Moji. Besok ada lagi Moji ya. Coba yang dapat di chat umum guys kalau berkenan. Karena berkenan.
Wah, hujan deras nih. Jadi sange. Gak tertarik server baru Mas Okto Bang Garit? Belum. Saya masih banyak game yang mau saya mainkan. Contoh, FIFA. Krik. Gak, kalau GTA RP aku belum ada keinginan sama sekali guys. Cuma mungkin dalam beberapa waktu ke depan mungkin aku cuma kayak ya udahlah yuk ngetes masuk kotanya Okto kayak apa sih gitu loh. Gitu. Ngetes aja. Oh ini tuh kotanya Okto. Oh, ya udah cabut gitu. Nih.
Tingkatan turninya lebih tinggi PGC atau PGC Mas tuh? PGC dong.
Kontol. Apa lagi?
Bayar pajak di Masdog Gaming Shop. Udah aneh aja nih bayar pajak segala dah. Masih semuanya kudu ada bang, buset. Bayar token sekalian loh. Isi token imani.
Oh ini mu.
Iya.
Gak usah bayar pajak guys, aku aja sampai sekarang gak bayar pajak kok, berhenti bayar pajak aku. Aku dulu rajin. Semenjak kasusnya itu loh, siapa sih?
Rafael Alun.
Rafael Alun, langsung stop aku.
Keren lu terus.
Langsung stop.
Gue aja nggak tahu kasusnya dia. Ceritain dikit dong. Ceritain dikit dong.
Orang nggak jadi masuk penjara juga kan Rafael Alun sama anaknya itu. Makin tambah nggak mau bayar pajak aku. Ini setiap terima WhatsApp dari Dirjen Pajak Sleman, tak bales, belum punya Rubicon. Bodoh amat.
Masih.
Dres, besok kalau Monhan rilis mau main nggak?
Nonton yang mana
Monster
tuh?
Hunter. Monster Hunter Wilds, kalau besok udah full rilis beli nggak?
Nggak main gua.
Nggak main, kenapa?
Males, males itunya.
Apanya?
Mau cari itemnya.
Item apa?
Lo nggak, kalau misalnya
Moji,
justru itu
makasih.
Dres, kalau kamu
Abu,
main,
kalau
ayo
bayar
bareng
SPP
sama
nggak
kita
bisa juga
gitu
ya, Bang?
loh.
Kagak bisa Bang Abu. Ready lobby PUBG
Apa?
Mas, ini udah nunggu dari tadi lo. Astagfirullahalazim.
Enggak.
Oh enggak, ya udah. Pokoknya kalau berubah pikiran ngomong aja.
Oke.
Ayo tuh si Idris masukin ke Discordku lah toh.
Ya, boleh lah anjing, gak ada yang nahan. Tidak ada yang nahan.
Enggak,
Nggak ada yang nahan.
invite aja.
Boleh. Ada invite linknya nggak di situ? Apa
Kan lu
manual?
bisa langsung.
Manual berarti ya.
Mm-mm.
Turururut.
Kita sambut King of Fire.
I'm the King of Fire.
Ya ampun.
Masuk langsung, Dres.
Jangan ngomong ya ampun, yang nyanyi kamu loh.
Oh ya masih mau ngedengerin anjing.
Idris ya teman-teman, the one and only. Cuma Idris guys yang bisa kayak gitu, Dre. Apa teman-teman? Mulai sekarang panggilannya Idris El Fuego. Fuego kan artinya api kan.
Hah? Fuego?
Fuego kan artinya api.
Yes. Nggak. Bahasa apa itu?
Spanyol.
Gua kira bahasa Jerman.
Loh, udah mulai lagi guys match terakhir nih.
The 6th game of the day, the 12th game of this grand finals, and James and Matt are absolutely correct. Twisted Mind still manages to find kills even in positions where they go out
terakhir kan
early,
tadi,
but
iya
TSM
terakhir.
is
Besok ada
right
3
on
lagi
their
guys.
heels.
Aman aja. Di Garit ada 2, jadi total ada 5 kali 3.000. 15.000 masih ada 15.000 guys. Aman aja.
Exactly. They don't allow anybody to close that gap. It's like me chasing Toby in fantasy. I just can't close the damn gap, and it's killing me, and it's killing these guys. But TSM are doing their best.
Hold apa
As
toggle?
you see,
Hold.
look at that.
That is a terrible play back.
Yes, that's not a great play path.
Kalau
We
di
don't
game
like to see
sebelah
that, but,
kadang ada yang toggle.
What we do like to see
Tapi udah
is,
kebiasaan hold sih kalau di
what
PUBG
is it? We
enak.
have like 4, 5, maybe even 6 teams
Lebih
that are
lincah
within
gitu rasanya.
striking distance of first, going into the final game of the day and going into the first game of tomorrow, the final day of play.
Bentar
A lot
guys,
of
aku lagi
teams
balas
still
WhatsApp ke
have
adikku.
a shot at
Adikku
that
lagi
first place,
bantuin
but it's
aku
gonna
bikin
take a
red
lot
card
to catch up
sama
And something interesting
apa
to note here
namanya
is that him with the highest average kills on
sama
not APAC actually
proposal.
but it's the,
Jadi aku bayar
the thing
adikku
to
ini.
notice there is he has the highest average kills on
Dia kan
Miramar,
desainnya
but
bagus
he
dia.
really hasn't done much today,
apalagi
right?
ya,
Like
dulu
we
aku pernah
really
kerja
haven't
sama
seen
ya.
aside from the first couple games, it's kind of been a struggle. Yeah, it's been a struggle for Cerberus.
Yeah, it's been very quiet day for them.
Oke, ditunggu walaupun nggak main
despite
support aja gitu.
they gotta win.
I mean, outside of that win,
Outside of that win,
yeah.
it's not been,
Apa sih?
it's been here or there. You know, it's not bad. Not
Walaupun
bad by
nggak
any
main
means.
tuh
I mean, they
gimana?
still managed to, like, that win is kind of carrying them, and then they had an 8-kill 5th place. That was all right, too. So we'll see if they have one more game here. That could put them right back up there and in reach with a...
Siapa yang bakal chicken nih Dris kira-kira?
The biggest problem though is they need Twisted to go down.
Kayaknya sih
They refuse.
They can't. It feels like it's almost
tanpa
As we have in Azahar Circle, it's been a while.
Twist.
In a minute.
One of these.
Yes.
And, we all know
Twist,
the
yes.
troubles of Azahar Circles. If it
Sama
doesn't end up sitting up there,
Sama
it's just
TSM.
a city in a massive bowl. Then you have
Tadinya
so
kalau
many teams.
lama gue sambil kencing tadi.
Every
Oke.
cardinal
Kalau udah
direction that
beres
can
gue
set
kencing.
up above it.
kurang
James
ajar.
now with a early game scuffle, and he's just going to be taken out. Talking about continued success. Vangi, that's going to be the first of
Kemarin yang
James.
aku
He's gonna sit
ngisi
back
acara
in the
yang sama
last
si
game
Amba
today
itu,
and just,
laptopnya apa guys?
calm for his teammates as best
Ada
as
yang
he
ingat
can.
nggak?
I mean, there's still value when you are dead, but yeah, obviously they want him alive. Especially because
Yang aku sama si Amba tuh loh.
It's been great today.
Yeah, that wasn't a scuffle. That was just plain murder.
That's fair.
And
I tried to spin it in the best way I could for James, but
that's fair. Well, look, hey, right off the bat, we
Pongo
know
ya.
that the circle like this that favors El Azahar does typically tend to have a lot of play around that death road, that death valley right in the middle. And right off the bat, TDT and Theraton 5 both going for the gas station right in the middle to square off here in our final game of the day. Hopefully you don't have any of these guys on your fantasy team because it's looking like we might see a couple of -3s coming out as June continues his rampage from last round.
And so far, TDT have already taken one down of FaZe with a flush. They've knocked Rosetta Jr. and I love that the rest of the team is now coming in. A beautiful double from Vangi. This is exactly what you want to see to piggyback off of their 15-kill win.
Wow, Von just in the perfect position at the perfect time. And June will go down, but he can't get flushed. So that, just like that, Theraton 5's day has come to a close. Maybe a little bit earlier than they would have hoped, but we'll see what TDT now. Can you turn a good game into 2? 5 kills is a hell of a way to start.
And what a hold coming out from June, but more importantly, the support came from Vangi, just pouring over the top, a quick double, and taking the fight to 2 teams early against FaZe, and then just wiping T5 off of the grid. Again, we heard them scream as soon as they got that wipe. Those boys are hyped up.
Yes.
Oh yeah, and they should be. They absolutely
Jadi ini
should be,
adikku lagi tanya, Mas udah pernah brand work sama mana aja?
It's been a slog so far going in the early part of this grand final, but they have apparently found their footing here on Miramar in day number 2.
Nanti dimasukin logo-logonya bisa.
Making their way up that eastern coast. Nobody
makanya nih banyak nih. Razer, Dana, Mionix.
Masukin yang apalagi yang gede-gede ya.
Ya, PUBG, Tokped, Nvidia, HP, ROG, MSI, Axio, Jarum, masukin semua deh.
Slow looting here at Power Grid, and as a result, Day Trade has now.
Mau ada PLN juga masukin aja deh.
Enggak, PLN ku bacotin kerjain di sosmed.
It's one of those very rare teams where when I watch them and they're slow to a circle, or they're outside position.
Wah, apalagi.
It's hard for me to worry about them. It's hard for me to really see them getting punished. It's not often that we see a few of their members or even one of their members fall early before the first phase. I think that's actually something that a lot of teams can try to take away from Twisted, is that you just avoid the early game losses.
Yeah, it's just you know, the circle didn't fall on top of them or anywhere near them really, so they knew that they weren't going to get prio on any of the good places to play around that death road or around the El Azahar area. So maybe they just commit, look, let's go north. It's a little bit fat on the north side as far as the circle's concerned, where that
kurang ngerti aku kalau itu, guys.
Split is. So maybe opting to play north. But that being said, there are a number of teams that have the same idea, and they're already there. 4 a.m. just south of Campo. TSM kind of making their way in on that western side. Day Trade just ahead of Twisted Minds. So it's not going to be as clear as maybe they would have hoped normally.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, this is what Twisted does best, right? They let the teams go in front, and then they work the edge, knowing that they don't have anyone to backfill. Day Trade has been doing that all of it, but now they're going to potentially get a masterclass from the team that does it best, which is the team
banget
behind
sih,
the Twisted
cuman
Minds.
lagi nggak
Meanwhile, you still
biasanya
have
aja
W
gitu.
all the
Karena
way
kita kan
down
aspeknya
by
chess itu
DeMar, who are
dar
also
dor
coming up
duar
to this
gitu
west
kan.
side edge, and as you said, the north, yeah, pretty open overall. You see 4am currently sat inside there, and then Gen G making their way on the south, and they're going to have a shadow in T1.
Oh ya, Call of Duty juga pernah aku.
Really putting a test to how good your
Apa
scouting
aja ya dulu ya? Apex pernah.
Can you spot out the danger signs?
Apalagi ya?
Start making the moves.
Banyak juga ya brand workku ya. Sampai lupa tuh loh.
Itu yang gepeng-gepeng itu, Rit? Yang baru.
Just off to their south, kind of
Nah ya, itu kan masuk ke Hoyo first itu.
Oh, itu Hoyo.
ya kan, masuk ke Hoyoverse di sisi dirangkum aja ya kan, soalnya kan udah pernah semua, Honkai udah pernah ini sekarang kan. Oh ya, Strinova, thank you udah ngingetin teman-teman.
Nah itu namanya.
Apalagi ya?
We see Posa here taking shots from a distance, but he did hear Falcons pull up to this compound. And so is this going to be another issue where they just lose one and Posa will find Roth? And Falcons, man, they just cannot catch a break.
Oh iya kan, aku bisa ngecek di draft ini Instagram ya, draft postingan ya. Pinter banget kan. Udah, itu malah paling atas itu. Ya Nvidia ya. Nanti seri jangan kasih aku series 50 deh, listriknya makin biadab. Jangan.
Masih lama biadab.
Roti jale mak 5 biadab.
Nah itu maksudnya.
Luna has the advantage. They have the compound at this point. There's no real way for Falcons to know how many are in that compound now, but yeah, just losing too early yet again.
Sebenarnya PUBG juga bisa dirangkum dari craftonnya sih.
Oh ya.
Oh enggak, aku PUBG aja soalnya kan yang dari crafton yang lain belum pernah aku. Iya kan?
Got the first knock, Vinny instantly in that vehicle and right there to provide some support for his teammate. And now let's see what
dulu apa ya, di Kalisto protokol itu?
Kalisto aku nggak ambil, karena waktu itu tabrakan sama, aku pokoknya tabrakan, Kalisto tabrakan. Makanya nggak ambil.
Crafton kalau nggak salah, iya benar Crafton.
Iya.
Tapi dia ex Nvidia kalau nggak salah tuh.
Comparatively to the last game, and it looks like Gen G is going to be.
Debisnya Nvidia mau game apa juga ada dia.
Ngeri.
Walaupun aku lumayan mengkritik Nvidia kemarin. Pas acara aku di Gamer Village yang di Jakarta dulu. Aku ngeliat kan yang di push ini toh Valorant toh.
Oke.
Padahal kan Valorant CPU bound bukan GPU bound. Agak aku kritik waktu itu, terus dia bilang ya gimana mas, gitu, apa namanya juga promo, iya sih, tapi ya apa kayak di satu sisi aku nyalahin yang kemakan sama nyalahin orang yang kemakan sama apa marketingnya mereka, karena kau punya PC tapi nggak tahu soal PC, gue dibodoh-bodohin gitu loh, ngerti kan?
Iya. Better Black Myth Wukong sih kerasa banget itu gunanya.
Nah, tapi kan waktu itu belum keluar.
Benar. Tapi berasa itu. Apa seri 40 itu ngefek banget.
Yoi, lu udah pakai yang 40 sekarang tuh?
Udah dipinjemin doang kemarin. Balik lagi ke 380. Gue belum memutuskan buat upgrade soalnya masih gue tahan nih 2025.
Kok mending udah kayak aku 40-90 aja. Manca mau bikin mau beli series yang 50, tapi 50 dapat bocoran butuh 2 PSU. Tuh.
2 PSU.
2 PSU.
Iya, 50-90 tuh pakai 2 PSU untuk powernya. Mending kayak aku 40-90 itu bisa tahan 4 atau 5 tahun itu.
Untung gua nggak jadi ngambil seri 5.000.
Jangan orang seri 4.000 aja listrik udah kritikal kok, Dris. Apalagi seri 5.000, aduh, nangis pak.
PSU lu berapa, Rit? 1.000 berarti?
PSU tuh coba aku cek.
Soalnya dua-duanya sih, kalau yang PC live stream, gua concern 2025 itu Gen 15 ya kan. Gua rencana mau ngambil si Intel ya kan. Nah, kalau yang PC gaming concern ke seri 5.000 itu gitu loh.
Jangan yang 5.000.
Tadinya begitu.
40-90 aja.
Ada menuju ke arah 2 PSU kayaknya.
Aku 1.200 watt.
1.200 watt PSU-nya ya.
Ya, 1200 watt yang platinum.
Probably dropped
Udah
down
aman
somewhere in
banget
that
lah
city.
itu ya.
Daytrade now made it to the north side, taking up a good amount of space there.
Dah, jangan yang 5.000 toh, jangan yang 5.000 sumpah. 2 PS untuk bayangin binatang.
Bukan masalah harga PSU-nya guys kalau itu, konsumtifnya itu loh.
Konsumtifnya.
Kayak 3 PC dong gua nanti jadinya. Udah mah gua double, dianya double PSU, udah jadi 3 tuh berasa tuh. Berarti dia berapa? 1.500 ke atas ya? Rekomennya ya? Anjing.
Anjing.
Berarti ada kemungkinan milestone milestone upgrade PC dipercepat ini guys jatuhnya.
Nah, 5.000, jangan 5.000.
Enggak, gue bener dari kemarin tuh udah berapa ya, 6 bulan lalu lah, setengah tahunan lah. Udah bener-bener pengen ganti, cuman dapat kabar seri 50 sama Gen 15 itu 2025 kan. Kalau PC live stream sih memang gua rencana nunggu sampai 2025.
Makanya gue sekarang cuma
Gen 14
pakai satu PC aja. Satu PC aja. Toh. Dulu aku juga 2 PC toh.
Kalau double sih jatuhnya
tapi
2,5
satunya
PC
kan
sekarang ya.
Iya, tapi kan 2 PC kan dulu buat ini dipasangin Elgato kan.
Ya.
Jadi buat mirroring doang gitu loh.
Ya, kayak gua persis lah ya itu kan.
Tapi udah mending kalau udah 4090 mending satu PC aja gitu loh toh. 4090 seingatku konsumsinya 450 watt ya mas. Lebih deh kayaknya.
Gue concern ke ini sih Rit, kualitas streaming sih kalau pakai 2 PC itu. Gue ngincer ke kalau CPU kan dia lebih smooth gambarnya ya. Dulu sih berasa banget ya di YouTube. Waktu 2018-19 itu masih bening banget live streaming gue. Kalau yang sekarang nih, gue nggak tahu karena umur CPU gua juga, jadi dia tuh biasanya gua running tuh di fast rate kalau pakai CPU. Jadi normalnya kan very fast tuh ya. Jadi fast itu dia satu di atas medium. Jadi kayak medium itu udah berat lah pokoknya. Nah fast itu yang agak entengnya lah. Ada faster di atasnya lagi, baru very fast tuh yang biasa dipakai orang-orang kalau pakai CPU. Nah itu untuk encoding dia lebih smooth. Tadinya ya, tadinya nih.
Sekarang kan encoding mending pakai VGA.
Nah gue nggak tahu sekarang VGA, gue sempet live stream pakai PC gue yang ini juga kan, PC gaming kan. Gue encoding pakai VGA ya kurang lebih mirip-mirip gitu. Hancurnya maksud gue ya. Padahal bitrate 12, 15k gitu. Jadi gue pengen
bitrate gua aku aja 6.000 toh.
Iya gue 12, 15 kan, makanya.
Mending 6.000 toh. Karena gini sekarang YouTube itu mau dibikin kayak Twitch.
Ya kalau kualitasnya sama mah nggak apa-apa Rit.
Nah iya justru itu. Jadi Mas Odi itu kemarin pernah nyoba pas Subaton dia pakai 10.000. Malah apa kadang ini loh apa namanya buffering tuh loh.
Ya.
Persis kayak Twitch. Jadi Twitch kalau lu pasang di atas 6.000, lu pasang 7.000 aja pasti buffering. Persis banget.
Tapi Twitch ada sih yang partner 8.000 sih di unlock sama dia.
Listrik bulanan apa token? Aku pakai pasca bayar, berarti bulanan.
Flush out the kill, get the point, try to go for the revive on a Sparking. Batulin's meanwhile is taking shots over at TDT, so he's just kind of put himself in a position to try to gate TSM as soon as they try to make their way out of this compound.
Implications of this are pretty huge for the rest of the lobby. You have your first and second place team both fighting, basically just kind of dismantling each other, and now Batulin's just gonna have to get out, which means the impact that they will have on this game for the final game of the day is not great, especially if Sparky can just get rid of Batulin's right now.
1 koma.
Sama ntar coba nanya Nvidia bang ada diskon nggak?
Gua ada nomornya orang ini MSI mau.
Gua orang review-nya langsung sih, cuman apa suppliernya. Jadi dia bisa ngambil ke mana aja, Rit.
Sama, tapi kalau gue MSI.
Oh iya, tapi kan MSI lebih ke spesifik kan.
Ya,
jatuhnya.
Tapi ya itu dari MSI gue juga kenal jadi sama orang ROG, jadi kenal sama orang ini gitu loh. Apalagi kalau dia udah pindah kan, Mas aku udah nggak kerja di sini lagi, tapi aku bisa bantuin Mas gini-gini. Oh siap.
Lu 40-90 ambil di berapa waktu itu, Rit?
24. Kok 24 sih? Enggak ding, masih ada aku ininya.
40-90 apa itu?
Sorry, 30.
MSI atau apa itu?
Aku pakai MSI Z790. Kok MSI Z790, sorry salah baca.
Glaring mistakes, so we'll see how that one plays out.
Kemarin colorful
17 now to push on to the position of 4am. This is happening on the northeast side of the circle, and they're not even in yet.
Nvidia, Asus,
still having to stop to
RTX
heal.
4090 gaming OC.
But look at the damage that Sparky put on Batu.
Asus TUF.
Luke can get around this hill. He spots him. He gets him low. He gets him dead. And TSM will take out Twisted Minds, and they will stay alive at least for now.
Job done for TSM. Exactly what they needed to do.
Aku tidak ada rencana untuk upgrade ke series 50 karena itu series 50 listriknya makin gila. 4090 belum ada TI, belum ada TI. 4090 belum ada TI memang.
Seri 50 mah Enders juga bingung ya. Bang,
ini loh punya aku yang ini loh, gengs.
Kita mau ngirimin series 50, tapi PC kita kagak kuat PSU-nya gimana di situ?
Iya kami kasih apa VGA-nya Mas, tapi nanti sisanya mikir sendiri. Fuck you.
Mendingan kirim sama PC-PC-nya kalau begitu ya. Ismi makasih udah join.
Kalau kata parlemen Malaysia, hey you speak English? Fuck you. Itu masih top tier meme itu sampai sekarang.
And also New Happy just shredding them to pieces. 4am's out.
4 angry men, no good, very bad day
continues.
Now Genji is in the sights of New Happy.
6 jutaan.
They have vehicles on the move.
40-60
They're ready to go. They've got a path
to
get into this next zone. Actually, they're mostly in this
Kenapa
next zone.
40-90 malbet ya?
Pretty okay
Ya,
here.
aku buka media share.
All things considered, New Happy, they have that northern side, and now they get the circle as well.
Ingat toh, 4090 emang mahal, tapi bisa lu pakai sampai berapa tahun?
Apa mendingan 4080 Ti gue yang ngambilnya?
Mending 4090 sekalian toh.
Kenapa tuh, Rit?
Ya bisa buat berapa tahun itu toh? Sampai series 6000 keluar masih bisa kepake itu.
What the circle has given them, but we'll see if it shifts off them and gives maybe New Happy the advantage. Meanwhile, on the south side, we did see that wrap from T1 all the way on the east side.
4080 Ti itu nanggung dulu toh.
Encroaching on the position of FW, but the duel of Falcons is still also in play.
Oh, and Ian, oh my God, Type just destroyed Raze through the window, but the grenade gonna get raining on the back end.
Zenith very low as well.
They've got to stop down. FW has Banana 1 and Tonke inside the compound on the other side of the road. Ian has been feeding this information, and now
yang masih pakai 2060 cuma bisa senyum.
I don't know if
Daripada
they saw
nangis
this
mending
or
senyum.
knew what was happening, but they want all of it as they make their way down.
Nggak usah komparatif suffering gitu guys, apalagi sama aku tuh punya PC baru di umur 27, baru punya PC sendiri. Kamu di umur berapa udah punya PC sendiri? Ayo, aku dari dulu mainnya di GameNet, ngutang lagi billingnya. Gak usah komparatif suffering deh. Aduh, kalah semua kita kok sama Idris. King of Fire!
With KDF now potentially making their push into the circle, and you know Cerberus will go third party that if the opportunity arises.
Look at this, Gustav on a one-man mission has taken his 1v4 up against New Happy, gets a knock on a non, but we'll have to pull back down once again as Fex is still alive. So Gustav and Vex still in it for phase on that northwestern side. Barpo will spot out Bean, so that's going to be a knock on
kendala
KDF
karena
as they are
soket.
making their way
Series
in
5.000
rotation
next kendala
towards
karena
a better
PS.
position, more towards the center of the circle, but Cerberus
Iya, gara-gara
has angles,
kegedean ya.
phase has angles. This is going to be
Ini kan
really rough for Guillem.
apa series 4.000 kan pasti pakai yang penyangga tuh loh.
Iya,
They still
bracketnya.
got 4 alive, and they've got T1 pinned and FW pinned.
Surprising that KDF just went for that.
Pakai yang kemarin
Try to
aja.
see
Pakai
if they
yang
can
kemarin.
third party this fight again. I'm still kind of questioning what's going on with them for now.
So
but they
Dres,
do have 3 alive in the
upgrade ke
circle, and it's
40
gonna
aja
be
Dres.
Falcons actually to just clean
Udah
up
dia
the last
40
few
Ti
there.
Oh, udah 40 apa
So
sekarang?
still Gen G with the control of the
60
Southeast and T1 starting to look like they're in trouble.
Nah iya, kalau aku ya pribadi mending yang series berapa yang 60 Ti daripada kayak ke 70 mending 70 daripada misalnya 80 Ti gitu loh. Karena nanggung banget. Kalau kamu bisa beli 40-80 Ti, mending 40-90 sekalian gitu loh. Jadi paling aman tuh di 60 atau 70. 70 tuh recommended lah. Kayak ya 20-70, 30-70, 40-70 itu recommend lah.
Udah 40-70 Ti Super OC itu gila sih kemarin. Harganya sama kayak 40-80 Super.
Mending beli 40-90 sekalian kalau kayak gitu.
Iya, cuman ini 16-an sih. Kayak setengah harga.
Jangan lupa apa VRAM Mas dari Nvidia kecil VRAM-nya. Oh iya sih.
VRAM Nvidia 16 GB emang kecil ya?
Hitungannya kecil tuh kalau Nvidia tuh dibandingin sama sebelah loh ya. Cek aja.
Rex will find the knock on Norello. It's going to be down to just Flood. He retreats back to the hard cover as Gen G, they're full strength and they want to clear out this
80 Ti,
backside of
beli
Falcons.
80 Ti itu ibarat beli iPhone 14 tahun lalu. Yes.
Cleaning up the south, the rotations again, the timings have been on point. So it should be at this point all but
Belit mana? Ya sesuai dengan namanya, belit berdarah. Alias tidak lolos.
I'm not sure if there's too much to play on the eastern edge for them.
Yeah,
especially with Luna's setup currently.
Tapi serius 40-80 Ti itu nggak ada anjing, kenapa ya? Memang nggak ada aja gitu. Ada super.
Let's try to see if we can find our way in. But Posa, we're gonna pick Barpo right out of the passenger seat. Barpo will get flushed out by Guman though, so that's a kill stolen away, and now Adder's gonna go down as well to Posa, and again,
langsung nyari-nyari.
No, New Happy's gonna steal that one away.
Udah kemarin soalnya masalah komponen ini kan penting ya. Kalau udah dipaketin, komponennya berubah kan, ke bawahnya berubah juga tuh. Biar nggak bottleneck nih.
They're going to have to find something to play for the time being, but New Happy just has so many angles onto what's happening in the circle, and now KDF is just getting shredded by Luna Galaxy.
All right, Posa will get one, and he'll get credit for that one. Is Vinny going to get the other one? And Kwangdong Freak's going to go down just like that as Fex is waiting for the arrival of Cerberus.
PSU-nya pakai trafo paling kenceng ya, makasih ya. Genset Indomaret aja sekalian.
Yeah, 7 kills and now a guaranteed top 3. So again, Luna Galaxy making today much better than what we've seen from them in the past as far as PGS 6. We'll see if they
Tim
can get
underrated di
anything else
PGS ini siapa Mas menurutmu? Face.
But we'll see what Phase
Face
6 decides to do. Will it include still New Happy? Will it shift and keep Cerberus in, or is Cerberus getting
Info
ready to just make a
4080 Ti
suicide
memang
run?
sudah discontinue, sekarang jadi 4080 Super.
Ah, benar kan.
Pantesan. They have had
ada super
a heck of a day.
With kills to boot.
With kills to boot.
Kemarin gua pakai juga kayaknya 4080.
Top this thing off with a victory in the final game, they will be right up there with everybody else. As Luna Galaxy will get the circle, but it's asking a lot to defend this compound, but they know exactly where everyone else is, so they know that they can just kind of just not even worry about their south side or east side. They can just keep all eyes pointing towards Cerberus and New Happy.
Yep, north and the west are the only threats right now.
Kencengan mana yang Ti atau yang super? Ti dong. Ti kan istilahnya yang paling tinggi derajatnya.
Yeah, look at Kraken. I mean, he is just licking his lips, waiting for anyone from Cerberus to
peak. Doa ya, Dota Ti.
What is their play?
Does Cerberus even have? I know they've got 2 vehicles.
Thank you, support.
I mean, those tires are gone.
They gotta be gone, and even if they're not, they haven't even any smokes to try to work through. I mean, New Happy is starting to lay down a smoke wall and starting to try to make their way down. But that's
Untuk RAM aku masih menyarankan untuk PC zaman sekarang. Astaga.
Couple of tires, but it is in bad shape. I think
untuk PC zaman sekarang ya minimal itu 16 RAM-nya.
That's going to be New Happy's timing to get in, because as you can see, they have a nice ridge now, but that's not in. New Happy still have to move in. Xiaozi is just going to fall straight.
Aku akan selalu menyarankan itu minimal 16. Mau buat streaming mau enggak 16 ya guys ya.
At least deny New Happy the ability to get in.
All right, they're on the move. Cerberus will get spotted out by Zarky.
Tiarap di situ, Bang.
High mass.
Bang.
New Happy though, he's getting some points. That man is going to eat. It doesn't matter if he has got his back against the blue as AZ is down. New Happy once again 10 kills, but they are up against it right here.
Mending 1 kali 16 atau 2 kali 8. Kalau DDR 5 2 kali 8 dong.
They're not even getting the opportunity to get any of these kills. So
Jalur
finally
prosesnya lebih
starting to
bagus
push
kalau
out. Luna Galaxy just wants to get all of these points because they're not even within range.
Kalau RAM 32 GB mending 4 channel apa 2 channel? Aku 2 channel. 32-nya 2 channel. Tetap 2 channel.
For New Happy, he is at least inside the zone though, and he's going to find a knock on Kraken. And now Luna Galaxy, they've got 3 up, but Kraken is kind of in no man's land. You got to be real careful about how you approach this fight with Ming Ming. Do not give this man 1v1s.
No, I mean, the only way Luna loses here is if they throw. There's no other reason with this position. Ming Ming's still not in. He should be able to win this game. So sure, they'll lose one there. I mean, at this point, I would even just leave Haven or leave Kraken down.
I mean, yeah, Haven gonna go for it, but most of the only one that Ming
Ming kalau sampai
see right now, but okay,
chicken sih nggak masuk akal ya. Oke.
Anti klimaks ya teman-teman ya.
And a much better day for Luna Galaxy, but the consistency that we saw out of New Happy is
sekedar info yang bikin Luna Galaxy ini adalah Diogo Jotanya Liverpool.
And also almost every single game, and now putting themselves well within the conversation.
Ya itu last man kita, last man ya kan, last match. Besok akan ada lagi kawan-kawan. Dan hari penentuan apakah tim dari yang dipilih oleh King Idris akan memuncaki klasemen nanti ya. Bener ya Idris?
Amin.
Amin. Oke, thank you Pak Garit, thank you Pak Idris ya. Saya pamit.
Thank you Idris. Saya juga pamit.
Terima
kasih banyak.
Terima kasih
Viewer-viewer yang sudah nonton dari awal. Maaf tadi terlalu banyak masalah teknis. Besok mudah-mudahan sudah fine-fine aja.
Amin.
Kita pamit dulu ya semuanya. Sama saya Garit Dewana dan Fandra Octoramonth.
Dan juga Lord Idris di sini.
Dan juga Lord Idris mengundurkan diri dari layar kaca kalian. Selamat malam, selamat berakhir pekan. Dan sampai jumpa. Dadah.
Bye-bye.
Idris main-main ke sana.